Okay. I think we are good enough to go. I am not organized by any stretch of the imagination. But you know what? We're going anyways. Because why not? Let me reset all of my radar tabs here. If you're watching this after the fact, this is severe weather analysis for March 23rd, 2022. Please be sure to go to my channel. You'll find videos or live streams of more current weather. But other than that, if you're watching right now, please be sure to stay tuned as we do have a little chance for severe weather here today. The potential sleeper event up in towards portions of Ohio, although the parameters have kind of deteriorated a little teeny bit. So that's kind of the good news there. Let's actually do that and then go spam that right there. But yeah, we're gonna be covering this all the way through, more than likely, or at least until I think that this event is low enough to where I can get off. But yeah, hopefully, hopefully we continue to get some good perspectives as to what's going on here. We do have quite a lot to talk about with what's going on right now. So we'll get to that here in a bit. We'll move this radar over here. We'll move, there's a couple of these severe thunderstorm warnings that are really firing off now. Move that over there. Okay, so that's still that radar. Let's go Charleston with that then. Is there a radar down here in this portion of Kentucky? Yes, there is. So we have that. And then, of course, last but not least, we're also going to want a radar over in Pittsburgh a little bit later on. A mesoscale discussion for tornado watch possible over across portions of western West Virginia. That's a heck of a word to say. Western West Virginia and eastern Ohio is possible. So we're going to have to watch out for that. We might have a chaser, right? I'm not sure if he's going to provide footage for us. But if he does, we will have a chaser that could chase in the tornado watch here. So stay tuned. We'll continue to try and update you guys as much as possible. And then, of course, there's also the other stuff that's occurring over in the portions of the Carolinas and Georgia and Florida. But for right now, we're going to try and pay attention to what's going on over here in towards much of the Hoosier Alley areas, the Ohio River Valley. Princess 6, thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher. I really do appreciate that. That really does mean a lot to my channel. So thank you guys so much. You know, all the members that have actually, became a member of the channel over the past few days. The support from you guys has been immense. I know $5 a month is going to start to, rack up really soon, especially with the cost of gas now and all sorts of stuff like that. So, the fact that you guys continue to keep becoming members, that's amazing. You guys, I hope have watched your members exclusive videos that are exclusive for you guys down there. Some really interesting content. Speaking of really interesting content and or stuff, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This cell right here near Jackson is really firing off. This thing has a lot of hail, very much so large hail producer over into Jackson, Ohio. The maximum expected hail size indicator actually tells me that we got about a 1 1/4 inch sized hail producer here with this storm. So some relatively large hail with this one as this continues to move off towards the north and east. We'll see if that becomes tornadic later on. Zachary with the 10 says, is there still a chance near Columbia, South Carolina for some severe weather? Yes. Yes, there is indeed a chance for severe weather over in your area. So please be sure to watch out for that. I'll continue to, live stream all the way up until, this event is kind of over. And someone just said new tornado watch. Yep, there's the new tornado watch. Just got issued for eastern Kentucky, eastern Ohio, far western Pennsylvania. So that includes Pittsburgh. And western Virginia, which includes Parkersburg and Charleston. And it actually includes Morgantown as well. I was just at Morgantown the other day, and so it's pretty interesting to see what's going on over there. I was just at Morgantown and Fairmont, actually, visiting some of the areas over there. But the probabilities are 50-20, 50% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, 20% chance for a strong tornado. 20% chance for a strong tornado. Description says moderate. I thought I changed that. I thought I changed that already. So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, all right, there is some severe weather that could potentially be tornadic. It's going to move on through here and towards portions of Columbus, Parkersburg, Charleston. If you live within these areas, I highly recommend telling them that there is some severe weather in their area and that they need to have a plan of action in case something, you know, does happen. Ah, I see. Let's see if we can go over towards the storms that are out near Cincinnati, because Cincinnati is about to get hit by a wall of thunderstorms over here. Massive wall of storms that are moving on through. Also, earlier on today, I was actually working on my camera equipment. You can actually see the cameras in the background and stuff like that. You know, seeing Matt chasing all sorts of stuff like that, looking past, looking through my live streams of what he caught on Monday. You know, I was like, dude, I gotta be prepared whenever I start to chase. So I'm starting to work on my live view solo right there. Which is the streaming encoder for getting pristine quality video. You know, we're not going to be running it through our computer. We're going to be running it through the solo. And that's the best way I've heard in order to get, you know, live streams out. If we were, you know, chasing. So we got that with us. We're trying to work on that. Or we were trying to work on that. But now, of course, we got this to cover. So there is that. Turn that on so you guys can see kind of a little bit of a background. Oh yeah, and I was also eating food earlier. You can tell I'm not really too prepared at the moment. But yeah, big line of showers and thunderstorms is now approaching the Covington and Cincinnati areas. So now it is starting to move on through. I would pull up a live camera over there. I would pull up a live camera, but it's probably shrouded in rain at this point. So when the cells start to move off towards Dayton, I'll pull up those live cameras because I know for certain that they do have them over there. And so I'll look at that here in a bit. I'll also eventually move these radars over towards Cleveland when these storms get over there. But as of right now, we're kind of in the clear for that. We aren't in the clear for some of these cells over here in eastern Kentucky, however. Eastern Kentucky, there is quite a lot of severe storms here that has been issued. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. We got a couple of these storms that actually have supercellular structures. All right, there's this one right here along the border of Kentucky and I believe this is Virginia. Yes, this is Virginia. And you can see right here, if I get my pen tool out, it's starting to kind of arc just like that. You see that arcing characteristic that is all too familiar with what we've been tracking over the past couple of days. And so we're just going to have to continue to watch out for that as this moves on through. But yeah, quite the cell. And yeah, it is starting to kind of arc. And then you also see a little bit of a tail right here. This right here is an outflow boundary. This tells me that this storm is trying to surge rain around where the updraft would be. It is trying to get stronger. You know, for people who don't understand what the process is in regards to how these thunderstorms work, okay? So you have the rain that falls over here, right? You have the rain that falls in towards the core of the storm. We call that the hail core. And then the rain starts to get wrapped around down towards the bottom to where the updraft is. The updraft is down here towards the bottom. If we take a look at the ZDR tells us where our updraft could potentially be. And of course, the brighter the reds, the higher the probability in which that's where the actual updraft is at. So you can see as we go higher and higher in the sky, our updraft continues to stay right over that area. There's also some updrafts down further towards the south, so maybe some new developing storms in the higher elevations of the cell. But you can see it forms over there. You can also see how the updraft has a lot of rain. Let's move over. Yeah, there's the updraft again, so it moved up a little bit. You can see how with the updraft, you also have low correlation coefficient values, sometimes indicating that there is some hail in there. And then you also have a lot of these pinks. So you have all the rain from the updraft. Once you get into the upper portions of the storm, it gets pushed out just like this. And then rinse and repeat the cycle. The rain and hail gets pushed out in front. It falls back down. And then it gets wrapped back up around again. So this is a classic instance of how a supercell works. Whenever we see this and whenever we see it start to increase in activity as well as increase its speeds of this process, that's when we know that it's probably one of the more strong storms. So right now it's still in its infancy right now. It's gradually working towards it becoming a full-fledged supercell, but this is still something to watch out for further along. If you're in Slemp, Blackley, north of US Highway 119 in Kentucky, north of Cumberland as well, you guys need to go ahead and start getting into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, as there is a severe thunderstorm warning over there, and it also has a tornado possible tag on it. All right, so there's the chance for tornadoes possible within that storm down there. We're just gonna have to continue to watch out for that. Next, we're going to take a look at this cell over here, just to the north and west of that. This is near Manchester. Severe thunderstorm warning for, this seems to be Clay County, will be in effect until the top of the hour. So if you know anyone who lives over there near Burning Springs, north of Manchester along US Highway 421 and State Highway 11 in Kentucky, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, get indoors, and get away from windows. There is quite a bit of hail over here with the cell. We go to the maximum expected hail size indicator, and we have a lot of these bright colors across the board. So this does tell me that there is quite an abundance of activity here in regards to the hail producing department. If you look at the velocities, let's see if we can take storm motion for morning to see if there's any sort of rotation. There is a little bit of it, a little bit of rotation on the backside. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. The counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation could potentially be. So we're going to try and see if that continues to hold up further on. We'll come back to that storm here in a bit. Moving off to the north, the other severe thunderstorm warning that is now to the north of State Route 402 and near the U.S. Route 460 areas. Near Wauny and White Oak, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. And specifically for Morgan, Breathitt, and Magoffin, as well as Wolfe counties, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until the top of the hour. Once again, there is some spotty hail within this. The hail is actually in upwards of 3/4 of an inch, so it's actually pretty sporadic there. If you look at the velocities, we are pretty low to the ground here, so let's try and look a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. There is a low-level mesocyclone, so it is starting to try and develop maybe a little bit of rotation in the upper portions of the storm, but not really anything too significant even after that, so we'll watch out for that. Moving off to the north, this isn't severe warned, but it does have a little bit of a hooking characteristic right within here, just to the south of Sandy Hook, near the Newfoundland and the State Route 32 areas near Mazzy. Actually, it's due south of Interstate 64 and this is due west of Louisa, as well as due south and east of Moorhead. So if you know anyone who lives over there out in front of that, near State Route 7 and Bruin, as well as Willard and Newfoundland, I would tell them to probably go ahead, start getting into a sturdy structure as well, because that storm could be on the rise potentially. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Eccles County in southeastern Georgia, west central Clinch County in southeastern Georgia.
So we do have a tornado warning down here in southern Georgia. All right, this is not what we were discussing, some of the severe thunderstorms that were a bit further off towards the north. And so let's go take a look at this here if we can. And there is the new tornado warning here. This is, once again, for Eccles and Clinch counties here in Georgia. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The velocities here, you can see bright greens and almost blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the north of the border of Florida and Georgia near Jennings, just to the south and west of Statenville, moving to the north and east towards the Tarver general vicinity. So if you live near Tarver, if you live near State Highway 94, near US Highway 129, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's the reflectivity. You can see the big hook that's starting to wrap around this area. There's also another hook that's out in front of it, maybe a developing rotation out in front of the other storm, or in front of the other tornadic rotation. So there's the original one there, and then you can see something very similar out in front of it. So maybe two potential areas of rotation, but there is one that seems to be more stronger than the other one. I do believe that this is probably going to be something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. So once again, Tarver, Statenville, as well as near the Halo area, south of Halo in Georgia, north of, well, actually right around the State Highway 94 general vicinity in Georgia. If you live around there, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of their building. And this is right in the environment for the 5% chance for tornadoes. I don't know why. Oh, so they came out with a damage report for some of the storms up there in Mississippi. So that's really interesting. Yeah, there is a 5% chance for tornadoes here indicated in the brown. You can see here in the brown area, that is where it is. And then a 2% chance for tornadoes in the green. If you're in the 5% chance for tornadoes, as a matter of fact, if you're in the yellow area here, if you know anyone who lives in the yellow areas across the board over here, you need to go ahead and tell them to really monitor this, the weather here today, especially since there could potentially be some tornadic activity, and they also need to have a plan of action in case if there is any tornado warnings issued. Remember, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, if you will. So this is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here today. 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. But the threat for tornadoes is possible, and that's the reason why up north they have issued a tornado watch for places like Pittsburgh, Charleston, Wheeling, Parkersburg, Ashland, and Pikeville. Let me look back at some of these other storms here. Vincent with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Really does mean a lot to my channel. So it looks like the storms have now passed through Cincinnati, or are starting to pass through Cincinnati right now, at least in downtown areas. So hopefully they aren't seeing too much activity there. I'll pull up the Skycam for Dayton here in a second. There is a severe thunderstorm warning due west of them. And that is going to approach their area in about a half an hour, so I will watch out for that. And then I also want to take a look at this radar up here near Fort Wayne. See this severe thunderstorm warning up here. For northwestern portions of Ohio, there actually seems to be a little bit of rotation with this cell too. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away as well. So right about there is where I would watch out for some tornadic rotation. So I'd watch out for that. I'm going to actually watch out for that pretty closely as this moves on through. Could potentially be looking towards the Defiance area as well as the Bryan area here relatively soon. What's the timings for this here? It'll get towards the Cecil area in about 15 to 20 minutes, and then the Sherwood Defiance area in about 30 to 35, maybe even 40 minutes as well. So we'll watch out for that as that continues to move off through. A couple of these other cells here seem to be a bit more sporadic, but not as tornadic, so that should be good. You're 9 miles south of Columbus. Is it coming your way? Well, a lot of these storms are going to be heading off and towards your general vicinity more than likely, so I would say yes. You can see this line right here that's in Cincinnati. This will probably get towards your general vicinity here, that main line, in about an hour and a half to 2 hours from now. Let's go back to that tornado warning down south. It looks like this thing is starting to intensify. This thing looks like it's starting to consolidate. I don't see a debris signature, but we do have some very strong velocities now. Look at that. Very bright greens and blues moving towards the radar, and then we have some reds and grays moving away. A left flank velocity enhancement right here that you can actually see moving towards the actual rotation. Let's see. Can I get a timing from this here and a storm relative velocity? I can get a storm relative velocity. There we go. Look at the timing here. Halo, you guys could potentially be getting your activity here from this storm in about 15 to 20 minutes, so you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. What about Wilmington? You guys are expected to see more of some showers and thunderstorms that'll move on through towards the latter stages of the afternoon into the evening. I just got pinged. Yeah, I think we may have a, we could potentially have a chaser here in about 30 minutes. He'll be helping us out. AC with the 1, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, this thing could be potentially producing a tornado here soon. Would not be surprised, but you can clearly see the hooking characteristic right within there. The appendage. It's almost actually like a comma head now at this point. Just updated the tornado warning. Not confirmed quite yet, but we would need something, we would probably need a new scan here in a bit. And there is the new scan. Ooh. That might be a debris signature. That might be a debris signature. Could be a debris signature. That could be a debris signature right there. Wait for the next scan here. That was a debris signature. Yeah, that was a debris signature. That was a tornado. Yeah. That was indeed a tornado. Probably a brief one. But that was a tornado. And the only way I would know is because I looked at 0.8 tilt this entire time. It was looking pretty high up in the sky. Yeah. That was a debris signature. Yeah. Yep, this thing did have a tornado. And it spawned right near the Statenville areas. Did it hit anything? Luckily, for the most part, it looks like trees. But that's an area that I'm kind of concerned about here. If that tornado continued on its trajectory, all right, continued on its path, it went right over that little residential area right there. And there's also some residential areas over here, so it looks like this was probably impact over here too. So yeah, I think this was a tornado. I do believe this was a brief tornado that went on through. Actually, it could even still be on the ground. There's still some pretty strong rotation right in here. I mean, it's not like significantly strong, but it is still strong enough for it to potentially still be on the ground and notice as a tornado vortex signature. Or can you send me pics? More than likely Twitter. Got some video over here near the Indiana-Ohio border. Really raining quite a lot over there.
Holy crap. It is pouring out. Good lord.
That big line is starting to surge on through as well. So yeah, I do think they're going to see more of a strong damaging wind risk over there. They were asking how are they looking for Indiana-Ohio border. Got a big line that's going to start to move on through there. So I think that's going to be more of a strong damaging wind risk. And then even behind that could potentially have some more strong damaging winds in that area. Let's go back to the tornado here. And it looks like it did dissipate. Looks like it did dissipate from what I can tell. Maybe a brief tornado. You can see it. You can see the hook right in there, though. You can clearly see where the hook was. So yeah, this definitely was a brief tornado near the Statenville areas. Definitely a brief tornado. So we'll continue to watch that very closely as this continues to move on through. We'll come back to that tornado warning here in a second. Let's go to some of the other storms here in Kentucky. And yeah, the cells over near Whitesburg and Cumberland is starting to kind of rotate a little bit. I do think that might be starting to turn into a supercell here. I do think it is trying to develop here more and more. I'm looking at the upper level rotation. We do have a mid-level mesocyclone. It is relatively decent. Relatively decent here. Geez, that is some large hail that's being dumped at this time. That's a lot of hail. Lot of hail. Holy. Oh yeah, KDP is picking up on that. Yeah, that is a lot of hail in the upper portions of this storm. Big time hail right in there. You can see in the ZDR, low values of ZDR. That is a lot of hail that is going to be dumped by this storm. And you can see it's all represented in that pink. Sheesh. So yeah, this storm is going to be a hail producer here soon. Or it is already a hail producer, but it's about to produce some significant amounts of hail near the State Highway 15 areas near Whitesburg. So yeah, that's a lot of hail. A lot of hail. Looking off to the storm to the north. See if I can find anything in the upper portions of the atmosphere with this storm. I don't see too much. It is still trying to develop, so I think that one should be fine for now. That's the good news. This one near Silver Hill is starting to look a little bit more like it could potentially be trying to rotate. But it's also having its own issues at the moment right now, so not fully there quite yet. Is there going to be anything off near Ashley, Ohio? Ashley, Ohio. There's an Ashland. Ashley, you said it's right along the border over here. There could potentially be some hail over there, so I would watch out for that. You're in the tornado watch? Well, be safe, my friend. Once again, hello everyone who's tuned into the stream here today. If you're just tuning in here now, we are covering a severe weather event here live right now. It is the top of the hour at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We have two watches ongoing. A severe thunderstorm watch, which is outlined in this yellow box, this large yellow box right here. And then a tornado watch outlined in this big red box right here. And then we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in these yellow boxes with bolder black outlines. And then we also had a brief tornado down in the southern portions of Georgia. We could potentially be seeing something down here as well as into portions of the Carolinas as well. So that is what we are kind of expecting here today. More severe weather across the board, continuing with our multi-day severe weather outbreak including the 2 previous days that have had tornado outbreaks within them. Numerous tornadoes. We caught those on our stream, so if you want to look back, feel free to do so. And Matt actually just tweeted a video of my just tweeted a video of the tornado we just had yesterday. He said he didn't have a whole lot of good footage on his cameras and stuff like that, but this is what he caught. This is what we had yesterday.
Texas.
I got a large tornado on the ground. We're southbound. Hold on. Southbound 130 toll road heading on to the 45. Heading west
in south central Texas.
Yep, there it is. There it is. There's the tornado. Yep, there it is. That's on the ground. Holy. Big time tornado. That's a large tornado too.
Crossing I-35.
There it is. Big time tornado. That's crossing I-35 right now, approaching the Round Rock area. If you live along US Highway 79 near Hutto, you have a large and extremely dangerous tornado. That's what happened. Moving through your area, and we see it live right on the feed right there. If you want to see it, I just retweeted it on my channel again. That's what we caught with our storm chaser yesterday. Or not yesterday, on Monday. Matt has been catching a lot of tornadoes for us on our channel. We've been doing that for quite some time together. And we've caught all sorts of stuff there. Allie Baker with the 2 says, what is coming towards Morgantown? I do believe you guys could be getting some severe weather. You are in a tornado watch right now. Let's take a look at some of the timings here. Let's go, let's actually go to, let's go to Weather Bell here. Once again, as I said, thank you, Allie, for the 2. And Ohio Valley, there we go. It's a little bit better. And let's go to, first off, let's put that on. Let's put up precipitation. And let's look at these storms here. So take a look here. You can see a lot of our showers and thunderstorms that are forming across the line here and even into portions of Indiana as well. This is expected to continue to uptick in activity as this moves on through from 4 to 5. Put that down so that you can see satellite. There you go. So from 4 to 5, you can see how that continues to move on through. And then it starts to reach the Wheeling as well as Charleston areas sometime around 5 to 6, even Parkersburg at around 5 to 6. And then it moves on through into the Morgantown areas at around 7. You'll continue to see more and more activity from that all the way up until I'd say about midnight tonight before those thunderstorms will finally move on through and a pocket of cold air will kind of come in through that general area. Yeah, as I said, I was just at Morgantown and Fairmont on Saturday and Sunday. Let's go back over to the cell that's down in southern Georgia. Could potentially be a new rotation developing south of where the original tornado was, near the Statenville areas. That tornado, the one that did produce, now has dissipated. But once again, there are a couple other areas of rotation. We have one cell right here that's starting to wrap around just like this. We have another one that's wrapping around just like this. And they're all along the border of Georgia and Florida, all right? This is north of I-75 near the State Highway 94 areas in Georgia. We have one to the north of that. We have one to the south of that. So we're going to continue to watch out for that very closely. Would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for some of those areas. So we'll watch out for how that continues to progress. But we do have some storms here that are trying to be tornadic in Georgia now. So we'll monitor that very closely. Let's go back up to the cells in Kentucky. We have a lot of storms here. Ooh, so we have a bit of a mesocyclone. Yeah, we have a mesosignature on this cell over here in southern Kentucky, right along the border of Kentucky and Virginia. And, I mean, we already said before, this thing is producing significant amounts of hail, especially in the upper portions of the storm. Lot of hail. Actually has a bit of a hail spike here, from the looks of it. Actually has a bit of a hail spike here, which means the data might be starting to become a little contaminated. But right there's the hail spike. And you can see the rain wrapping around in this fashion, in a counterclockwise fashion here. So right at the bottom of that hook is where the tornadic rotation more than likely will be. That's heading off towards the Spite and the Millstone, as well as the Dorton area. So we'll watch out for that very closely, see if that thing becomes tornadic later on. The cell over here near Turkey and Jackson is kind of in a pretty bad shape. There is a little bit of surface rotation with this thing, but it's kind of just... it's bending itself backwards. You can see how it's got this curly cue just like that, where it's just like it shifts over and slithers along like a snake. And it's just not really in a good position to really produce anything tornadic. Could be a hail producer with this one, though. So we'll watch out for how this thing continues to move on about. But otherwise... that one does kind of look a bit meh. The other cell that's off to the north near the Moon, the Cherokee and the Blaine areas, that one's kind of moving out of the severe thunderstorm warning box here. I don't see anything that could signify that this thing could be tornadic, so we'll just watch out for that a little bit further. There's a cell that's due west of Parkersburg at this time. Let's take a look at the cell due west of Parkersburg, heading off towards the Athens and the Chauncey areas here in Ohio. This is in southeastern Ohio. I'm looking here to see if there's anything. I do see that there is the potential for some hail in this area, but the cell is really disorganized at this moment. So I don't foresee anything too tornadic near the Athens area at this time. Does not mean that this thing could not become tornadic a little bit later on, so we'll come back to that cell here as well in a bit. We also have a line of storms that's approaching the Dayton area. I'm looking to see if there's anything tornadic along the line here. Could be something here near the Mainville, Springvale, and Pleasant Plain general vicinity, north and east of the Cincinnati metro, right along the Beltway here. So that is something we're probably going to have to watch out for a little bit later on. Let's see if we can get our sky camera over here in Dayton, because we do have a couple of cameras across the board. If we can find it here, then we'll be able to put it up. Keyword if we can find it. Weather camera. Don't have it there, so let's go Dayton. Sky cameras. WRGT, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and there is some of the cameras over there. So yeah, apparently I didn't save this. But it's fine. We got some sky cameras over there near the medical center, which I believe is on the southern side of Dayton, if I remember correctly. So yeah, we do have some views of that general area. We'll come back to that here in a second. It's the forecast for Salem, Ohio. Salem, Ohio is in eastern Ohio. I would watch out for some severe weather in your general area. I believe you guys are actually in... Yeah, you guys are a part of the tornado watch, so I'd watch out for it. A little bit later on tonight is when you guys could probably get your activity, so I'd watch out for that. Security guard with a 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Another new tornado watch. Yeah, that's out for the cell out in front of this. This is for Jacksonville and Brunswick. So Jacksonville's in a tornado watch now. This is in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And 3010 watch probs. 3010 watch probs. All right, let's see if we can get our chaser, see if he's online here. How do? How do you read me? I need to change that actually. If he responds, we'll tell you all what his name is. And hopefully everything will be all right. What's my battery level on my headphones? 60%, so we'll be fine here for the rest of the night. We'll be fine. So yeah, 30% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, 10% chance for 1 or more strong tornadoes in this tornado watch. How's Charlotte looking? Right now, they're a bit in the clear, but they could potentially get some scattered showers and thunderstorms later on this afternoon into the evening. Can't really say if they're going to be tornadic or not, so I would just continue to be weather aware. Let's look back at the cell, actually, that's in southern portions of Georgia. And yeah, there's the 2 rotations that we were talking about earlier. The one off to the north looks to be a lot more organized. You can see the left flank velocity enhancement right here that wraps right into the storm. Or actually, there's one right... Actually, there's also an outflow boundary right there, too. Wow. Yeah, wow. So you got all sorts of currents that are flowing right into this area. Wouldn't be surprised if this thing tried to intensify a little bit later on. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. But we also have another one near Needmore. And we'll watch out for that as well. And yeah, that cell near Halo is trying to rotate. You can see the green's moving towards the radar, the red's moving away. Right in the middle, the counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if this were to form, this would be right along State Highway 187, as well as U.S. Highway 441 here in southern Georgia. So potentially maybe even another tornado could form in this general area. Yeah, there is some pretty gnarly rotation right within here. There is some pretty gnarly rotation. So I'll watch out for that a little bit more as this moves about. Let's go back to the Wilmington radar here. And it looks like there could be potentially some embedded quick spin-ups with the line. Let's go over to the live cam here. Unfortunately, the camera will not let us enlarge. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I really do appreciate all the people who's hit the like button to help share this information with as many people as possible. That's the big thing there, all right? You know, I'm going to keep saying it over and over and over again, especially when we're under a tornado warning. If you guys hit that like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, all right? So if you guys please be sure to do that. We're essentially helping get information out. You're helping me get information out to more and more people on YouTube, and that way we can try and, you know, try and help people make the correct decision if they're under these said warnings. looks like we're looking off to the distance here. The skyline of Dayton's right to our right. Out in the distance, some really low-hanging clouds that are starting to approach the city limits. We'll come back to this here in a second. Let's actually see if we can get another good view. Is there other cameras here in Dayton that we can look at? Yeah, there is. There is some other good cameras across the board here. So we can use this. This is another camera here in Poe Avenue in Dayton, Ohio. Oh, Morgan's here? Sheesh. What, you want to join, Morgan? I couldn't add you before because I was in a situation with Matt. So I couldn't really find the time. Yeah, that's selling it there in Middleton.
Testing.
I got you 5x5. How do?
On my way back, I'll be out on the road in about 10-15 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Seems like the storms are starting to increase in activity, but not anything too tornadic at this moment, so you should have a little bit of time.
(10-4).
All right, so that was our chaser who's going to be out and about here today. Alistair is going to be trying to see what some of these storms are going to be doing out near the I-70 and the I-77 areas. So we'll see what's going to happen over there. It'll be really interesting to say for certain. New tornado warning. Wow. There it is.
Tornado warning for Central Clinch County in southeastern Georgia.
So we have 2 new tornado warnings.
Tornado warning for northwestern Montgomery County in west central Ohio, southern Miami County in west central Ohio.
All right, so there we go. We have a new tornado warning for the northern side of Dayton. We were saying how some areas here along the line looked like it was starting to try and kind of consolidate a little bit. Here it is. We do have a little bit of rotation with this cell. So once again, this is a tornado warning for Montgomery and Miami counties here. That'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you guys live over here near Clayton, Vandalia, as well as Tip City, West Milton, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Looking at the reflectivity, you can see that it's a little bit displaced, but you do have some bands that are swirling right into the area of interest. So right about here, over where Clayton is where the tornadic rotation would be. If we move to the velocities here, you can see this general swirl of greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away, and then we also have the consolidated areas of brighter greens that are kind of just consolidating. One near Phillipsburg, one near Clayton, another one near Trotwood. So that is where the areas to watch for me would be. There's also some other areas here, like this one south of Drexel, that could be heading off into the Dayton area as well. So something to potentially watch out for as that continues to move off through into the north and east. If you're in Dayton, I know you're not under a tornado warning right now, but that actually does look like there could be potentially a little area of rotation there. If that does try and consolidate, that could produce a tornado in the Dayton city limits. So if you live near Dayton, if you know anyone who lives near Dayton, you got to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And if you're north of that, near Vandalia, near the I-70 corridor, the I-75 corridor, the intersection of those two, and north of that near Tip City, West Milton, and Clayton, as well as Troy and Christiansburg, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Moving off to the south, the other tornado warning. This is the cell that we were talking about earlier. This was the cell that probably was going to produce a tornado here relatively soon. And that could exactly be the case. We have a very strong velocity signature with this one right along the State Highway 187 general vicinity. And yeah, that is a debris signature right there. Look at that tornado in progress right now in southern Georgia. If you live here along State Highway 187 or south of Homerville, north of Needmore, north of Fargo, and due east of Halo, or near the U.S. Highway 441 general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And yeah, there it is. We do have a spectrum width drop as well, indicating some substantial turbulence around that area. And I am not surprised that this thing is on the ground as it is right now. Very good velocities as well. You can see the reds are moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Right under that, actually the scan just updated here. So we'll probably see a new velocity signature here in about 15 seconds. But you can see the debris signature still going on strong. Let's see if this thing went over some areas. Luckily, it just went over trees for the most part. Look at this. A lot of trees here for the most part, so that is the good news. But I did say earlier that if you're along State Highway 187, you probably will experience something tornadic or maybe even a tornado that moves on through. So yeah, this thing definitely went through a lot of trees. What about the areas out in front of it? I'm looking through here trying to see if there is anything. There is a couple residential areas over here along U.S. Highway 441. 441. There actually is a couple areas over there. Look at that camera over there that's looking off towards Dayton. My goodness. Let's see if we can, wow. Let's see if the health cam is actually, is it showing anything here? That's looking off to the east. This is looking off to the west. Yeah, that's a lot better of a view. But yeah, look at this here. This is another camera here of a cell that's heading off into Dayton. You can see how dark the clouds are over there as well. So we do indeed have some cells that are moving off into that general vicinity too. Quite the activity that is with these cells. And if the radar updates here, we might be able to get a new idea as to what these storms are doing as they approach the general area of Dayton, Ohio. If you're just tuning in, we have two new tornado warnings, one of which is actually a tornado that is in progress down in southern Georgia. Luckily, at this time, it is not impacting any sort of residential areas. However, if you live south of Homerville and Argyle, I believe that's how it's pronounced, or Argyle. I think it's Argyle. If you're south of Homerville and Argyle, Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. You can see the velocities. Reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornado would be. If we take a look at the spectrum width, there is a bit of turbulence there. Not as much turbulence as there was before. You can see how there was the oranges and reds that indicated some substantial amount of turbulence. Now it's kind of fanned out a little bit. And that is representing here with our debris signature. It's not as deep and it's not as circular as it once was. You can see earlier there was the circular debris signature indicated from the tornado. It was lofting to, the debris in the atmosphere. So the radar actually was showing that it was reflecting that debris back towards it. And you could have saw the debris there. Now it looks like it's starting to fan out. So it's starting to kind of weaken a bit. Not completely sure if the tornado is off the ground quite yet. All right? This could just mean that the tornado is smaller in size, but you still see debris in the air right here. And so that does indicate that this thing could still potentially be active, but the velocities have indeed weakened with this. So I'm starting to believe that this thing might be starting to dissipate more and more. So that is the good news with that. But these storms over here has had a history of producing quick spin-ups, all right? There could be another one that's further south, north of the Needmore and Fargo areas, so that is something we're going to have to watch out for further along. We do have reports of the cell that went near Statenville, potential tornado over here, trees down near Highway 135 south and Jean Circle. So could potentially have been a tornado that went through there with the former tornado warning that we were looking at in the beginning of the live stream. Something to continue to watch out for that as this continues to move on through. But once again, a tornado more than likely has spawned south, or at least in southern portions of Georgia, south of the Homerville area, north of the Needmore and Fargo general vicinity. Just, you know, I would say about 10, 15 miles north of the Florida and Georgia border. And also just to the east of the I-75 corridor, south and west of Waycross. So you can see here's the tornado warning. We'll zoom out here for a little bit. You can see right here is Jacksonville, right here is Tallahassee, and over here is Albany and Tifton. And there is the tornado warning that is surging on through. We'll watch out to see if there's any other tornadic storms that move on through that general vicinity. Let's go back to the live cam over here in Dayton, Ohio. You can see the big storms that are moving on through that general vicinity. There is a tornado warning north of that. There's a tornado warning north of the actual city of Dayton. So we'll watch out for that and see what's going on over there. And there are tornado watches here in effect for much of these areas here too. There are tornado watches that are in effect for some of these areas. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @me at Nate_Snyder so that we can try and get information out to more and more people. Oh, wow. That is insane video that someone just sent me there. And that's right next to a cruise ship, too. Wow. Let's take a look at the radar here. And it looks like there is still a little bit of rotation across some of these areas. One near Drexel. All right, so near Drexel right there could potentially be some tornadic rotation south of the tornado warning. And then inside the tornado warning near Vandalia, Tip City, West Milton, Troy, there is some potential areas to watch here. You can see, once again, greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. So right here along I-70 could be an area, and then one over here near West Milton could potentially be some tornadic rotation as well. So let's go back over here towards the actual area. I actually think I see a wall cloud on that left part of your screen. You see that there? See the lowering of the cloud base right there? That might be the wall cloud right there that is heading towards Dayton. For the tornadic rotation right there. That might be the wall cloud. Unfortunately, it's being covered by the sign here. So this sign's kind of covering it a bit. But that might be the wall cloud right there heading off into Dayton. There it is. Regardless, a lowering in the cloud base right here. And I think that might actually be the rain wrapping around the side of it. You have your horseshoe right here, your rain that's coming around as precipitation, and then wrapping around the area right in there. I do believe that actually is the wall cloud. And it is starting to become more high precipitation based. But yeah, right there's the edge of the wall cloud. Right there it is. And yeah, we're definitely going to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Wow, I still can't believe that's an actual video. I'll show you guys that in a second once the tornado warnings have actually expired. But man, oh man. That's a heck of a cell right there. Let's take a look over here. Yeah, there is the rotation in question right there, approaching Dayton. And what's happening here is you can see that we have this hooking characteristic right within there. The rain is starting to jut out like this. So I'm assuming the camera's down to the south and looking north. That's what I'm assuming is what we were looking at. I'm assuming, you know, let's take a look back over here. And that kind of does seem relatively accurate with what's going on here. Because I think this is US Highway 35 right over here. I think this is right on 35. And yeah, that probably is US Highway 35. You saw the traffic that was moving across here. So our camera was probably somewhere down here, south of US Highway 35, looking off to the north. That probably was a wall cloud that we just saw. Tornado warning near Vandalia has now been canceled. That is the good news. We still have the tornado warning down south in Georgia. Let's take a look back at that cell, see what's going on with that. The velocities still continue to weaken with this cell. Go to the correlation coefficient, and it looks to me like this thing has now started to weaken more and more. So that's the good news there. No longer on the ground at this time, from what I see here. Yeah, it does seem to be no longer on the ground right now. So that's the good news. But you can still see the hook right here, hook wrapping in. You can also see the air current wrapping in right within there. You can see big time air current swirling in just like this. You also see another one right about in here. And so right there is where the tornadic rotation would be, right there at that dot. Velocities indicated 2, but it is very weak at this time, very weak. So this thing might even expire here soon as well. That will be the good news as well. But if you're along US Highway 441, I still highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure right now and staying away from windows. Could potentially be something tornadic off in your general vicinity. Just to zoom out here real quickly, all right, let's go across the board. You see a couple areas here, this large red box here, large red box with small black borders. This is a tornado watch right here, all right? So we have a tornado watch here near Jacksonville and due south of Savannah, also including areas near Waycross, Brunswick, and Folkston. All right, so we do have a tornado watch over there. That is in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then a bit further off to the north, actually a lot further north, here into portions of Kentucky, West Virginia, extreme western Pennsylvania, and eastern Ohio. There is actually a tornado watch in effect over here for some of these areas as well. Pittsburgh, Parkersburg, Charleston, Pikeville, and areas as well on I-77 near Zanesville and Wheeling. You guys are all under a tornado watch as well, so we'll watch out for that. We do have a chaser that's going to be spotting for us. Might even get a stream for us. I'm not exactly too positive. We'll pull that up there on the side there. Let's go back over to the cell in Dayton. Very dark skies now. Looks like the rain is starting to move across. Looks like the rain is starting to move across now. And that does seem to be the case. It looks like the rain is starting to move through. But very dark skies rolling about. Very dark. Where is Springfield, Ohio? Oh, Springfield's over here. So we have another camera that's out in front of this. But it looks like it's looking off towards the south. That's what it kind of looks like to me. And then Greenville, Ohio. Don't exactly know where that is. Beaver Creek, I think that might be behind the cell. And then Middletown, Ohio. I have no clue where that is at. Middletown is located... I'll look that up here on my thing. Middletown, Ohio. And it's due south of Dayton. So yeah, that's out of the risk as well. All right, so we're starting to lose some of our cameras here. Starting to lose some of our cameras. Because the storms are now starting to pass through. They are starting to pass through. Let's look off towards the severe thunderstorm warning that's up here in northwestern portions of Ohio. This thing actually has a little bit of rotation here with it too. This thing actually does have a little bit of rotation as well. So this is something to watch out for too. Look at this. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So we could have something. Could have something out in that general area. I'll continue to monitor it very closely. But Of course, we'll hear the ding if it does, you know, if there is a tornado warning that gets issued. So we'll monitor that very closely. So let's take a look here real quickly. Once again, we zoom out here. We do have our tornado watches. We also have these different colors. We have light green, dark green, and yellow. All right, these are all your outlooks in regards to your scale of severe weather.
All right, we're going to try and figure out how to stream on Facebook Live and communicate with each other on a single device. It's going to be pretty tough. But I'm heading out to this Walmart in St. Clairsville, and we're going to figure something out.
Yeah, the best way is just to communicate via Zillow. All right, it's kind of like a walkie-talkie thing. So if we just keep doing that, and then just send me the link to what you got on Facebook, I'll be able to get the word out here on YouTube.
Every time I talk to you, I'm going to have to pause the live stream, so.
Well, that makes sense then. We could then try and do a Discord call. That would probably be the best way to do it.
Well, your audience is bigger. Let's do it.
There it is. There it is. And you still can stream on Facebook too. You still can do that, but we would just be in a group chat almost. So we're talking to our chaser right now who's out and about. Thought you said you didn't want to join here today, Morgan. Let's bring in Morgan. There we go. Let's bring in Morgan as our associate here for a little bit. New tornado warning. New tornado warning for the city of Wilmington.
Tornado warning for southeastern Warren County in southwestern Ohio, northern Clinton County in southwestern Ohio, southeastern Greene County in west central Ohio.
Yeah, and there actually is some pretty decent rotation here with this cell. As it continues to move on through, it seems to be right along the line, similar to the cells further off to the north, although this one looks a little bit more organized in my honest opinion. You can see you got greens moving towards the radar, got these grays and reds being wrapped around here, and they're moving away from the radar. So right in the middle over here, north of Butlerville, south of Clarksville is where the tornadic rotation would be in my honest opinion. This will be heading off straight towards the Wilmington area. All right, so if you live in Wilmington, Ohio, you have a tornado warning for your area right now. Get underground or getting towards your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for south central Shelby County in west central Ohio, northern Miami County in west central Ohio.
There, Nate?
Yep, I'm here.
Got the live stream up.
On Facebook?
Yep.
Yeah, just send me a link here in the chat. We'll be able to get it. I'll be able to show it here in a bit. Yeah, new tornado warning now for Troy, Piqua, and Lockington here in Ohio. This is north of Dayton. Let's actually see. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation. I want to see if I can get another perspective, though, of the actual activity. Let's move Fort Wayne's radar down a little bit. I want to go to this this airport radar. See if we can find a little bit better quality of rotation. And yeah, look at that. We do actually have a little bit of rotation here that is starting to consolidate near Pleasant Hill and Troy. Look at that. There is definitely a cell. You can see the reds moving away and then the greens moving towards. Very compact Weak but very compact, pixel to pixel around that area. And yeah, the velocities are starting to kind of uptrend with that. You can see the hook on the backside right here. So right at the tip of the hook is where the tornadic rotation would be from reflectivity. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like the spectrum width along the area, the airport radar doesn't really do so well with the spectrum width product, but there is a little bit of turbulence in some of these areas here, indicating there could be something tornadic near the I-75 corridor, near the Piqua and Troy general vicinity. So if you're near Piqua, Lockington, and Fletcher, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And yeah, look at that. Very compact with its velocities here. You can definitely tell this thing is trying to either produce a quick spin up or it is producing a tornado ongoing right now. We'll see if this thing actually does. I actually have no clue if Ohio has traffic cameras. Ohio traffic cameras.
I think you'll be hard pressed, even if there are.
Cameras. We kind of do.
Is the airport radar any good up by Pleasant Hill?
It's actually, gets a very good perspective. I don't see anything on the ground at this time.
Velocity's not loading for me on it. This is nice.
Trying to see if we can see something here. Very low-hanging clouds there. Very low-hanging clouds with this system. That's not really helpful with the rest areas. So I think the only thing we really have to go off of is the airport radar here. And yeah, this thing is consolidating. This thing is definitely consolidating. Look at that. Pixel to pixel right next to each other. This is moving right over the general area here of what road is this? This is State Highway 41. State Highway 41, paralleling the Interstate 75 area near Troy and Piqua. If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible.
Nate, side note, the Wilmington cell is either very close to being down or is down.
Yeah, let's go back to that cell over there for Wilmington.
It's very consolidated.
Oh yeah, that thing probably is on the ground at this moment. You can see the velocities. Once again, very similar to the tornadoes that we have seen earlier on today. Pixel to pixel right next to each other. We call that gate-to-gate shear. And we have some very strong gate-to-gate shear here near the Clarksville area. So if you're along Clarksville, near US Highway 22, approaching the Wilmington area here in Ohio, all right? If you know anyone who lives over there, you got to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado at this point as possible.
It's a very surface-based storm. It's pretty well developed up to about 3,000 feet, and it's also very close to the radar as well. So not only are we getting a good vantage point of the surface conditions, but we're also going to be getting a better vantage point as it pushes off further north and east.
Yeah.
So it's very important that if you live currently along US 22 in Clarksville and Wilmington, that you're in your tornado shelters.
Oh, yeah. And so, guys, that's the reason why we got to continue to try and get information to as many people as possible here on YouTube.
Down, CC.
Yep.
It's definitely down.
Yep. There's the
and even on ZDR, actually, look at the area of lower markings, just to the northwest of Clarksville.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. That's definitely at least briefly on the ground. But this is the reason why, guys, we got to continue to try and get the information out to as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream. If you know anyone that lives here in Ohio, in Western West Virginia, in Western Pennsylvania, all right, you gotta tell them that the severe weather is possible and that there could potentially be tornadoes over in your general vicinity. Copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to try and get information out to people who may not have cable or may not have power and stuff like that. They can stumble upon our live stream, and we can continue to try and get information out to these guys. And then by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So please do that. Please hit that thumbs up button down below so we can continue to try and get information out to more and more people who are seeking it here on the YouTube platform.
Also would like to make the interesting remark that the tornado watch today is in Pittsburgh. It covers the Pittsburgh vicinity, which actually isn't in a tornado risk. Now, this might also actually be foreshadowing to the new day one outlook, which comes out in about 10 minutes. So maybe they are expanding it further north and east. So, like we said, areas like Charleston, areas like Ashland, Huntington, Parkersburg, Pittsburgh, even you guys are in the tornado watch this afternoon, so be mindful of activity and moves on through your area.
It looks like the storm that was north of... Oh, wait, we actually got Alistair. Yeah, go, Alistair.
All right. Live stream is up on Discord. I just crossed the river into Ohio. If you're looking at the stream, you can see some very robust convection in front of me, probably about 50 miles away from here. But you can see the anvil cloud is quite visible.
Yeah, I could definitely see that out in front. You can see that in the far distance. There is definitely some bubbling cumulus clouds out there a little bit further on, just to the west on 70. Wow, where exactly are you at right now?
I'm approaching, if you're looking at Google Maps, I'm about mile 220. Mile 222. I'll be approaching St. Clair. So,
I beg your pardon?
Yeah. You kind of lost a little bit of signal with us. Where are you at again? I think we might have lost.
4 miles east of St. Clair. So
Oh,
4
okay.
miles east.
Yeah, so he's near the Wheeling and St. Clairsville area. He's heading off towards the west, and he's going to be heading off towards Cambridge. So we're going to continue to try and see if we can find what's going on with that more and more. We'll watch out for how he continues to approach these storms, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more information from him here soon. Let's go back to the...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go back to the cell that's over near Wilmington. And the really interesting thing here is that this does look to be as if there could have potentially been something there right along the areas of US Highway 22 heading towards the Interstate 71 areas. That's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for the city of Wilmington and the surrounding areas. So if you live near the city of Wilmington here in Ohio, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is now currently, it appears to be now approaching the State Highway 73 area near the intersection of State Highway 73 and the Interstate 71 areas here. So if you're right along that intersection, all right, if you're along that intersection at all, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure. If you're near the Majestic Springs Golf Club, all right, we'll pull up Google Maps here. If you're near the golf club at all right, by any stretch of the imagination, or near the RV resort, which is where the tornadic area was actually near, or if you're east of the Clinton Massey High School, all right, the Clinton Massey High School is over here. If you're to the east of that, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now. If you're near the county airport, that's a little bit further off, north of the Wilmington airport, the airfield over there. If you're north of Wilmington, you need to get into a sturdy structure right now. But if you're near the golf club, you need to get into a sturdy structure because that is where the tornadic rotation actually is. Beaver Creek in itself. I'm going to need some water here eventually because I'm starting to get a little parched, but...
Northwest, new tornado warning, Georgia.
Jeez, another one. Beaver Creek is probably going to be actually a little spared from this. You can see in the Beaver Creek areas, here it is. And then here's the line of storms that have kind of just split you all. So you guys should be fine. It'll continue to be in your general vicinity, so watch out.
Camden County in southeastern Georgia.
Nate, new
Eastern
tornado warning
Bradley
for Georgia
County
that
in
is actually
southeastern
west of the
Georgia.
Brunswick area,
Northeastern
north of the
Charlton
Florida
County
border,
in
just north of
southeastern Georgia.
Jacksonville. Actually is a very robust supercell at this current moment. Not the best velocity signature, but definitely a structure that we'll be able to produce over time, has a lot of spectrum with. So, folks, if you are in the Winokur areas, the Hickox areas, Waverly, Atkinson, particularly along United States Route 301, you need to be in your safe spaces now. This is pushing off towards the north and east. This is going to be hanging off towards the areas west of Brunswick, Georgia, which would include the areas along United States Route 82, as well as 17, up by Thalman and Sterling as well beyond that. So continue to mind that if you're in southeast Georgia.
I wonder if Jacksonville's radar is a little bit easier to view with this.
It's right next to it.
Well, yeah, but like KVAX is also right next to it too. Yeah, there is the rotation there. You can see it a lot better. Whew, if you look at the upper portions,
side lobe.
Look at that. Look at the upper portions of this storm here. Very robust rotation there. Oh yeah, so this thing is a bona fide supercell. This thing is a bona fide supercell. We're going to have to watch out for this very closely as this continues to move on through near Winokur. I do think that...
Oh, yeah. It's just kind of side-lobed at the moment, but it looks very good in the upper portions.
Right. I do think this thing could potentially continue to amplify further and further off towards the north near Winokur, Georgia. South of that near U.S. Highway 301, and then eventually off towards the Waverly area. So yeah, the Waverly area, if you're in between U.S. Highway 301 and U.S. Highway 17... in between Winokur and Waverly, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or possibly even tornado in the future reference as possible. I do not see
future reference.
Future reference, because it could potentially even produce a tornado in that instance.
It is true.
I do not see a debris signature at this time. A lot of inflow being streamed into this thing. And a lot of spectrum within that inflow, too. That actually might be a sign of a lot of inflow being pulled into this at rapid rates.
Look at correlation coefficient on it. Look at all of that inflow that's just being brought right into it.
Yeah, so this thing is really kind of just wrapping a bit, a lot of moisture into the actual supercell. This is going to be something to watch out for as this continues to move off towards the north and east. Alex Holbrooks with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Lee Gray with the membership, thank you so much. That's the best way to support my channel, and I really do appreciate that. So go enjoy your members-only content over there. You'll be able to see some stuff. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Really do appreciate that. And then Jordan Lark with the 2 says, how's North Augusta, South Carolina looking for storms? North Augusta, let me pull this up here on Google Maps, because I know where Augusta is in, the general area here. But for you guys, as of right now, there isn't really all too many thunderstorms around your general vicinity. There are storms that are starting to develop over here near, or at least north of Macon and east of Atlanta, near the Midgeville and the Madison general vicinity. So there could be potentially some thunderstorms that head off and towards your area here relatively soon. I'd watch out for that. And then there's also some cells on a separate note over here towards the Brevard areas. So if you know anyone who lives near Asheville, Hickory, and Charlotte, could potentially be some thunderstorms over there.
West Central Ohio.
Oh, wow.
Northwestern Clark County in West Central Ohio.
What is the new what did it do?
There's another tornado warning. That's north and east of Dayton. North and east of Dayton. So that's over here near the Northampton area. Let's take a look at the airport radar for that. And yeah, there is a little bit of rotation over here. It's near the Northampton area. All right, so it's a little hard to tell, but you've got some reds that are going away from the radar here, and then you have these greens that are streamlining in here. And right about here, south of Christiansburg, due south of Christiansburg, is where I'd watch out for a potential brief spin up here along the line. A lot of this area over here along this line of storms here in western Ohio, there's going to be a lot of spin ups, that are going to continue to just spin up more and more, potentially produce a brief tornado. And that's exactly what we kind of got over here. So if you're near St. Paris, if you're near Urban, if you're near the Christiansburg area here in Ohio, north and east of Dayton and north of Springfield, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now, because there could potentially be something off near that area.
Hey, Nate, I want to just drop back to the southeasternmost cell in Georgia for a moment real quick. Look at all the thunderstorm development that has been exploding in that area, and look at the thunderstorm that went right into the tornado-warned cell.
Yeah.
So that probably just stifled it for the moment, at least. Yeah, the inflow is way down. That's one of the question marks I had with this, is just it's going to be fast developing storms all across the board here. So unless any more storms merge with it, it's out of commission for at least the next 2 minutes. But that doesn't mean that areas like Atkinson and Waverly should be taking this lightly still.
Right. So the areas over near Fairborn and Riverside, and Dayton, for the most part, you guys are in the clear from these lines of showers and thunderstorms. These lines that are producing all the tornadic rotations, you're in the clear from that. There are more thunderstorms behind this, so you could see some more thunderstorm activity later on. That's just going to be something that we're going to have to continue to watch out for you guys, and we'll keep you guys up to date with that as this continues to get more and more active, per se.
Seems like the new tornado warning in Dayton looks a little bit more linear, just on first glance, at the moment, at least.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a brief spin up there. I'll look at that back here in a few minutes, because I do think that could potentially change here in a bit. But the one thing that isn't changing is the cell that's off near Wilmington. All right, that cell here still continues to show rotation with this line. You can see the hook right within here and how it wraps around like this. So there is a bit of rotation here. Velocities indicate green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle right here near the State Highway 73 areas, as well as the Interstate 71 corridor general vicinity north of Wilmington. All right, if you're north of Wilmington along US Highway 68, that intersection there along 68 and 71, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will continue to basically parallel the 71 corridor here all the way up towards Port William and Bowersville. So if you're along those areas as well, all right, further along the line, Port William and Bowersville, and even towards the Jamestown and Jeffersonville general vicinity, there could potentially be something tornadic heading off and towards your general area. So I would start preparing now and getting into a sturdy structure and staying away from windows.
Yeah, that thing's holding itself up quite well. It doesn't even look like the best looking storm up in the upper portions of it, but it's fairly organized and should sustain for a decent bit, at least through the Port William area. So Port William, Bowersville, you need to be on high alert for a storm like this that will have the potential to drop brief tornadoes, which could happen right over you if you are in those areas. So be on alert for that.
Yeah. I'm going back down to the cell that is in southeastern Georgia for a bit. And a couple interesting things here that I have noticed. It looks like the downdraft is really starting to precipitate, more or less. It's starting to get more robust, I should say. And so a lot of hail that could be forming here on the northern side, heading off towards the Winnaker area. But the actual rotation itself looks a little bit displaced at the moment. So not really super tornadic right now.
You see what I mean when I say it got stifled by the other storms that are currently firing in that area?
Yeah, you can see here's the thunderstorm that Morgan was talking about. Here's where the supercell was. And then the next scan, you can see the thunderstorm really just kind of congealed with the other supercell. We're going to see if this supercell survives that initial hit from these thunderstorms. But there could be some more of them here, down here towards the Folkston area that could continue to move off further towards the north and potentially even continue to linger around and at least aid to the diminishment of the storm a little bit. But yeah, this supercell continues to show that it is still here. It is still kind of alive. How this continues to flourish after these initial hits from these thunderstorms is still yet to be determined. But areas near Waverly, Winnaker, north of Jerusalem and Tarboro, and south of the Atkinson areas, or even near the Atkinson areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now. Let's see. Gabe with the 2, thank you so much, says member equals cool, plus it's only $5 a month. Yeah, that's why I said it's the most efficient way to support the channel, because it's $5 a month, but it's also, you know, with gas prices nowadays, you know, it's pretty pretty crazy. So
y'all are funding Nate's future chases when he wants to go chase a gusty wind event up here, so
yeah,
y'all are doing bits.
Yeah, you are. Thank you so much.
New Day 1 maintained everything. Jewel mentions for updates, see them as the scale discussions 323 and 325 for Georgia and Ohio respectively.
Okay, interesting. Some cold core reports now. There was a report of a funnel cloud over in McLean, Illinois. All right, so that's central Illinois here.
What?
And there was a cold core funnel that was reported. That was about 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago. So it was a couple showers and thunderstorms that went on through there. Really interesting. But that's kind of the day that we're expecting here. We can see.
Where was that?
It's in central Illinois.
I am sad.
Near Peoria. That's kind of the event that we are expecting here today. Yeah, Andrew could be getting some stuff. That's kind of the event that we're expecting here today. A lot of these other showers and thunderstorms that are across the board could potentially get it's a general thunderstorm. Could potentially be something to watch out for some of these other thunderstorms to maybe even, you know, produce a quick funnel. So we'll watch out for that very closely as this moves on through. Looks like the cell north of Wilmington still continues to have a little bit of rotation, but it is relatively weak at this time. Looking at the upper portions of it, and it still looks like it's holding its act together. We'll just watch out for how that continues to move on through. Let's look back at the
report.
Central Illinois.
No, like source.
The GR Earth. Ooh, so yeah, look at that. It looks like the Christiansburg cell did start to materialize like I did think it would do.
Tornado warning.
So they reissued the tornado warning for the Wilmington cell. We'll pull that up here in a second, but yeah, that cell near Christiansburg.
Tornado warning for northwestern Fayette County in central Ohio, north central Clinton County in southwestern Ohio, southeastern Greene County in west central
75
Ohio.
in Parkersburg. I actually wonder like how long-lived these storms will actually be able to be, because they're just kind of dragging off that low pressure. I wonder if there actually is a sustainable environment for them to actually flourish.
Well, that cell in Christiansburg now is starting to really get its act together here. You can clearly see red's moving away, green's moving towards the compactness of its nature. There is definitely something confined within that area. And there is some spectrum width. Wow. So the airport radar shows that there is some turbulence within some of these areas. Turbulence actually just upticked a bit. And so, yeah, there is still definitely some rotation with that cell near Christiansburg. It's heading off towards the Urbana areas. Urbana and St. Paris. If you're near Urbana or St. Paris, near U.S. Highway 36, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get into a sturdy structure now, because there definitely could be something there. If you know anyone who lives in Ohio in general, all right, if you know anyone who lives in Ohio, you need to tell them to go ahead to be on high alert for some showers and thunderstorms that could potentially be tornadic as this moves on through. Once again, all right, this event is just the beginning here, and we even have a tornado watch for portions of West Virginia, extreme eastern. Oh, wow, that's a supercell down there. Hold up, where did that supercell come from?
Hey, Nate, do you want to gawk for a second?
Depends upon what I'm gawking at.
Check the group chat. That is a 3D of one of the supercells that's on the border of Kentucky and West Virginia. It's the severe warned storm.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at on GR Earth. I was like, what in the
Like,
world is
holy
that?
hail.
Yeah, look at this hail, guys. Look at the amounts of hail that are really,
It's at like
pouring.
72 dBZs at 17,000 feet.
Whew.
Like,
And the maximum expected hail size indicator here from GR Earth says that hail is over 2 inches in diameter in some spots. That right there, that is some immense hail that could be spawning from the storm.
it is actually warned for 70 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, although it may frankly be larger than quarters. So particularly if you guys are in the Logan, Hutchinson, Switzer, and Sterrett areas, you guys need to seek a sturdy shelter because you don't really have a tornado going on with this, but you have large destructive hail, probably up to golf ball size, that is going to be coming down that could shatter windows and puncture holes through roofs. So you do need to be taken to a safe shelter that isn't a car if you are in that area. Because this is some pretty serious stuff that's going on there. That's the kind of risk we're going to be talking about today. You have that favorable environment that is actually going to be supporting supercells if they're not producing tornadoes to produce large hail. So that's what we kind of got. That's kind of what we have going on really overall. Just basically from this entire risk from east central Kentucky, all the way up through most of Ohio and even western Pennsylvania.
I'm trying to set up my volume alpha here because it doesn't really want to kind of save.
My name is Nate, and I'm not doing this correctly.
Yeah, my goodness. You can see the inflow notch right within there. Wow. There's the inflow notch, guys. We took a 3D of the supercell right along the border of Kentucky and West Virginia, and you can see the kind of little cave right here that exists on the southeastern side of the storm. That right there is the inflow notch. That is where moisture comes in and gets congealed right into the supercell. It continues to feed it, continues to maintain it as it continues to move on through. And this is in a pretty good environment for something to be tornadic here. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to maintain itself. It actually does have a low-level mesocyclone, not exactly the strongest thing in the world, but it still does have a low-level mesocyclone. So that is something that we're going to have to monitor here. And it's in a decent environment too. 1,600 joules per kilogram of most unstable CAPE and 150 meters squared per second squared of storm relative helicity from 0 to 1 kilometer for people who know what those parameters mean. So it's not terrible.
What? Looking at Charleston radar, if you're looking at velocities, there's a fair bit of inflow with this thing. So if it can actually turn the corner with its inflow notch, we might also have a tornadic storm here that's pushing up towards areas east of Charleston.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting to note as well. And also a little bit more of a funny thing, John Humphreys is in West Virginia.
So he's chasing in West Virginia. There it is.
He's in Leon, if you see that, almost on the border of Ohio.
That's amazing. Let's see. Christiana, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate that. Helps out so much. You guys have been pouring in with the memberships here and becoming weather watchers. That really does mean a lot to my channel, so thank you so much. I was talking about earlier on in the live stream about how there was a video that I have not seen about the New Orleans tornado last night, which if you did not know, there was a tornado that is preliminary as a EF3. Yeah, I don't know. Preliminarily.
It was in the southwestern areas of New Orleans.
Yeah, it has taken us an hour and 40 minutes before the first Weast joke. Preliminarily issued a EF3 rating. All right, an EF3 rating. And someone just showed me this video for the first time. I've seen other videos of it, but look at this here, guys. All right, this was here on the Mississippi River. You can see the tornado cross right next to a cruise ship. Look at that. There's the tornado right there. Yeah, I have not seen this video yet.
You're slacking.
I've seen other videos.
Yeah, so have I.
Look at that. There's the cruise ship as it passes on through. There's the tornado. Yeah, English is not my first language, apparently. But yeah, that right there, I have never seen that before, with a cruise ship pass right next to a tornado.
I can imagine there's just elevator music playing in the cruise ship, and then you look out the window. Oh,
That's
that's a quarter-mile wide tornado going towards us. Oh, nice.
I would be half terrified and half, amazed. I would just be sitting there because I wouldn't be expecting to see a tornado, especially during all of that. No way. No way. Did I see the red truck video? I did see the red truck video. That was insane. So, let's go back to the cell that's up here north of Wilmington. It looks like the rotation has diminished. It has diminished. So, that's the good news. I don't foresee them issuing another tornado warning unless if they see some more a quick spin up that could potentially move on through. But otherwise, I don't really see a whole lot with that in the future. To Wolfman with the 6 months of becoming a member, thank you so much. So someone get the fire extinguisher. Nate's brain is on fire. Yeah, that sounds about right, to be completely honest with you. That really does. That it always is. That is true. I appreciate you guys helping me get over 27,000 subscribers. So thank you guys so much. If you're new to the channel, all right, I know we have 3 tornado warnings at the moment, so it's a little bit insensitive. But I don't really do this unless it's an actual imminent threat. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, because we do live analysis of this pretty much whenever severe weather could potentially be, hazardous to the public. So if there's severe weather in your area, please subscribe. Turn on notifications to stay up to date with that and the videos that will be next to it. We were talking about the tornado outbreaks from yesterday and the following day, in all sorts of in-depth explanation there on our videos. So if you were watching those videos before and you actually knew of our content, you would have known that those events were going to happen, and you would have stayed up to date as this continues to move on through. So I guarantee you, I'll keep you guys up to date, whether it's tornadoes, whether it's hurricanes, whether it's winter weather. You can find content here on this channel, and I'll give you guys some, I would say, expert analysis as to what's going on through and what you guys could potentially be expecting. So,
and he also storm chases when stuff actually comes up our way. He doesn't go down to Dixie or the plains like some of the crazies up here do, but he chases locally, and hopefully our first chase will come soon.
yeah,
But who knows?
yeah.
Hopefully there's a risk that warrants it.
Actually, the funny thing about that too, you mentioned chasing. Before the live stream, I was actually getting all my equipment. You can actually see behind me. There's all sorts of cameras and stuff like that. I was getting my equipment to just try and see if I have everything. I was trying to set up for future chases and stuff like that. And I'm probably going to be more active in regards to the chasing department this year. I do think I'm going to chase a lot more frequently. So that's going to be something that you guys will see a lot more often, and it won't be bad quality either. It'll be good quality for the most part, as long as I get, a hotspot, because I have the best stream encoder that is, out there. I have really good camera equipment. I'll be able to get stuff for you guys. So if you want to stick around with the channel for that too, please be sure to do so. So we only have 1 tornado warning ongoing at this time. Only 1. And this one is the one that's north of Wilmington. It's kind of deteriorated a little bit. But all of these storms are eventually heading off towards Columbus. And we also have other storms over here in southeastern portions of Ohio as well that are near the Athens, Parkersburg, Point Pleasant, Winfield, and Charleston general vicinity too.
Goodness, what is with this Winfield storm? What? Oh my God, hail!
Yeah, the cell that's over here near Sterrett, Switzer, Logan, Holden. The one I'm talking about, the one near Williamson.
Look at the one up to the north.
Yeah, that is quite a lot of hail with it too.
74 dBZs at 12,000 feet.
That is a lot of hail right there. My goodness. That is a lot of hail. Very deep, low or high reflectivity scans. The maximum expected hail size through that area, hail is in upwards of 1.25 inches. So quarter-sized hail, maybe even half-dollar-sized hail possible. That's going to be heading off towards the Ravenswood area and eventually towards I-77. So something to watch out for as that continues to move on through. Could potentially see some large hail across that area. And that's also in a good environment too. Could potentially see something tornadic later on as well.
If you look at also to determine hail size for those of you at home that might not understand how we're determining all of this other than the base products, if you take a look at correlation coefficient, you see the lower values over the areas that are receiving hail. That is the hail going off of the ground and rather through the air to the ground, and the radar beam is actually reflecting it back as particle matter. So the radar is seeing it as something that isn't rain, which puts into perspective how much hail might actually be going on inside that storm.
Yeah. So we got quite a lot of it. I want to take a look back down at the cell in Switzer, because that thing is starting to really catch my eye.
Oh my gosh, look at look at KDP.
Yeah, that's wow.
That's a lot of rain.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's for people who don't know what this is. This is the KDP. This looks at how much precipitation is within a specific spot. We're in the upper echelon values of KDP.
We're actually beyond the range that GR2 has.
Yeah, we're beyond the range of what it can actually hold in its capacity. Visibility's here in Hutchinson's crazy.
It's actually at 9 on the newest scan just northeast of Switzer. It's at 9 degrees per kilometer.
Wow. So that's visibility within this area here in Logan and Hutchinson. There is no visibility. All right. The warning here, I'm looking at it. It says 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail is possible within this area. On top of those conditions, you're not going to have any visibility. There's not going to be anything. All right. It's just one of those things where it's going to continue to get rather intense with any sort of rainfall and precipitation. And of course, you know, this isn't where the tornado watch actually is. So this is something to watch out for something tornadic later on. We'll keep you guys up to date. But yeah, man, oh man. So someone asked about, what about Dayton? Is Dayton out of the risk? They're out of the risk from the first line of storms. So you saw these storms passed on through. There could be a second line that's approaching the border of Ohio and Indiana at this time. Unsure if more thunderstorms could form and actually hit Dayton, but just be on the lookout for some more severe activity that could head off in towards your area. I would say within the next 2 hours. I'd say 2 hours from now is when you guys can really start to watch out for that. Wichita Falls looks like they're going to be fine. Actually, after that now, so first off, there's a lot of strong damaging winds over there, but after that, there's actually going to be a little bit of a break in the in severe weather. We actually won't see severe weather until about mid next week. Mid next week, there could potentially be a severe weather event across portions of the southern United States once again, unfortunately. So we're going to have to just continue to monitor that, but we might have a little bit of a break between now and then. That'll be the good news there.
Yeah, it's been 3 days straight now that we've had stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe 4.
Northeastern Ohio is, waiting for severe weather. They're not exactly quite there yet. It's approaching you all, though. It is approaching you all. So it's getting there. We'll have to see as this continues to move on through. Oh, wow. I just took a look at the cell over right along the border of Florida and Georgia. That thing is actually starting to rotate more. We might actually see a tornado warning from this here soon. It's a new supercell, it looks like, that just developed south of the original tornado warning cell. Yeah, that really just congealed out of nowhere. Wow. So we'll watch out for that here in a second. But yeah, northeastern Ohio. All right, you guys should still be mindful of the activity that's going to be moving on through your area, because even if it's not there yet, there could potentially be some cells that pop on through your area and do so. All right, that's the big thing here. Just be mindful of what could happen in the future. So, you guys are in the clear as of right now. All right, as of right now, you guys are fine. But a little bit later on, you guys could get some more activity.
New severe warning for Winchester and Lynn.
Yeah,
Indiana.
I just
A lot
looked
of
at
hail.
I looked at that. I couldn't find any sort of rotation here, so I think that's fine for right now.
Yeah, it's true, but there probably is a good amount of hail going on with that.
Any severe weather forecasted for Ontario? Nope, you guys are still in a bit of a winter phase right now, so I wouldn't say too much. Got a report of damage here. This was about an hour ago for the Van West, Wilshire, and Rockford areas of Ohio. This is south and east of Fort Wayne. And there was reports of trees down and blocking the intersection of Rockford West and that is Garberger Road. So definitely something to watch out for with those lines of storms that are heading off towards Toledo. That is going to potentially produce some severe weather off in that area as well. Trying to see which radar would probably be the best with that. I think Fort Wayne would probably be the best. Probably would be the best.
Where are we looking?
I'm trying to see the lines of storms that are off in northwestern Ohio.
Northwestern Ohio?
Yes.
I'd borderline say
Even Detroit.
yeah, I was gonna say Detroit, but right now probably Fort Wayne. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot going on with those. It's kind of congealed. It looks pretty messy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's your strong damaging wind risk, though. All right, that's your risk for strong damaging winds. So would not be surprised.
5% for wind today, I think.
No, I thought there was a 15. Is there?
Oh,
Yeah, there is a 15.
It's for the tornado watch. It's not actually for up there. It's for the
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, it is just for the
Parkersburg, Wheeling, Charleston, that area.
right. So good call on that. That cell near Buffalo and Leon, heading off towards the Point Pleasant and Ravenswood area here in West Virginia. That's the northern severe thunderstorm warning. Actually has a little bit of rotation, but it's more towards the surface. It's not really anything further higher than that. So it could just be maybe a sudden downburst within that area. I'll continue to monitor that, but large hail still ongoing with that cell. And if you're along Interstate 77 from Ripley to Ravenswood, heading off towards the Rockport area and south of Parkersburg, all right, south of Parkersburg, you guys could potentially see some strong storms with some large hail and even some strong damaging winds in your general area. Wow. New severe thunderstorm warning for south of Charleston near Marmet and Powelton, as well as Whitesville, Bald Knob, and Jeffrey. Could potentially be... Ooh. Interesting.
Could potentially be ooh.
We already know there's large hail and, blinding conditions of rain. All right, we already know visibility is very low, but the actual, from the tornadic perspective of this, there actually looks like there could be, something relatively subtle within some of these areas, near the Hutchinson general vicinity. Could potentially be something over there. Yeah, Hutchinson could be something that's trying to develop. So we'll watch out for that. Does look like there is a mesocyclone there in the upper portions of the atmosphere. So we'll watch out for that. Let's go back to the cell over here that's north of Jacksonville. And yeah, this thing probably could be tornado warned here soon. Would not be surprised if that was the case. If you know anyone who lives near Woodbine, in White Oak, Jerusalem, Silco, as well as areas near Interstate 90, or 95, I should say. That's where the storm's heading off towards. I-95 corridor, north of Jacksonville, near the Brunswick general vicinity. Could potentially see something off near your area here soon, so we'll watch out for this. There is a lot of turbulence over in that general area as well, so maybe the inflow is starting to, yeah, that does look like all inflow here. So turbulence is starting to pick up from the inflow perspective. Do think this thing could be trying to intensify further and further. So this is a cell to watch. This is indeed a cell to watch here. People are telling me south of Jacksonville, yeah, there is a supercell down there with a with some rotation in the upper level. So that is something, if it starts to translate to the ground, there's actually quite a few. Wow.
It's the thing you just said. Woodbine.
Yeah, Woodbine. Take a look at some of the cells south of Jacksonville too, Morgan.
I see the rotations, but it looks fairly messy.
Look at the reflectivity perspective of it, though.
Georgia.
Yeah, I know.
LP supercells.
County in
It
southeastern
still looks
Georgia.
a little bit messy, and they're too close together for really any of them to really say, hey, I'm going to do something.
Yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only thing. But the one cell that I'm watching has got to be that Green Cove and Russell cell. That's got to be the one to watch in the future. But yeah, we do have a new tornado warning here. New tornado warning for Camden and Charlton County. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you know anyone who lives over here in Jerusalem, Woodbine, White Oak, Waverly, and Silco over here in Georgia, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That's the reason why we got to continue to try and get information out. All right, we got to try and spread this information with friends and family on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Copy the link to the live stream and put it out there. And by also liking the live stream, by hitting that thumbs up button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information on this platform. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Especially if someone who lives in these areas is trying to seek active information. We'll zoom out here real quickly. I do want to show you guys what we are dealing with here today. We do have quite a few risks here. We have this giant red box right here. 2 giant red boxes. These are tornado watches here. And then we have a yellow box up here towards portions of Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, as well as Fort Wayne and Toledo. That's a severe thunderstorm watch up for that general vicinity. If we take those off, however, all right, you guys see the dark greens and the yellows, all right? So the dark green is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, and the yellow is a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So if you guys live in any of these areas, specifically the yellow area, I would highly recommend monitoring the weather here today. Could potentially see some severe weather within your area, and, you know, could definitely, create some issues across the board. So please be sure to monitor. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, feel free to share my live stream with them, as I will be covering the system all the way throughout this event, or at least until I deem it, not as active dead. And more than likely dead.
Could have just said dead.
Yeah,
It would have worked fine.
Yeah. Janice, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher. You guys have really been piling on the memberships here today, so thank you guys so much. It really does mean a lot to me here. So I hope you'll enjoy your members-only content, as well as getting sneak peeks to future videos and stuff like that. Yeah, this cell near Jerusalem is really starting to wrap up quite a bit. So White Oak and Woodbine, all right? Remember, if you're over here in extreme southeastern Georgia near the Brunswick area, because Brunswick is a populous area, this is eventually heading off towards Brunswick. If you know anyone who lives near Brunswick, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions now.
Tornado warning for East Central Davidson County in
Oh,
central
wow.
North
What?
Carolina, Northern Randolph County in central North Carolina, Southern Guilford County.
New tornado warning in North Carolina. KIWX, let's switch that over.
It's south of Greensboro.
Yeah, it's south of Greensboro. New tornado warning south of Greensboro. So this is the event here in North Carolina is now starting to amplify. There are starting to be a lot of stuff that is
Wow, that's discreet. That is really discreet.
yeah, that is by itself. There are no other thunderstorms here. Look at this. This is the only thunderstorm here, and it's already tornadic.
Yeah, and its echo tops are 19,000 feet. That is about as low topped as you can get.
Yeah, that is surface base. But look at that. Look at the rotation there too. A little confined there. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the rotation would be. This is just to the south of High Point and Archdale, south of I-85, near the Randleman areas, heading off towards I-73. So if you live near Randleman, if you live near Pleasant Garden, near I-73 and I-85, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we got to continue to try and spread this information with more and more people. This is heading off towards a rather populous area. This is really populous here near Greensboro. So we got to try and spread this information with more and more people. There is some rotation right here. All right, this is confined, and there is a spectrum width drop. Look at this. There is a bit of turbulence that is indicated here based off of radar. So we all know tornadoes can be somewhat violent in nature, sometimes cause turbulence. Actually, most of the time they do cause turbulence, and because of that, we do indicate a little bit of turbulence here within this cell. So if you haven't already, please be sure to get into your safe space right now, especially if you live south of Greensboro, North Carolina. All right, this is in the central to north central portions of North Carolina. You can see right there is Greensboro. Right there is the tornado warning. Just to the south of it, this is to the north and east of Charlotte. This is to the west of Raleigh. And you guys need to really watch out for this storm very, very closely. Could potentially be something tornadic off in that general area. So guys, continue to spread the information. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we may be able to try and get this information out to more and more people on social media. And by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information.
I might not be shocked if this is on the ground.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either.
I mean, I want to say there's CC, but at the same time,
oh wow,
5,000 feet.
That spectrum width.
Look like there's that spectrum width is very good, and at the same time there isn't hail, so you almost could say that yeah, this is actually going right now.
Yeah, there is definitely a spin up right there. The velocities have actually congealed more and more. It's actually gotten a bit stronger. The rotation has gotten stronger here as it's moved on through. So if you're along State Highway 1528 or US Highway 311, all right, near Sophia, if you're near the Randleman area, south of Archdale, if you're near the I-73 corridor, all the way up towards I-85, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. There could be a tornadic storm here that is, going right now. This thing could potentially be producing a tornado. You see the turbulence indicated here from spectrum width. Yeah, this thing could definitely be a tornado as this moves on through. So we got to continue to try and monitor this very, very closely. But yeah, if you're near Archdale, Randleman, Pleasant Garden, need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Let's go down towards the cell that is north of Jacksonville. There's also a cell. Wow, so the supercell that's near Waverly is also starting to amplify. That might be heading straight to Brunswick. That cell near Waverly. Yeah, that's heading straight for Brunswick. So if that starts to amplify too, if that starts to become tornadic, that could eventually head off and become tornadic too. So if you know anyone who lives in Brunswick, Georgia, all right, Brunswick, Georgia, or anywhere around Brunswick, Georgia, all right, you need to tell them to go ahead and tell them to prepare for these storms, all right? Because Brunswick is a populous area. There's quite a few populace over here in Brunswick. This is
I want to say the storm south of High Point's almost definitely down, but you were saying.
Yeah, these storms over here in southeastern Georgia. I'll go back to the cell in High Point here in a bit. These cells in southeastern Georgia are rotating quite a bit. And these could definitely produce tornadoes. We've had a couple of tornadoes that have that were probably brief over here near the Valdosta areas and the Statenville area. Actually, there was a report of damage in Statenville earlier from a potential tornado. So tornadoes are not out of the realm of possibilities here today. We got to continue to try and get information out to these people, especially if they live in these, live in these areas that could potentially be impacted. That's the big thing here. We're trying to get information out to more people out in front of these storms. All right. So that's the reason why I say share the information with as many people as possible. It takes everyone. It takes the entire team to try and get information out to as many people as possible. Mark Mulo with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Irish with the 5 says, do you think Chicago will be impacted badly by this or just thunderstorms? Be safe, everyone. Yeah, I do think it's just scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. So I think you should be fine. And then Vincent with the 666. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, no, superstitious, just a good amount. Well, I really do appreciate the support to the channel regardless. It really does mean a lot to me. Let's go back to the cell. I want to go back to the cell in West Virginia near Bald Knob. And wow, this thing has a left flank velocity enhancement, although it is a little displaced. But yeah, that thing is that's a heck of a supercell right there. You can clearly see the hook just like this. A lot of hail localized north of the hook. So on one side you have blinding conditions with extremely heavy hail. Look at that. Hail at upwards of 2 inches in diameter according to GR2. Actually, about 2¼ inch sized hail. So that is larger than limes. All right, lime-sized hail across the board over here near Bald Knob and Sylvester, as well as Whitesville. So if you live over there in Whitesville, Sylvester, Leawood, anywhere near the I-64 corridor, south and east of Charleston, near the Powelton, the Leawood, the Montgomery, and Boomer areas, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of their building, because this hail could potentially put holes in your roofs, believe it or not. All right, I've seen hail that have left holes in walls. This, with the size hail that this has been producing or possibly producing, and hail this size can easily shatter windows. I've seen that numerous times with just golf ball sized hail. So lime sized hail is larger than golf balls, and that right there is really insane. So gotta watch out for that if you're in Whitesville and Powelton. Potential for some significant storms over there. What about the cell over here in Ravenswood, Sandyville, Point Pleasant? Well, this storm is starting to gain more of a hooking characteristic, and it has a mesocyclone in the mid-levels here. So nothing really too tornadic quite yet, but it is trying. It is trying. All right, this one could potentially be an issue later on towards the Parkersburg area. So if you're along I-77 from Ripley all the way up to Parkersburg, you need to watch out for this cell, because this thing could potentially be tornadic moving on through and maybe even produce a tornado as well. So something to watch out for. But regardless, large hail here. Look at this. Hail in upwards of, this is 1.75 inches, so almost 2 inch size hail is possible with this as this continues to move on through. Definitely something to monitor as this moves off towards the north and east. Let's go up to the tornado warning cell up here in North Carolina. I don't see, maybe a brief tornado debris signature. Maybe. But it's a very, it's modest drop of the correlation coefficient. It's a modest drop, so I can't really say for certain. Still had some significant spectrum width across that area, but luckily, all right, as you see here, the spectrum width has decreased. There's only a couple pixels that indicate some slight turbulence in these areas. So not really anything too significant here. The National Weather Service just updated here and still thinks that it wasn't a tornado on the ground. So that's the good news here. But there could have maybe been like a funnel cloud over there. That's the good news. Still, one thing that is for certain, there is still rotation with the cell. All right? As good as it is that the cell has indeed weakened, the thing of it is that this thing also is still tornadic. This thing could potentially produce a tornado later on. So if you're in Greensboro, if you're south of Greensboro, near I-85, I-40, I-73, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already and get into a sturdy structure. Hey, Morgan.
One sec.
There you go. That sounds about right. But yeah, my goodness. The cell does seem to still have tornadic rotation. We'll watch that very closely. Let's go back to the cell down to the south. And Waverly, yeah, that Waverly cell is now starting to congeal more and more. That is starting to become a concern. That is starting to become a concern. If that does end up congealing more and more, if that does end up becoming more tornadic, we could be talking about a potential tornado heading towards Brunswick, which is a relatively populous area. All right, we'll take off the radar here, show you there's a lot of buildings over here near Brunswick. A lot of people that live off in that area. Even near Waverly, there is a couple residential areas that live over there, even between Waverly and Brunswick. So if you know anyone who lives near the Brunswick area, anyone who lives near the Brunswick area, you need to tell them to really watch out for some potential severe weather that could move on through. Probably Alma. Actually, there's some significant downbursts across the board with these, more than likely. So we'll watch out for that. There's actually one with some significant downburst characteristics over in West Virginia right now. So yeah, more than likely. But yeah, 2 cells here with rotation. One near Waverly. Another one that's currently tornado warned near Jerusalem and Woodbine. So if these do potentially produce tornadoes, they would be heading off towards Brunswick. That's the reason why I keep saying, guys, we need to spread the information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream. Share it with friends and family on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, especially if you know anyone who lives in these areas in Brunswick. All right, Brunswick, Georgia is the main concern here right now from these 2 storms that could potentially be tornadic. All right, so please share this information with them. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. All right. Yeah, in the upper levels of the atmosphere, this thing does have some pretty good rotation. And look at that. You can even see the hooking characteristic right there. You can see the rain wrapping around, the inflow coming in unimpeded. I wonder if you can actually see the inflow on spectrum width. Yeah, you can. A lot of turbulence here in that inflow. Can't see the correlation coefficient with the inflow quite yet, but yeah, that is a really strong signature there. And we also have our forward flank downdraft here, right in there.
Nate?
Yes, sir.
Crap, what's that place? Wheeling. Look.
That's, let's see. Ooh. I'm gonna be losing all sorts of radars here in a bit. I'm gonna get another radar here from GR2. You can get another radar and put it in Pittsburgh. That's severe cell, correct?
Yeah.
I'll look at it here in a second as I pull it up.
It's got very good velocities. Surprisingly.
Nate, I'm on the eastern side of that cell on St. Clairsville right now. It's towering real high.
Oh, okay.
Quite a good looking mezzo on it.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
That's shooting.
Yeah, stay on it. Keep us updated.
I will. Give me 1 second here.
Trying to get the data here for you all. Trying to get the data. Florida Skyview, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. As I said, you guys have been doing amazing with the memberships here today. You guys have really been helping support the channel out. If you want to become a member, right? If you want to become a member, go down next to the subscribe button. There's a join button. Click that. $5 a month. You get exclusive perks. You get shout out down below with the scroll text and whatnot. You also get sneak
Whenever
peeks
you
as
feel
to
like updating it.
Yeah, well, I updated it before Sunday. So the time between then and now has not been updated, but if you would like exclusive perks, shout outs and stuff like that, please be sure to become a member if you haven't already. And we have a plethora of them so far, so our community is growing quite expansively. I really do appreciate it, you guys. Yeah, that's still near Barnesville. Lot of large hail over there. Interesting rotation there too.
Crap ton of inflow too.
Yeah, green's moving towards, red's moving away. There is some rotation in between those two. So that is something to watch. That is something to watch as that continues to move out. If you're just tuning in right now, we have a severe weather event ongoing here today. 2 tornado watches. One up in towards the portion of the Ohio River Valley area, including extreme eastern Kentucky, extreme western Pennsylvania, eastern Ohio, and western West Virginia. If you live over there, you guys have a tornado watch with the potential for some tornadoes in your area, as well as extremely large hail and some strong damaging winds. I would watch out for that very closely. There's also a severe thunderstorm watch across portions of Ohio, including Dayton, Columbus, as well as Toledo. And then there's also a severe thunderstorm watch for portions of Fort Wayne and Richmond as well. There's also a tornado watch down south here. This is for portions of Brunswick and Jacksonville. There's also a tornado warning over just to the south and west of Brunswick. We'll show you here the actual cell in question. Here it is. You can notice that this is north of Jacksonville. Jacksonville is at the bottom part of your screen. And right here is the city of Brunswick, Georgia. All right. If you know anyone who lives in the city of Brunswick, Georgia, there is a couple of storms that could potentially be tornadic that is heading off in their general vicinity. And it'll be within the next few minutes here. Let's take some timings out here for you all. In about 15 to 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes. That is when these storms will officially be moving on through Brunswick. And they do have tornadic rotation within them. The one to the north has good tornadic rotation in the upper levels. So there could be something that can try and congeal in the lower levels here within the next 5 minutes. But it's uncertain as to whether or not this thing could produce a tornado. That's the reason why there's a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. But I would just highly recommend that if you're in Brunswick, you get into a sturdy structure anyways, and you stay away from those windows. All right, if hail falls, if trees fall, they knock out the windows, they knock out the walls and stuff like that. That can definitely be a dangerous situation for people who are not prepared. So get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already in Brunswick, and stay away from windows if you haven't already. The other storm down to the south near Woodbine, the tornadic storm here, that is about to cross over US Highway 17 as well as I-95, all right? This is about to cross over I-95, and then after it does that, it kind of goes through some of these areas here to where there could potentially be some housing near the marshland. Let's actually get Omega here, see if we can find something here. And see what these areas could potentially be. So yeah, Dover Bluff. If you live along Dover Bluff, Horse Stamp Church Road, or Horse Stamp Church Road, as well as the Dover Bluff Road area, that is where the storm is heading off towards now. That's where it's heading off towards right now. Let's also take a look at the cells south of Jacksonville. And those cells near Fruit Cove don't seem to be rotating as much anymore, so that's the good news with that. There's also some prefrontals across Orlando too, so we'll monitor that very closely as well. But let's go back to the tornado warning over in towards portions of Greensboro. And the velocities, interestingly enough, have not completely deteriorated. It is actually kind of, it's actually stuck around for a bit. And it still looks like this thing could potentially be tornadic. So it's not done, all right? Greensboro, I-40, I-85. If you live over there near McLeansville, Whiteset, or if you know anyone who lives around there near Pleasant Garden and Forest Oak, you need to tell them to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because there is the potential for things to be tornadic with this cell. That's the reason why they've issued the tornado warning. So please go ahead, if you haven't already, and get into a sturdy structure. All right. Now, this is a relatively populous area. All right. Look at this. You can see there's a lot of areas here to where people live near Greensboro, Sedalia, Forest Oaks, Pleasant Garden. So please be sure to share this live stream with them. Copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so we can try and continue to get this information out to as many people as possible.
Hey, Nate, check DMs for a sec.
That makes sense.
Makes you think.
Check on the whaling cell, crazy inflow, deep CC. Jeez, if that's the case. Oh, look at Pittsburgh. And yeah, man, crazy inflow. A lot of hail with that cell too. A lot of hail. And that's heading off towards the I-70 corridor near St. Clairsville. So if you're over there, you really need to watch out for this very closely. Really need to watch out for this very closely. Mark Mulo, thank you so much for becoming a member for quite some time now. You've got the moderate risk badge, which is now, what, this is 10, 11 months now, I believe?
A lot of time.
That is quite some time. Quite some time. So thank you so much for becoming a member again. You know, I understand you're going through some stuff over there, but I really do appreciate the generous support. I really do appreciate it. All the members in the chat, all right? I really do appreciate you all. I really do. It means a lot to me that you guys have decided to support the channel and support my channel. So thank you so much. Yeah, I will, Evelyn. I will. So yeah, just a reference, all right? This is Brunswick, Georgia that we were talking about earlier, all right? Brunswick, Georgia that we were talking about. So if you are over here in Brunswick, Georgia, there are some storms, severe storms, with one that could potentially be tornadic, that is coming off and towards your area here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. If you live over there, you need to get into a sturdy structure right now, if you can. Yeah, I apologize, Evelyn. Yeah, it looks like these cells that are over here near Russell and Fruit Cove, they have a little bit of rotation, but they're not like anything near, you know, enough to where they could potentially be producing right now. But they do have upper level rotation, so that is something to monitor. Been a long time, CB. Been a long time. How are you doing? Let's go back up to the cells over in Ohio. Let's see what they're doing. Yeah, so a lot of the cells now are pretty sporadic. There is a cell that's over near Lafayette that could potentially be rotating. It's very weak right now at this time. So that's the good news. Let's go back over to the cells over in West Virginia, all right? These cells over here, you know, these were our main concern across the board because this was, you know, these are actually churning, all right? These, I mean, look at these supercells here. based off of radar presentation. Big hook right here. Big hook wrapping around. If there was something tornadic that could happen, it would be somewhere over here south of Leawood and due east of Whitesville. If you're near Powelltown or Powellton, as well as Lismores and Clay, as well as Strange Creek, all right, over there along the areas of I-64 and I-79, you guys need to really watch out for some severe weather. Large hail as possible, extraordinarily large hail, as well as some strong damaging winds and some very low visibility. I mean, look at this. Some of the KDP values here, which just looks at how the visibility could potentially be in some of these areas. The further you get towards the orange on the scale, all right? So you have your kind of purplish colors, then it goes from blue to green to yellow, and then the orange. The orange is on the higher end of the scale here, and you actually have some very low visibility over here in some of these areas. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for southeastern Harrison County in east central Ohio.
Oh, wow.
South central Jefferson County in east central Ohio. Northern Belmont County in east central Ohio. Ohio County in northern West Virginia. Marshall County in northern West Virginia.
Yeah.
It's for
Brooke
Wheeling.
County in
Yeah.
northern West Virginia.
So, Alistair, I'm not sure if you can hear
Wow.
me. There is a tornado warning on that cell now for your area. There is a
That's-
tornado warning.
That is cooking too.
New tornado warning for your area, Alistair.
It's blowing up, dude. Hang on. I just missed it. Broad rotation. I'm looking behind. The storm's actually behind me right now. We've got a mothership though. We've got a mothership.
Wow.
Wow. Hold up. Let me see if I can.
I'll be on this in about 5 minutes or so, and I'll be heading. Whoa! Look at that lightning strike. Be heading northeast.
Wow.
National Weather Service. Tornado warning is in.
Yeah, that's a heck of a cell there. So Alistair is chasing that right now.
And there goes his phone.
Yeah, but my goodness. Let's actually go dual screen here. Transform and I'll rotate this counterclockwise. Hopefully this will be a little bit easier to look at now. But
so
yeah,
this thing was once a really big hailmaker, maybe trying to translate into more of a tornado producing cell. So it may be taking a little bit to get its organization together, but it definitely has the possibility in a
right.
couple minutes to
Absolutely,
really do
it's
something.
massive hail in there.
Oh
You can see
my
the hail,
goodness. What a cell right there. That is
I will be
That's
on that.
unreal.
that
I
is.
envy you, my friend.
So we got a storm chaser on this new tornado warning cell. This is for St. Clairsville in Ohio, Bethesda in Ohio, Morrisontown in Ohio, and then for the city of Wheeling in West Virginia. The city of Wheeling, this is specifically for Harrison, Jefferson, Belmont, Ohio, Marshall, and Brooke counties in both Ohio and West Virginia. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And man, oh man, that is a heck of a cell that he is chasing right now. Let's go back to the half and half screen here. You can see here is the storm in
My dude
question.
just happened to be in the right spot.
Well, he said he was chasing this cell, but yeah, here's the cell in question. Big hook right here, mainly rain wrapped for the most part, but you can see a big hook that's starting to swirl around this area, just to the north and east of Barnesville, near the Bethesda and Morristown areas. Looking at the velocities, there does seem to be a little bit of rotation here. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away, so a bit broad at this moment, which is kind of what is very similar to what Alistair is showing us on our screen. But yeah, very broad rotation at the moment. Could potentially be intensifying a little bit later on, though, into a more textbook type base. But yeah, man, that's a heck of a
Look
shot.
at that
thing.
thing.
That is a heck of a shot right there. You can even see the wall cloud on the right-hand side there. You can even see the wall cloud.
I see.
Almost as a-
I'm heading north now.
It almost has a whale's mouth.
I need a
It is a whale's mouth. Wow.
Yeah, that is
What a shot there.
And
Ohio.
there's the hail protection.
Yeah, there's the hail core right in front of him. But what a shot that he's looking at right now.
You could only dream of something that nice looking from the Dixie event yesterday.
My goodness. I mean, that's a heck of a storm right there. Once again, this is a tornado warning here for extreme eastern Ohio, as well as in the northern panhandle of West Virginia. This is a tornado warning for the city of Wheeling. We have a supercell with our storm chaser tracking it right now. He's heading off towards the general vicinity of Bethesda, Morristown. He's going to try and see if we can continue to get a good view of it. But if you live over here in St. Clairsville, all right, St. Clairsville, Wheeling, north of Wheeling towards Martins Ferry, Tiltonsville, as well as areas near Mount Pleasant and Barton, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I mean, my
Along both
goodness.
70 and 470 from Morristown through Triadelphia. So if you guys are in any of those areas, and then north and south along state routes 2 and 7, basically through Beach Bottom and then through Belair, really need to be watching, because this is a very, very strong storm, regardless of whether or not it's producing a tornado. Structure alone is screaming it.
Oh, yeah. Guys, we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream and paste it out there onto Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anywhere, so that we can continue to try and just get information out. Especially if people don't have power, if people don't have cable, they'll be able to come to this live stream and we'll be able to give them this valuable information, especially with us having a storm chaser right in front of the supercell.
I do not believe that whale's mouth.
Yeah,
I don't.
That's a heck of a supercell right there. So yeah, as I said, gotta keep sharing this information by hitting that like button down below. You actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, so we have 1,300 people here on the stream right now. If you keep hitting that like button, we can get over 800 likes. We can continue to get this information out to more and more people, and that's the best way for us to continue to spread the information. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. And I mean, just man, this supercell is really surging on through. So Wheeling, all right, I've been to Wheeling before. I've had state hockey championships over there in Wheeling. If you've been, and there's even football championships over there for high school in Wheeling. All right, Wheeling is a popular place for any sort of high school activity in regards to playoffs for West Virginia. If you live over there, if you live in Wheeling, if you live in St. Clairsville's in the more imminent threat right now in Ohio.
Yeah,
you need to go ahead.
It's not a scrub town either.
Yeah, it is not a scrub town. There are quite a few people that live over here. You need to go ahead and get into your sturdy structure right now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
It's a mothership with echo tops of not even 30,000 feet. What is this world? I don't understand.
I really don't. I want to watch this so bad, but if I don't move now, I'm going to be stuck in Ohio, and I'm not going to be able to get back on the other side of the river because there aren't that many bridges.
Yeah, there really isn't.
And I don't want to get caught in the hail force, so I need to get back on the interstate ASAP.
Yeah.
From what I'm looking at, there's no tornado on the ground. I didn't see a very pronounced wall cloud. I was getting off the exit there.
Where are you at right now? Just
I'm heading east on 40.
Okay, so yeah, he's north of 70 right now.
Yeah. It just actually it just turned a little bit more northeast.
Yeah.
Well,
So it may actually even go up towards the Mount Pleasant and Dillonvale areas to Tiltonsville.
Yeah, it definitely could.
So areas like St. Clairsville and Wheeling, Martins Ferry, you guys are definitely not out of the threat, but it does look like it may be turning off into a different direction here.
New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern
South of
Camden
Brunswick
County in southeastern Georgia,
There look to be
southeastern
two
Glenn
separate
County in
areas for
southeastern Georgia.
just by looking at radar.
Oh,
speed.
wow. Oh, wow. That cell in Georgia is going off, too. Oh, wow. Yeah, that cell in Georgia
It got its act together big time.
Yeah, that cell in Georgia really fired off here.
Yeah, it's very pronounced.
This right here is definitely... If
Good
this
news
thing...
is that's missing most of the residents, but there is some area on the coastline south of Sea Island that's just going.
Yeah, well, this is the only
absolutely
area
blasted by it.
The only area here that could potentially get impacted is Piney Bluff, Dover Bluff, areas near Dover Bluff Road. I'm looking on Omega here. It's helping me out. Jekyll Island Causeway, as well as areas near the Jekyll Island area. If you live over there, all right, if you are over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's the rotation in question. Reds are moving away, greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is just due east of White Oak and just to the south and west of Brunswick, moving off to the east. Now, the good news is that obviously after all this is said and done, this is going to be heading off over the water. But until then, it is going to be going over some areas that are, you know, populated with people. So if you live along Jekyll Island, all right, Jekyll Island here in portions of Georgia, all right, this is south of Brunswick. If you live over here along Jekyll Island or areas near Hickory Bluff and Dover Bluff, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's the reflectivity classic supercellular signature here. Look at this massive hook, guys. Massive hook here. You can see the rain that is being wrapped around and the inflow coming in unimpeded. If we take a look at the spectrum width, there isn't really as much turbulence around the inflow notch anymore. So that might be some good news here. There could be some bad news as well if it does take a turn for the worse, because if we do see a spike in spectrum width, could mean that there is a heightened amount of turbulence around to where the tornadic signature would be, which means that there would be a tornado in progress. But as of right now, it does seem to be the case to where that isn't there. Yeah, man, the inflow is crazy on correlation coefficient, though. Big time inflow here on correlation coefficient. And this is telling me that this thing is starting to suck in a lot of moisture. If you're on Jekyll Island in Georgia, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Actually, I don't think they have underground facilities that close to the water. So I think just lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That is probably the safer option there, instead of just sitting around.
I need a northeast option north of Warwood.
Northeast option north of what?
Warwood. Across the river from Yorkville, I need a northeast option. Got me.
Oh, from 70, correct?
Off the river, yeah.
Northeast option. If you take 70,
Yeah.
and try to go to U.S. Highway 40. All right, and then look towards the Bethany Pike Highway.
Yeah.
It's a state highway.
Got you.
Yeah, State Highway 88 takes you north and east.
I just got to get out of these places.
Yeah, if you
Traffic.
there's West Liberty University over there. West Liberty University. If you plug that in over
That's
there.
where I'll be headed towards West Liberty.
Yep, go there.
It looks like it's starting to get wrapped in rain. Any rotation that's in there gets wrapped in rain. So I'm going to get on the interstate here. It's a little bit of a better.
Okay. Let's go back to that tornado warning that he is chasing here. Alistair is currently chasing this tornado warning right now. Tornado warning, once again, this is for Harrison, Jefferson, Belmont, Ohio, Marshall, and Brooke counties here in West Virginia and Ohio. That'll be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You can see here on the reflectivity, classic hooking signature right here. This is as classic of a supercell as you can get with it. You can even see on the top part of your screen, that is what we're looking at, all right? That is the supercell that he is chasing right now. We saw it for a brief second there. We'll see it here again in a bit. But he is chasing that supercell, and it is as, you know, as classic as it can get. So you guys really need to watch out for this. Once again, if you're north of Wheeling, near St. Clairsville, Mount Pleasant, Tiltonsville, Beach Bottom, Wellsburg, eventually it'll head off and towards your area. Harrisville, Mount Pleasant. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here is Wheeling, West Virginia. Here's St. Clairsville, Ohio. And once again, classic hooking signature. Right about here is where the tornadic rotation would be, or at least the area to watch would be. The velocities here indicate that there is some rotation here. Look at this. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So right in the middle, right about there, is where the tornadic rotation would be. And I don't see a debris signature. That is the good news. I don't think it is on the ground at this time. But there could potentially be, you know, something tornadic as this moves on through towards the north and east. So we're definitely going to have to watch out for that as this continues to move on through. So once again, this is, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning with our chaser on it here. This is along I-70 near Wheeling, West Virginia. And also in St. Clairsville, Ohio. This is extreme eastern Ohio. If you know anyone who lives over near Wheeling or north of Wheeling, share this live stream with them. Copy the link, share it with them, send them a text message. Put this live stream on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Try and get the information out to as many people as possible. And also, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. So please be sure to do that. Please be sure to keep spreading this with more and more people, because there are people who live out in front of this, all right? Wheeling is a relatively populated area, and areas along the Ohio River, all right? You see this river right here, guys? This is the Ohio River. This winds up and down along the border of Ohio and West Virginia. There are a lot of people that live along this river, all right? And this is heading right for them near Wellsburg and Mingo Junction, as well as Steubenville. Steubenville, there's also a lot of stuff over there. So we need to continue to monitor this very, very closely. Chad has became a member. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Alistair just went off a little bit there.
I'm asking if you could help me interpret the couplet.
Okay.
Actually, that couplet is really strengthened. 1 second here, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it looks like
that couplet is right over Fuller in Ohio right now.
Yeah, it looks like it has taken more of a northeastern trajectory now. It has shifted off towards the north and east, towards Adena and Smithville, as well as Wellsburg and Mingo Junction. Really need to watch out for that very closely. As I said, Chad, thank you so much for becoming a member.
An area that got hit by a tornado, also back on October 20.
Oh, really? So yeah, that has also had a history of dealing with tornadoes too. Sheesh. Here's the tornado warning back down south of Brunswick, Georgia. All right, so remember, if you live near Jekyll Island, okay? Here, just to the south of Brunswick, Georgia. If you live along Jekyll Island, you need to get into a sturdy structure now if you haven't already. All right, there's a storm that could potentially produce a tornado that is heading right for you. It's heading right for you. So you need to get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. This cell could potentially really fire off further and further. Let's check some of the other cells here. People are telling me to check the Montgomery cell. Oh boy. Oh. It looks like the supercell is starting to, wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yeah, Morgan, if you're with me, take a look at the Montgomery cell, the furthest southernmost severe thunderstorm warning. The hail is showing correlation coefficient values as low as 22 or even 30%. That is some large hail, significantly large hail. That is all being consolidated in this line. That's all hail right there, everyone. And my goodness, that is some significant amounts of it. That's super surprising. That is very surprising. And then on top of it, you also have
exactly
the Montgomery cell, the southernmost West Virginia severe thunderstorm warning. And then there's also elevated rotation, guys. There's also rotation with this supercell here. This is just to the south and east of Charleston. All right, so just for reference here, here is the cell. Here's Charleston. And this thing is still going. This thing is going crazy. My goodness. Here, let me close the door actually real quickly. Just let in. But my goodness. Yeah, this cell is trying to restructure itself. You can see one area of rain being wrapped around, another one being wrapped around. I think this thing is trying to restructure itself. It's trying to recycle. And we could be potentially talking about something tornadic here. I see 2 SVCs, Morgan. I see 2 SVCs. Man, look at that shot from Alistair. That was a heck of a shot just a second ago. Look at that.
Back in West Virginia.
Yeah, as I said, West Liberty University. Head up over there. You'll be able to find it.
I'm not entirely sure, but I gotta say, man, I saw lower. I can't get good enough to look to see if they're rotating, but there is a lowering under there. Whether it's good, a wall cloud will remain. That's awesome.
So wall cloud with that cell, man. Jeez. But yeah, let's go back to that cell here. Let's go back to that cell up here north of Wheeling. The good news here
looks
now.
like in May. Go. Just.
I was about to say, it looks like here now, it is trying to restructure itself a little bit. All right, this is a weird process, but it is lost its tornado warning now. It's lost its tornado warning. Still is a supercell. All right, supercells can still produce tornadoes, but it is starting to kind of try to restructure itself just a tiny smidge. All right, it's shed a lot of the original showers and thunderstorms that were a part of it. And so now we're just going to have to see as to what this thing does. But I think the actual updraft has taken more of a turn now towards the Tiltonsville area. So Tiltonsville, Beach Bottom, Wellsburg, eventually towards Bethany and West Liberty. You guys need to watch out for the potential of something tornadic that'll move on through your area. This thing does have rotation, all right? We're looking at the upper levels of the atmosphere with this one. And you can see the mesocyclone that still exists. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And there still is something with this cell, so we're going to have to continue to watch with that. Our chaser is still on that as of this time. But yeah, that tornado warning has now either been canceled or expired.
Expired, I believe.
Actually, no, it says canceled. Actually, so yeah, it was canceled. Wow.
Yeah, it was supposed to go until 5:45. That would make sense, honestly. I mean, I guess it is restructuring, but
still something to watch out for certain. So
absolutely.
Let's go back to the cell down towards let's go back to the one near Brunswick, Georgia. All right, we'll go back to the tornado warning in Brunswick, Georgia. This is the only tornado warning active as at this time. Only tornado warning active at this time. The rotation, fortunately, has actually diminished quite a lot. Significantly. And yeah, the rotation has diminished rather significantly. We'll go back to the full screen here. We lost
Alistair's died.
Yeah, we lost our our connection with our chaser here. But yeah, the rotation has indeed kind of fanned off. It looks like it took a little bit of a turn towards the north, or either that or it split off towards Brunswick. But it does seem to be relatively weak. Doesn't seem to be doing too much. There is a little bit of turbulence there, but it's on the slight side of turbulence. So I wouldn't say that thing is really producing tornadic conditions, I would say would be more of strong damaging winds across the area, and we're gonna have to watch out for how this thing continues to approach the Jekyll Island and the Sea Island areas. But the good news here is that I-95 here near Brunswick, as well as all the way down towards Jacksonville, they seem to be in the clear here for the most part. They seem to be all right, and that is the good news there. Let's go back to the cell over here, south and east of Charleston. This cell is still going. And it actually is starting to kind of rotate. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, that cell near Gauley Bridge. Oh, yeah, there is something over there. Wow. That is a heck of a shot right there. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for that very closely. But yeah, Belva, Zella, as well as areas further towards the north and east, towards Swandale, Birch River. You got a severe thunderstorm warning in your area for a storm that's producing a relatively large hail. It was doing so. It's now under a phase of recycling. So it is recycling at this time, and it probably will come back as a, the same storm that it once was. So we're going to have to watch out for it. Clay, Swandale, Birch River, Somersville really need to watch out for the potential of something, maybe even tornadic here, that could be developing. Look at this. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right about there, north of Gauley Bridge, is where the tornadic rotation would be. We're really going to have to watch that very closely.
All right, Nate, I'm on 88. I'm up on these hilltops.
All right, so you're on the hilltops of 88. You're heading off towards West Liberty, correct?
Well, give me 1 second, man. I'm getting out of town, but I will be in a second. I'll head up towards West Liberty. There's some good views up there.
Gotcha. There's some cells that are approaching the Columbus metro area right now. Nothing too tornadic, though. All right, all this stuff seems to be more of a strong damaging wind risk for you all more than anything, so that should be fine. Should be all good in that department at this moment. There is a cell that is off near the York and Greenup general vicinity here in Kentucky that might be moving off towards extreme southern Ohio. That's something to watch out for. North of Ashland, that's where the cell is heading off towards. So I would watch out for this relatively closely. Could potentially be something tornadic with that.
There's still that tornado one.
Let's go back to Charleston. And yeah, this thing is really weird with how it's producing its activity, but it is rotating. And it looks like the thunderstorm that formed has kind of deteriorated a little bit. So now it's going to probably start its re-strengthening phase. You can see the outflow boundary here. It is starting to crank a bit. It is starting to get its act together more and more. I'm not really too surprised, Evan. Not really too surprised if that was the case. Wow. So this was in Athens, Ohio. This was in Athens, Ohio, which was right next to the cell, I believe, that we were tracking earlier on. Yeah, this was one of the cells that we're moving on through. Athens, Ohio. All right, look at this. This was an hour and a half ago. And big wall cloud down there. Clear slot behind it too, but a lot of rain wrapping around the wall cloud. Heck of a shot there. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to add me at Nate_Snyder. That way we may be able to continue to show people what's going on. All right, that's the big thing here. We're trying to show more and more people what's going on here and getting perspectives.
You have a very, very well defined couplet on it now. On this cell, it's further towards Brookville.
Let's see. So the cell that Alistair is on right now. Let's go back full screen to him. There we go. He is on the cell that was tornado warned off to the north of Wheeling, West Virginia. So this is on the border of Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania right now. And there is a supercell that is starting to kind of rotate more and more. It looks like Alistair, it might be actually trying to develop more of more rotation. It's starting to actually try to consolidate more. The inflow notch is very much so open. It's clear. I wouldn't be surprised if
that's the case, because that's heading right towards Pittsburgh and areas north and west.
And you can even go even closer than that. Areas near Beach Bottom and Wellsburg. That entire area along the Ohio River is populated. That is populated. So, in the Steubenville area, Steubenville is really populated too. Areas near Mingo Junction and Steubenville is pretty populated, even if you get up towards Weirton.
This supercell is one of the oddest I've ever seen. Those striated on radar.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
these concentric rings of it.
I mean, this thing is definitely trying to develop more and more. If you live over near Wellsburg, Mingo Junction over here along the border of Ohio and West Virginia, or in the northern panhandle of West Virginia, if you live anywhere near the northern panhandle of West Virginia, all right, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, if you know anyone, please be sure to share this live stream with them. All right, copy the link to the live stream. Oh, wow, look at that. Wow. That's that same storm, guys. That's a wall cloud back there.
Off towards the right there.
Wow.
So, either the storm is starting to really ramp back up again, or it never stopped.
Well,
That
it's just
is-
recycled pretty much.
Hmm.
I'm looking over towards.
I can't spell.
No, you can't.
There's certainly
Man.
a lowering there.
Look at that. That's our chaser right now. He's currently located near West Liberty, West Virginia. That's in the northern panhandle of West Virginia. We're looking at a supercell right now that has had a history of tornado warnings. And if this thing amplifies more and more, we could be talking about a tornado here soon. If you want, try and get close to it too. Keep going northeast and keep paralleling it up. Because this thing could potentially try and go here soon. Man, oh man. That's a heck of a shot, though. So this is the same cell. Let's actually go half and half screen here. Show what he's looking at right now. But yeah, this is where he's at over here. He's right here, and he's looking at the supercell right in here. You can see how the rain wraps around just like this, moving off towards the north and east, towards the Steubenville and the Mingo Junction area of West Virginia and Ohio. So if you live over there along the Ohio River, all right, this is the Ohio River, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now.
Currently, I'm not in West Liberty. I'm in north Wheeling along 88.
Yeah.
City Park, Ogilvy. So it'll take me about 10 minutes to get up to West Liberty, maybe another 10 to get to Bethany, and then we've got a number of north and south there. So,
Watch issuance 40% for the cells over in North Carolina and South Carolina. It looks like, by the way, for the people who are asking about North Carolina and South Carolina, all right, the only cell that really produced the tornado warning is off toward the north and east of Greensboro. That's now kind of deteriorated a little bit. That's kind of more off to the north, and it's not as tornadic anymore. It does have a little bit of rotation with it, just a little bit, but it's not as big as it once was. So that's the good news there.
I without going down windy one-lane roads, dude.
Here's one of the cells that's over in Indiana and Ohio, right along the border of Indiana and Ohio. The big line that's surging on through. Look at the big line here from Noah. Noah's got into a contact with us a couple of times with what he's chased over there. Big line that surged on through. And look at that.
Got a wall cloud. Got a wall cloud and a small cone-shaped funnel cloud hanging at the bottom of it.
So he has a wall cloud and a potential funnel. Wow.
Or maybe I'll just call it National Weather Service. Oh wait, I can do that for radar stuff.
Yeah, that's big. Thanks, Noah. Once again, lifesaver. He's as I said, he's one of the chasers that I communicate with. If you want to see if you want to see more stuff from what I'm retweeting here, please be sure to continue to, look at Twitter, look at my live stream and stuff like that. But all the stuff that I find on Twitter, I retweet. All right, that's the stuff there. But yeah, that's a heck of a wall cloud that we saw earlier with that. Let's take a look back up to that cell over in Pittsburgh. And yeah, it still looks like it's a pretty gnarly cell. Really gnarly cell, actually. Rotation looks kind of...
Valley here. So I might be out of service for like 5 minutes or so.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, rotation's going to be half and half.
Right now.
Yep, just update me when you can.
Gotcha. I'll still be here, but get updated.
Let's see. So yeah, we're going to be had to report that a little bit later on. Yep.
Should be coming up on radar well sometime. I'm surprised I have service right now. Depended down from this storm that's currently over Gillendale and Field, Ohio. Doesn't have much rotation on it at all.
Yep, I'm talking to the National Weather Service on Twitter. They were asking about where the wall cloud was and around where it was at.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can't really find. Let's see. If someone could clip the wall cloud that we were looking at earlier. Actually, I might be able to go back in time here and find it. Yeah, here it is. There's where the wall cloud was, guys. Let's see can I get a better quality? Possibly. There it is. So there's where the wall cloud was just a few moments ago. You can see it right there. That was not in Eastern Ohio. Actually, technically that was in Eastern Ohio, but he was in West Liberty, West Virginia, and you can clearly see the wall cloud there. Big mesocyclonic flow here, the inflow coming in. You got your horseshoe down at the bottom with your rain base coming in behind it, the RFD. So
that was not West Liberty. That you were talking about the park, the area where I parked earlier. That was miles northeast of Wilmington, a park called Ogilvy. Ogilvy Park.
Ogilvy Park. So yeah, Ogilvy Park. That's where he was. Ogilvy Park. And he was looking off towards the north.
Northwest.
Yep, northwest.
I don't have very good shots right here.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, we're covering the severe weather live. We don't have any tornado warnings at the moment, but we're covering the cell that has had a history of producing a tornado warning here. And he's going to be trying to cover this as this heads off towards the north. But this cell right here, classic supercell. My goodness, what in the world is that? Yeah, that's a heck of a supercell there. Rain wrapping around just like this, the inflow coming in unimpeded. Now, this thing is battling a bunch of these other storms for kind of dominance at the moment. You got a lot of these storms that are colliding into it, throwing off its current trajectory. So we're just hoping that more thunderstorms form off to the south of this and continue to do so. But as of right now, it continues to be looking like it could potentially be an issue later on with strong damaging winds and spotty hail.
Seeing the edges of on the edges very so this thing is intensifying rapidly, I believe. From the small down the valley here, could be coming up to a pretty good view here.
Look at that. Wow.
I'm really thinking with the eyes behind that hill there. Really.
Yeah, if he could, as soon as he comes up to, if he comes up to a clearing, he's golden because he can see it right there. That is a wow. It's actually just to the right of the camera. Wow. My goodness. Guys, once again, please share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream and share it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, friends and family. Try and continue to get the information out to as many people as possible. That is a heck of a sell right there. My goodness. Looks like it is actually, yeah, and this is a low precipitation based supercell. That's absolutely insane right there. This is the cell that he's looking at this moment. And I mean, whew, this is a heck of a cell. So here it is. There's the cell in question approaching Mingo Junction.
Hey, check velocity on the velocity and selectivity.
On the lower levels, the velocity, it does have an SVC from the looks of it. That could be because of how the storm, the scattered shower just pulled into it. Although, yeah, now it is starting to wrap around. That might be an SVC there. Could potentially be.
Around the town of Brilliant. All right, now I'm in West Liberty.
So now you're in West Liberty. All right, yeah, keep going. Keep going up along West Liberty all the way up to Independence if you can.
10-4. Oh, she's behind the town.
Wow. Yeah, that's one heck of a shot right there.
Oh my gosh, the wall cloud is huge.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It is starting to kind of... Oh yeah, it's got a mesocyclone. It might be starting to try and do something here soon. Yeah, look at that. Let's go full. That's a low wall cloud. That's a low wall cloud right there. Look at that, chat. Wow.
One roads in West Virginia are not fun to race on.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But my goodness, that is one heck of a sell.
Trying to get a bit, you probably hear. I know a place where we can go.
Whew. That is a heck of a wall cloud right there with this cell. Still going strong.
Most certainly is. We're going to top this build. We'll have another few opportunity rather. Starting to get a little bit of rain as well. So.
Yep. Yeah, this thing does have rotation. This is a little bit higher above the ground though, where the rotation actually is. But yeah, this thing does have rotation. This thing is starting to try and wrap its rear flank downdraft around. Could potentially be seeing something here soon from his view. My goodness, that is a heck of a shot of what we're getting there. But yeah, that is a very low cloud base heading off towards Mingo Junction. Gotta watch out. If you're in Mingo Junction in Wellsburg, in the Steubenville area, really need to go ahead and monitor this very closely.
Oh, Nate, what we're looking at is that, like, oh, wait, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Sorry.
Jeez, yeah, this thing definitely has a mesocyclone. I just got a picture here from someone showing their local news station sharing a picture here of a possible tornado from the cell that was over. I believe this was the Greensboro cell, the Greensboro tornado warning. And look at that. That's condensed. That's a possible tornado. May have briefly produced it right there. That's what we were talking about earlier. We said there probably could have been a tornado that formed from that. So I would not be surprised. Would not be surprised about that. Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate it. Yeah, wow. Would not be surprised.
Good view.
Wow.
I'm looking off to the north.
Let's go to the other cells here real quickly. Let's go to the other cells. We'll get back with his in a bit. There's only one severe thunderstorm warning at this time. That's the good news. Looks like the cell that was over near Clay and Somerville has kind of deteriorated a little bit. And yeah, it looks like it's starting to lose the environment with the convective available potential energy. Not as much energy in that area. So that's the good news over there. The further west you go, the more energy there is, and that's the reason why there's a cell over near Elizabeth and Reedy that actually could potentially be trying here. So we'll watch out for that.
Excuse me.
That's what it is. Very dark.
Yeah, it looks like the feed just cut out. Trying to talk to the National Weather Service in Pittsburgh.
For what it's worth, Alistair could probably core punch this since there's no hail if he really wanted to get a good shot of it.
Possibly.
He'd just have to find roads to do so.
Well, I mean, it is West Virginia. I told you, chasing over here is crazy. Speaking of crazy, it looks like the outflow is trying to trying to wrap around that rain. It looks like that's what's happening here. Looks like the outflow is trying to surge here. You can also see the outflow on velocities right there. At least that's what it appears like to me, and that kind of is the case. But strong velocity surging on through. This is a mini supercell now. Mini supercell right here in this general area. Thank you much. Yeah, good old West Virginia service. That is true.
Did you just get a food delivery?
Yes, I did.
Quality.
So if you're over... I was going to say...
One thing that I...
Go ahead.
One thing I can say about New Jersey is that while we may not get the best storms, at least we have service over here, like widespread across the state. So like if we're chasing, we don't have to worry about our feed cutting out because of not being able to get anything.
Right. If you're in Weirton and Steubenville, you really need to watch out for the cell. This thing could potentially still be here. I mean, what I'm looking at, I still see some rotation in the mid-levels of this storm. Bit of a mesocyclonic signature there, but it's starting to kind of lose it a little bit. I think it's starting to move away from an environment that's conducive for it. I mean, it's got really high storm relative velocity from 0 to 1, but I mean, most unstable cape of 600. That's pretty low there. As I said, thank you to all the members who have became a member to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying the content so far. We also have an abundance of subscribers now. You guys have really been hitting that subscribe button a lot. Now's a good time to say, if you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information that I will provide on the channel. I do live streams whenever severe weather could potentially be, impactful. And then I also do videos forecasting these events and telling people as to where, significant weather could occur. So hurricanes, tornadoes, winter weather, all sorts of stuff like that. Right here, you'll find all sorts of forecasting videos for that. So do not stray away from the channel if you want to stay up to date with all that. There's also a new series that we're going to be doing that is going to make it more efficient for you guys to get your forecasts in the morning while you are say on rush hour. It'll be uploaded in the morning and you guys will be able to see what's going on. Let's see. So yeah, there's as I said, only one severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look where it is north of Charleston. So here's the cell in question. A lot of strong damaging winds I can see with that. Look at that. Bowing out just like this. You can see it stretched across here. Let's get the feedback up for you. There you go. There's the feed. Bowing structure right there near Harrisonville in Ohio, heading off towards the Shade general vicinity. If you live in Shade, Harrisonville, Coolville, Stewart, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. All right, stay away from windows. That's the big thing here. If there is, any sort of hail that's going to fall from this thing, or if these strong damaging winds knock over trees and power lines and you're right next to them, they could potentially, cause issues for you and do damage to your structure. So it's better safe to stay away from that if you guys can. There's a cell north of that near Nelsonville and Carbondale, as well as Chauncey. Just has a little bit of rotation and really strong updraft with it too. Look at that on ZDR. Spectrum width, yeah, indicates there could be some turbulence with the cell. This could potentially need a tornado warning in the future. If this thing continues to go the way it has been over here near Carbondale and Chauncey, would not be surprised if there's a tornado warning issued for areas out in front of this like Gloucester and Sharpsburg, Chester Hill, and Stockport. So watch out for that if you're in Ohio. If I just called out your city name or a friend's city name, go ahead and start telling them to just be wary of the weather that is right around your area. It could potentially be something that'll move on through. Where is this at, Jason? It's actually really good. I didn't know that existed. But yeah, that's a cell to watch. Also know what radar is this? So this right here is the best radar in all of radar. Sorry, this is called GR2 Analyst. This is only accessible to your computer, and it does cost a bit of money. All right, it's $250, but it's only a one-time purchase, and you can customize all sorts of stuff with it. Especially with the version 3 thing of it, you can do all sorts of stuff. You can program your own products. You can change color tables. You can actually do, you know, all sorts of cool stuff with 3D and slicing through, you know, 3Ding cells. So this is a good product to use.
And for perspective on how good of a product it is and how intensive it is on your computer and how much it has to analyze, the day GR2 mobile comes out will be the day that all of those phones or whatever device you have it downloaded on will burn.
Yeah.
Because the thing will overcombust because the radar app does so much work. So.
But
also, yeah, Chauncey's really starting to.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, if you don't, yeah, if that radar doesn't work for you, go get Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Radar Scope is really easy to use, but Radar Omega has more stuff. So it has like more roads, more towns. It's just a little harder to use.
It's
but they
more
both
intensive on your phone too.
But they both cost $10. All right, for both computer and phone. So those are really good. And if you don't like that, a free radar that doesn't have, I don't think it has velocities. It's my radar. But of course,
WSB 3.
Yeah, WSB 3. For yeah, Radar Scope is the more efficient way. Same thing with Radar Omega.
All right, I'm coming up to Bethany here in a minute. Go through the town.
There's a bunch of supercells off of Western Ohio. They're just firing across
Columbus,
the board.
Jackie. I like the jackets. Good
Hey,
for you,
give me
Matt.
a rundown of what I've got here on radar. I'm not able to look at radar on this road right now.
So the cell that you're at right now is kind of slowly becoming more LP, and it's actually starting to kind of deteriorate more and more. It's actually might have just deteriorated, honestly.
That's what I'm looking at, yeah. But what about, are there any others that are strengthening, perhaps off to the west?
Yeah, so to the southwest, Chauncey, Ohio, that is south and east of Cambridge. That's on the western side of 77, near US Highway 33. So north of Athens, that's where it's at. It's heading towards the northeast, and it has some pretty strong rotation over there too.
All right. What about Harrison County, perhaps Jefferson County, Ohio, Guernsey, around the Cambridge area, west of Steubenville? I may just
yeah. So
head towards Steubenville.
Yeah.
And this one head towards Steubenville.
Yeah, head towards Cambridge. Head towards that general area. The cell is heading off towards, Cambridge. The cell's heading off towards the north and east towards Cambridge. Okay, so if you find that, you'll be able to get something. So that's in Steubenville. You sent a video in from Steubenville. Here, this is no, not you. Someone else sent in a video. This is from Steubenville. This is from Jason Garrison.
I thought you were about to say Jason Garrett.
Yeah, there it is. A lot of rising scud here from what I see so far. Yeah, there could potentially be something right there. Could potentially. Yeah. This is in Steubenville. And yeah, I think this thing is, this possibly was rotating. Maybe a small wall cloud right there. But yeah, that definitely was something. There's the new tornado warning.
Tornado warning
And it's for our cell.
Southeastern Perry County in southeastern Ohio, Morgan County in southeastern Ohio, northwestern Athens County in southeastern Ohio.
Yep. So there we go. There is our new tornado warning. This is for the Chauncey cell. We were looking at this extensively earlier. And yep, here it is. You can clearly see the rotation. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle. North of Chauncey, near the Jacksonville and Gloucester areas here of Ohio, is where the tornadic rotation would be. If you're in Jacksonville or Gloucester, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, this thing could potentially produce here soon. This thing has some very strong velocity winds. If you take a look at the reflectivity, you can see how it starts to hook just like this. The rain starting to wrap around the rear flank downdraft and starting to wrap around the bottom. So we are starting to get some activity with this as this continues to move off towards the north and east. Once again, this is a tornado warning here for, this appears to be Perry, Morgan, and Athens County here in Ohio. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So Gloucester, Jacksonville, areas along State Highway 78 and 13 in Ohio near Corning, McConnellsville. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So guys, gotta continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream and spread it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Especially if you know people who live over there. Gotta get that information out to them. Send them a text message. And then also be sure to hit that like button down below to help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works as this continues to move on through. That's a new tornado warning.
For southeastern Anderson County in upstate South
Carolina.
Oh, for South Carolina.
Upstate South Carolina.
That's in South Carolina. KRAX. What's the nearest radar to KRAX? Greer.
It's going towards Greenwood.
That's actually a Greenville.
That's actually a really good cell.
Greenwood, yeah.
It's a good looking cell, at least
in
reflectivity.
That's
a little broad with velocity.
Oh wow. Oh wow. But no, that velocities are, that's really, and spectrum width.
Good, but
look at spectrum width. Oh wait, nope, it just deteriorated a little bit. So before it was like really strong. But spectrum width, if you look at the scan previous to it, that turbulence was high.
That was also when the velocities weren't broad, and now they're broad.
Yeah, so it looks like it might have recycled a little bit, but it's in a decent environment over here. Yeah, so new tornado warning here for Abbeville, Calhoun Falls, Loudesville, as well as areas near Entreville and Due West. If you're over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Looking at the velocities, you can see the greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is just to the south of Loudesville, just to the north of Calhoun Falls, moving to the north and east at, I would say, what, 40 miles per hour is what this is going at? Yep, 40 miles per hour. So if you live along State Highway 28, State Highway 184, or State Highway 20 near Abbeville or near the general vicinity of Lake Secession, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. But yeah, this is a heck of a cell. Look at reflectivity. Big time hooking signature right within there. And it's actually starting to wrap rain around it too. We call this around it. It's kind of close towards a bounded weak echo region. We call this a bit of a donut hole. So it's kind of forming a donut hole here. A new scan just came in, and can't really see a whole lot there from the correlation coefficient. Don't believe it's on the ground at this moment, but the velocities still show that there is something here. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for this as this heads on through. Let's take a look back at the cell that's up to the north. Here's the cell that is just to the north of Athens. So Athens in itself is in a severe thunderstorm warning. The storm is going to be passing on through your area. You should be fine. But the tornado warning storm up here near Jacksonville and Gloucester is starting to amplify more and more. This thing is starting to ramp up quite a bit over here. And we need to really watch out for this cell very closely. Could potentially be producing a tornado here soon with that. A lot of turbulence here on spectrum width. You can see a lot of these oranges and reds. There's a lot of turbulence here, and tornadoes do indeed create turbulence. So this is something to really watch out for as this moves on through. Once again, if you live along State Highway 78 in Ohio, you need to take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or even possible tornado as possible. This one, yeah, someone said in chat, this could be a high precipitation based tornado. That probably is the case here. This is surrounding itself in rain, and so you won't be able to see the storm until it's literally right on top of you, all right? I don't recommend people going out of their way to view the tornado anyways. That's not a good move. That's not recommended unless if you're a storm chaser. And even then, storm chasers get themselves into trouble too. So, you know, that's what we leave it to people like Alistair to do. You know, Alistair above us, who's over near Wheeling. We leave him to do the job so that we don't have to, all right?
He can do the hard stuff.
Yep. But yeah, the cell near Gloucester and Jacksonville here in Ohio, yeah, this thing is really starting to kind of congeal itself. And we're looking up 7,000 feet, so we can't exactly see specifically as to what's going on here. But yeah, this cell is definitely trying here. Also, really consistent. We just lost Alistair's feed, kind of. But a report came in from the cell north of St. Clairsville, funnel cloud that just went through there, and I think Alistair caught that on the stream for us. I think he actually caught that. So, yeah, I'm not really too surprised with that. That there was a report of a funnel cloud with that. We did see the funnel cloud and the wall cloud on our stream as that moved on through. So really crazy to say the least with that. Let's go back to the tornado warning down in towards portions of South Carolina. Velocity still showing. This is a heck of a supercell still. Look at that. Heck of a supercell right there. And you even got your left flank velocity enhancement. This is what? This is looking up 2,500 feet above ground level. Yeah, you got a left flank velocity enhancement right around here to where it now wraps around just like this. And then you got your SVC right here. Yeah, my goodness. This is a textbook supercell right here. This could potentially be trying. Wow, look at that updraft too. Look at ZDR right here. This is basically looking at where potential updrafts could be. And the higher the ZDR, which is up to the reds and even pinks and whites, the wow, that is a heck of an updraft. My goodness, that's insane. My goodness, that's one heck of a storm right there. There is still some turbulence with this cell, not as much as there once was before, but there is still some turbulence here. So we'll watch out for that very closely. Are these storms heading towards southeastern Pennsylvania? So no. All right, so here's the overall outlook right now, okay? Here's the overall outlook. You have your colors in light green, dark green, and yellow, all right? So if you're in the light green, you're expected to see some general showers and thunderstorms. You're not really expected to see all too much severe weather activity. You could, but not as much, not as high of a chance. All right, it's actually a relatively,
Non-zero.
It's non-zero, but it's near zero, okay? If you are in the dark green, you are in the 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. If you are in the yellow, you are in a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, okay? If you are in the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, or if you know anyone who's in the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, you need to pay attention to the severe weather that is going to happen today, all right? It may not, you know, there could be some instances to where it could hit you, maybe not, But regardless, you have to monitor it because these storms could potentially produce some damage from their strong damaging winds, spotty hail, and even the threat for tornadoes, as there has been a couple tornadoes that have spawned south in southern Georgia as well. Southern Georgia, there was a lot of activity over there. So if you're in any of these areas, I highly recommend monitoring this. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, share this live stream with them.
Shend.
Yeah, share this live stream. Share this live stream with them. All right, I'll be covering this all the way through until more than likely the event is starting to come to a close. So please be sure to, stick around if you haven't had a reason to do so already.
You're having difficulties, my friend.
It's because I'm kind of giggling at the moment. I saw something on the side of my screen. Take a drink of my drink. By the way, it's a different Minute Maid drink this time. I'm surprised.
You're not having lemonade?
No,
Holy
it's actually
crap.
kiwi strawberry. It's actually pretty good.
It's actually not bad. I've had that a few times.
But yeah, I'd highly recommend monitoring these storms very closely. Let us see. Charleston, West Virginia. Let's go back to the Gloucester cell. And this thing still has some pretty good rotation with it. Still going. It's in a decent environment of 1,000 joules per kilogram of most unstable cape. But 160 storm relative helicity from 0 to 1. So it's kind of there. It's on the low end portion of the parameters, but hey, I mean, the velocities speak for itself. Bright pink's moving away from the radar. And then the green's moving towards, so. Heck of a cell still ongoing with this, heading off towards the McConnellsville general vicinity. We're gonna have to watch out for this as much as possible. So, Alistair, have you decided where you're going to go to next?
My dude is considering the following.
Yeah, he really is considering the following. I don't know where he's going.
On the road again.
Yeah, he is on the road again. But yeah, that's our chaser. He caught us. He caught us a wall cloud and potentially a funnel cloud on stream earlier. Our chaser was going out and doing some stuff, so we'll see what he's gonna be doing here in a bit. We'll catch up back with him in a second. But yeah, only one severe thunderstorm warning, which is well north of Columbus. Yeah, he just his feed just died again, so we'll go back. Oh, there we go. It came back again, but we'll come back to that in a second. New severe thunderstorm warning for like the Mount Vernon area south of I-71-ish. Richland, Ashland, Morrow, and Knox County in Ohio. You have a new severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And it is only for quarter-sized hail, so quarter-sized hail possible across your area.
Get late.
Not on my screen, Alistair. You're not speaking at the moment.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Now you're speaking. Now I can hear you.
Excellent. Okay, I've been trying to get a hold of you guys for like the last minute. Hey, check that cell. Our familiar cell is here now. I think it's restrained. I don't think I'm going to be able to catch it, but...
If that's the case, that's kind of fun.
Oh, it died again. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it kind of...
Yeah, that cell is resting in oof, honestly. It's showers.
I'm going to get on 22 and head west towards Cambridge.
Yeah, I would do that. That's where the current tornado warning is heading off towards, so you'll be able to catch that cell as it moves off and towards your area.
And a few other cells associated with it, just to its general...
Triple R is anything you trust. I would expect a line of pretty severe thunderstorms across for the next few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of supercells that are firing off in that southern portion of Ohio, basically from Lancaster through that area near Athens, down to Ashland. So those are all going to push up your general direction. If you're in Cambridge, I think that's a very good spot. Gives you a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't be prepared.
Let's move down to the tornado warning cell here in South Carolina. This is near the Abbeville area, and this is due west of Greenwood. All right, this is going to be heading off to the north of Greenwood, but this cell right now is due west of Abbeville, due west of Greenwood here. You can see this thing still has a bit of a hook on it. Also, it also has a cell that kind of developed along its outflow boundary and is now being ingested by the inflow. But this thing does have some pretty decent rotation. Look at this. Green's moving towards the radar. Bright red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. The counterclockwise flow is what produces tornadoes. We do have quite a bit of spectrum width here, actually. We got a bit of turbulence. Go ahead, Morgan.
You want to laugh about that South Carolina cell for a second?
The
NATOcast
ZDR.
has it in a 1%.
Well, that sounds about right. But take a look at the ZDR of that thing.
Oh yeah, that is doing diligence, although it has a lot of rain out in front of it.
Yeah.
It's been pretty consistent. It just really hasn't fully brought together.
Yeah, we're going to have to continue to watch out for it. But if you're north of Abbeville here in South Carolina, near State Highway 28, State Highway 20, near Due West, and near the Hodges areas, you need to go ahead and tell, people.
Due East.
Yeah, there it is. You need to go ahead and tell people to start taking their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because there is one here. There is some tornadic rotation with this cell, and this does seem to be a bit tornadic that'll head on through. So that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. And we need to continue to share this information with more and more people, guys. All right, this is still ongoing. That cell, and then the cell that's off in Ohio here, that is off towards the McConnellsville general vicinity, that still has pretty good rotation as well. And so we need to continue to share this information. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And then also, if you know anyone who lives in any of these areas, we'll zoom back out here. If you know anyone who lives in these yellow areas, all right, so in Ohio, West Virginia, extreme western Pennsylvania, as well as into portions of Indiana, and then North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, all the way through on towards the coastline near Jacksonville. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, please share this live stream with them. Copy the link to the live stream and spread it with them so that they may be able to know what's happening, what's coming towards them. The other thing, too, that you can help me get this information out is by hitting that like button on the live stream. You actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So we got to do that. We got to be able to keep spreading information. If you see anyone new, please be sure to tell them to hit that like button. All right, we're gonna want to start this continuous cycle of more people come in, more outreach this gets spread to over and over again. We continue to just get information out to more and more people over and over and over again. And this will help benefit. This will help benefit the people out in front if they're trying to figure out what's going on. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. There's a cell south of this. The cell south of the tornado warning here near Jackson. This is a cell to watch too. Jackson, Ohio, north and east of Jackson, Ohio, in Jackson County, heading off towards Albany and even Athens eventually. This will head off towards the Athens area here. Let's see. Let's take a timing here. Heading off in about, I'd say 20 minutes. 20 minutes. That's where this cell could actually head off towards. If you know anyone who lives in Athens, Ohio, tell them to also monitor this cell very closely because this thing could potentially move on through. I wonder if Athens, Ohio has a sky camera. I'm not sure if it does.
Report from downtown Columbus of nickel-sized hail.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like downtown.
Yeah. Don't see any. I see one, of course I see one live camera of the main square of Ohio University, but crazy to say the least with that. But yeah, there's quite a few cells. Quite a few cells that are moving about. Quite a few. I appreciate all the people who have, also supported the channel. Thank you guys so much. June with the 5. I really do appreciate it. You guys have really, really been helping me out in supporting the channel.
Y'all are funding Nate, and possibly myself as well when we decide to go driving into when I decide to go driving into a tornado and Nate's gonna be on the roof screaming. So.
Yeah. More than likely. But thank you guys so much. That really does mean a lot to me. All the members, all the people who have donated, all the people who have, just even helped contributed by liking the stream, sharing it, and all sorts of stuff like that. You guys really do help us out. So thank you guys so much. Once again, we have over 27,249 subscribers. Look at this. We've gained so many subscribers in this one stream. Let's keep it up. I really do appreciate you guys helping me out. We also have a Discord server. If you guys like weather, okay, if you guys like weather and you want to learn more about it, or if you want to just socialize with me in general, I'm on Discord a lot. So go to Discord and, if you have a Discord account, join that. Link is in the chat. And we're growing that Discord server more and more. But yeah, if you want to socialize, feel free to do so, as there are other people who are interested in the weather as well. Yeah, other people are saying in Columbus that they got spotty hail as well. So that's not too surprising. And yeah, that cell near Wellston does have a little bit of rotation in the upper portions of the atmosphere. Got a report of some damage in West Virginia. 3 trees down, with one on a power line over here in Buffalo, West Virginia. So it seems as if some of those thunderstorms have done a bit of damage, a bit of wind damage, I should say. So something of interest there. It looks like the cells in Jacksonville are now off the coast. That is the good news, so we don't really need to cover that a whole lot. Now it's really only the cells that are up further north of that that'll eventually develop. But we can move our radar over there to Cleveland. And while that's loading, let's take a look back at the cell over here in South Carolina. The velocities with it still say that it could potentially continue to try and stay strong. But the reflectivity here, what's really interesting is that thunderstorm that developed is now starting to take a similar shape to what the original storm was doing. So what I think has happened here is the storm is now developing and it's shedding off the old storm, and the new one could potentially be trying to do what the old storm was doing. So we'll watch out for that. Really rich inflow here according to correlation coefficient. So there's definitely something to monitor with that. And there's also a little bit of rotation on the backside near due west as well. Right over here in the old cell could potentially be something trying to spit up near due west. You can see the spectrum width. Spectrum width indicates a bit of turbulence right in there. Bit of turbulence for sure. So we're just going to have to see how this continues to materialize. This is heading off towards more of a populous area further off towards the north and east. The Donalds, Ware Shoals, due west. This thing is definitely starting to move off more and more. Big Max with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the help with the National Weather Service. The cell is heading right towards your area. Glad it weakened before I got here. Yeah, I agree too. I agree. And we're fortunate that we had our chaser with that cell as well. We were fortunate that we had Alistair with us. He's currently disconnected with us at the moment, but that could potentially change. We'll see what we get from him here in a bit, if we can get in contact with him here in a bit. But still, Glendale, West Virginia. Glendale, West Virginia. That is over. It's along the Ohio River, south of Wheeling. So as of right now, you guys are fine. As of right now, you guys are fine. Just some scattered showers and thunderstorms that are near your general vicinity. I would still watch out. All right, I would still watch out across the area. Because there could be some more thunderstorms, but you should be fine. You should be fine here, as most of the tornadic storms are well off towards your west. Thank you, Shell. Appreciate it. Let's go to Charleston's radar. That's selling McConnellsville, man. That's selling in Arthur, man. MacArthur, Albany, heading towards Athens. That thing is starting to go too. This thing could go tornado warned as well. Yeah, that's another cell here. This is also producing quite a bit of hail. Look at the maximum expected hail size with this cell. There is a bit of hail with this storm. Let's see if I can fix my camera there. There you go. But yeah, look at that. Quite a bit of hail. Velocities are not bad at all. So this could be a cell to watch in the future. In a really good environment right now with its cape. Storm relative velocity. It's all right. Could be better, could be worse, but we'll see. Maybe the closest radar to this thing. Let's try Wilmington's radar with this. What's up, Caden? Hello, hello. Seen you a couple times in the chat. What's up? Let's see what everyone else... A lot of people have been sending me stuff on Twitter, so let's see what we got here. What you guys have been sending me. Here's the other video that Jason was looking at here. That was for the cell that was over in along the Ohio River, north of Wheeling. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, that might...
Look at it. It's trying so hard. Look at this shit.
Yeah, that could be a funnel.
That's tornado.
That could be a funnel.
That's trying to form a tornado right there.
That's a funnel.
See how it's spinning? Right there?
Wow.
See how everything's just cranking? That is it. Look how low it is right here.
Yeah, that's definitely the remnants of a wall cloud right there. You can see how it's starting to consolidate more. But yeah. And it definitely looks like it's starting to deteriorate more and more. Starting to get different shots. That does look like that could be also a funnel there too. Look at that. That actually does look like it. Could have been a funnel right there that just whittled away. Look at that. I actually do think that could have been a funnel right there.
It's all coming together on each side.
I'm
Wow.
looking at your stream. I think that definitely was.
Yeah, I think that was a funnel. I'll retweet it here on
It
Twitter.
dissipated dissipated fairly rapidly, but no less a funnel.
Right. Hey, guys, if you want to see the stuff that I've retweeted, go to my Twitter right here. I'll post it in the chat. Post it in the chat. That's my Twitter. All right. But I'm retweeting all the stuff that I find on here. Look at that. I don't know where this is. These are some really nice clouds across the board. Pristine blue skies as well. Jeez. Pristine.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
Can I make fun of you here for a brief second? I think the chat would get a kick out of it too.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think you proofreaded when you did your title and stuff today.
No, didn't.
Can I read? Very interesting evening of severe weather that will be unfolding around us as the Storm Prediction Center (SPCA) has issued a moderate risk.
I thought I
2 out of
changed
5
that.
on this.
I thought I changed that already. This is. Someone said that earlier, and I updated it, and it didn't change. I kid you not. I did that. I kid you not. I already did that, and then it keeps changing over. Like it's just it won't stop. It's so annoying. It really is annoying. Looks like the tornado warning has been canceled. It's weakened below severe limits. That's the good news. So now there's only one tornado warning left, and we'll go back to the cell that is over near due west. Yeah, it was stupid. Sometimes I hate.
Changed for me. Well, I reloaded just now and it changed for me, so Nate must have fixed it. Let's see if it goes back. Are these storms heading east? Yes, they are.
Yeah, Noah, nice. As I said, I said earlier, that video there, the time lapse was really nice. Showed that to the stream. I was like, that's crazy. Let's show people the time lapse again. That was a really nice time lapse. There it is. There's the time lapse earlier. Yeah, are these storms moving northwest? Jeez. Yeah, definitely was stuff.
EF4, for the record, is being considered for the New Orleans tornado last night.
Yeah, I did hear that. I've been live streaming for the past 2 days too. I live stream on Monday and Tuesday. Monday and Tuesday. We even caught a tornado on Monday. Hold up. Let me show you what we caught with our chaser. All right.
Yeah, Matthew Chapman.
Dude, Matt has gotten so many tornadoes for us here on our channel. Matt, sometimes I just want to go over there and just like say, hey, dude, you're goated. You're amazing. Yeah, there it is. Here was what we saw. This was the Round Rock tornado. This was before anyone saw any video on it.
That's on the ground.
Large tornado, what he caught.
Big time tornado.
The ticker is also wrong. Nate also spelled a fair amount of words in his scroll text incorrectly.
Of course I did. Tell me which ones they were.
Also still meant precautions.
Yeah.
Wrote precautions. You spelled significant correctly. There's no longer really the chance for violent tornadoes. So
heading
Travis
west
County
massive.
in south.
Yeah, not anymore.
They canceled Watch 68. I don't know which one that was.
Yep, there it is.
That was the
That's
tornado
on the
watch.
ground.
Which one?
Holy.
That was the one for
Big time
Carolina.
tornado.
So the threat had not Carolina, it's Georgia. So the threat has exited.
Yep, there you go.
Coastal
Big time
vicinity.
tornado. That's crossing I-35 right now, approaching the Round Rock area. If you live
But yeah,
in
that's
My
what we
name is
caught.
Nate, and I'm not good at live streaming.
My name is Nate, and I need people to help me.
My name is Nate, and I need help. Period.
All right, yeah. So we have no more tornado warnings at the moment. All of them have been canceled and/or expired. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, however, including the one that's for Athens. That's the one that's kind of rotating a bit. That's the one we were talking about earlier. And it has a tornado possible tag on it too. So there you go. That happened.
It's not an 8 stream without misspelling words and mispronouncing words/town names. Yes, this is quite the frequent occurrence. And Nate, can I add to what I was? Nate, can I add to what we were just saying?
No.
I received a response from someone.
I just
else
said
saying,
no.
My name is. I don't care. I received a response from someone else saying my name is Krista, and I say that Nate is special.
Krista can go away. Yeah, after today's stream, we'll all be able to get some rest. We all will get rest. We all can relax. Yeah, listen. I was rushing the one day. I was trying to fix all of that. So there's some instances to where I type too quickly to the point where one finger hits the key before the other one. So like with weather, all right? No joke. I'll spell the word weather here just as, just as an example. Okay, ready? I got it right that time. Holy crap. That's a first. There it is. Look, you see what I mean? I messed it up. When I try and do it quickly, there's some times to where I mess it up and put T after the H, and it's wetter. Morgan knows about it all the time because I DM him whenever I try and spell weather. It's always wetter. And I'm just like, you know what? That's it. Enough is enough. It's not terrible, Kevin. Not terrible. It's half and half.
I also go by Hockey Boy in it. Those were the good old days.
Jeez.
The ship sailed, though, sadly.
Can we talk about the Athens cell that has 73 DBZ on it?
I'm sorry.
73 DBZ from Charleston, West Virginia's radar. Talk about that cell.
Can we talk about the cell south of it in Leon that has 74 DBZ?
Ow. These things are producing heavy amounts of hail. Athens is about to get slapped by hail. You need to get inside now. You need to get inside. How's Michigan? Do I think Michigan is good? Yeah, for right now, I think they are. They're not in a severe thunderstorm
warning for Detroit, so there it is.
Yeah, I think it's more of a strong damaging wind risk for you all, but I don't think you guys are going to see anything more than that. Guys should be fine. But yeah, Athens and the Ripley cell near Leon. Oh boy, they're producing large hail. Heavy hail.
Parker chased it and got diddly squat. So
where did he chase?
He chased in Northwest Ohio, where it was all winds.
Why?
And none of them were severe.
Why? Why did he chase in Northwestern Ohio?
I mean, granted, he'd have to drive, I don't even know how many hours to get to where all the actual tornadic activity was happening. But either way.
You know, if I could have drove out there with my sanity, you know, I probably would.
What sanity?
That's why I said with my sanity. How many hours have myself and my team been doing it so far? 4 hours here so far, and we're probably gonna go for
couple
another
hours here, probably.
Yeah, probably gonna go for another couple hours, and then we get a break. Oh boy, we get a break for once. This is day 3 of the multi-day severe weather outbreak. Day 3. So yeah. Yeah, 11 tornadoes confirmed in their county warning area over there in Fort Worth. That right there is just crazy in itself. Okay, so many storms, so many tornado warnings. Here, let me show you real quickly. This is an interesting graphic here. Over the 2 days from Monday and Tuesday, these were your tornado warnings. All right, these were your tornado warnings. Believe it or not, we covered most of these tornado warnings. Most of them. We missed probably about 20% of them. Actually, not 20%, maybe 10% of them. I can see a couple that were off near Houston. I can see a couple that were north of Beaumont. The 2 that were in central Louisiana. And then the couple that was over in Mexico City Beach in Panama City. I did say that there was probably going to be a tornado warning for some of those cells moving ashore, so not really too surprised with that, but yeah, I did go live for 24 hours. That was the craziest thing I've ever done. Craziest thing I've ever done was that one live stream for over 24 hours, and then both the live streams. I took a 1 hour break, and it was a 36-hour live stream where I was, or a 36-hour period where I was live. It was crazy. But yeah, that was how many tornado warnings there were. 6 different states, 3 different total days, 118 total tornado warnings. That's from Pat Calvin, by the way. I was not streaming by then. I actually was streaming in the summer of 2019. The summer of 2019, I actually live streamed. I did some events over there. And then the Alexandria EF3, the Dallas EF3, we covered. And then all sorts of other stuff we covered. Yeah, last night, the worst was either New Orleans or the cells that were along I-35. Or even Jacksboro. Jacksboro was pretty big, too. But yeah, New Orleans was pretty bad. New Orleans was really bad. This was the cell that was off near Abbeville. All right, so the Abbeville tornado warning down over in South Carolina. Look at that. That was near the Abbeville tornado warning. Look at this wall cloud, guys. Look at that rapid motion. Look at how low that is. Holy crap. I did not, Aiden. I did not. I streamed in like July. But look at how low that wall cloud is, guys. And that thing intensified. It started to gain more structure. That's probably one of the craziest wall cloud shots I've seen over the past couple of days. And that tells you how much footage we've gotten from wall clouds. My goodness, that's rapid spin. Yeah, that could technically be considered a funnel cloud too. Because you see the base over here, and then it drops down like this, and then it drops down here. That could have been considered a funnel cloud at that point. And that's a large funnel cloud. That's a cone-shaped funnel cloud. Yeah, Laura, that was crazy with what Matt caught over there, because he was freaking out all over the place seeing the significant tornadoes too. I think that's how you pronounce Steubenville. Hold up. S-T-E-U Benville.
Benville, yeah.
But yeah, all that stuff I'm retweeting on Twitter. If you want to see it, go to my Twitter account. Can we take a look at the cell coming into Streetsboro, Ohio area? Seeing nasty things coming. Yeah. Streetsboro, Ohio. Oh, that's off in the northeastern portions of Ohio. Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, there's a couple cells that are moving off into that general area. Seems to be a lot of just some scattered showers, though. I don't see anything too significant. I do see some spotty hailers, probably pea-sized hail in some of these. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. What's up with Alistair? Don't know. Don't know. I'll probably talk to him in a bit when we get back into service. Appreciate it, Hardboiled. Thank you so much. Will Barnesville get storms? Barnesville. Let me search up to where Barnesville is.
Holy crap, the Ripley storm has 2-inch hail.
If it's Barnesville, Ohio, then yes, they probably will. Eventually.
Oh, I see Barnesville. They're downstream of the Chauncey cell.
Yeah.
They were actually fairly close to the
original tornado warning, yeah.
Yeah, the Wheeling storm.
Do I know who Ryan Hall is? Yes, I do. For people who are asking,
you did an interview with him way back when.
Yeah, I did an interview with him way back when. Yeah, we actually both got interviewed by a news corporation in New York. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, because New York is the only place where people actually exist, not South Central Pennsylvania.
That's true.
Hi, Nate. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I'm giving you an update of the situation with CAT is on US 22. And what are we looking at here?
So you said you're on US 22.
It's the state route north of 70.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
I was going to say, you got scattered showers and thunderstorms. There's a cell that's over near Chauncey again, and it's heading towards the Caldwell area near the I-77, south of Cambridge. But there's other cells that are even further to the west of that are near Zanesville. So you could possibly watch out for that as well. That cell actually just got updated near Athens and now got warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail too, as well as a tornado possible tag. So watch out for that too. But yeah, lot of stuff over there in your area that's heading up towards you. I would continue to monitor that very closely.
Monitor. Oh, by the way, I went back into the screen. I went back what you were seeing, and I got to tell you, the video quality was so poor. I wish it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
But that was the textbook wall cloud that I was going with. I had never seen a wall cloud that looks like something you would see out on.
Oh yeah.
I wish the video quality caught that, but it did not. But that was a textbook wall cloud.
Oh yeah, and you were, you even showed us some of your chaser footage earlier, the wall cloud that moved on through, and it's just all sorts of activity that you've shown us as well with the funnel cloud too. So you've done a pretty good job so far, and if you're still willing to chase, there's still more stuff that's out that's heading off in your general vicinity. But yeah, it's you've done a really good job here so far. Really good job. Yeah, for people who are wondering why Ryan isn't streaming today, it's because he's chasing. I don't know where he's chasing on and if he has a live stream or whatnot, but yeah. Look at that. That's a first. That is a first right there. That's a first. Thanks, Kyle, for sending that in. That's a first. That's pretty cool. Watching me on the big screen. I see that terrible towel down there too. But yeah, watching me on the big screen, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
I got a little radar artifact for you. Check over near Cameron, West Virginia.
Cameron.
Cell is strengthening there, looking to start hooking perhaps.
So I'd have to use Pittsburgh's radar. Go over here.
Cameron, West Virginia.
Yeah, I kind of see it too. Only thing about it is that it's in a pretty poor environment with convective available potential energy, so probably not exactly. But yeah, this thing definitely is, this thing definitely does look like it is producing some very heavy rain and some strong damaging winds with that. 100%.
In Jefferson, Belmont, Panhandle of West Virginia. Very rainful air. I can feel it. It's not near humid, not near performance, and it's not going to recover that because the sun's down.
Oh. Hey, Morgan.
What?
Check Charleston's radar real quickly and just look around. Look around in Charleston, in West Virginia specifically.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, we have cells that are already kind of arcing, creating that supercellular characteristic. This does look like Dixie. I'm not gonna lie.
I see it too.
Wow.
The one cell north of Clendenin looks.
Here's another picture. This is from Chris. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't really expect that it's just, it's so weird seeing that. Not used to it. Not used to seeing that and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool.
Saw that at night.
But people from Youngstown, what's up? Happy to see you guys over there. Happy to see you guys are safe. See the storms heading towards Warren and Niles, Ohio area? stuck upstairs with a broken leg and you're trying to plan ahead. Yeah, let me take a look and see what's going on over there. Hope you heal quickly, by the way. Warren, Ohio, north of Youngstown. Let's go over to Cleveland's radar so I can show you guys what's just happening in general. So, there's Warren. Here's a lot of your showers and thunderstorms across the board over here. They're not in your general area quite yet. I'll loop it for you here. But they're moving in towards your area. They're moving, I would say, it would be about an hour before these really start to go over your area. And then it'll be pretty sporadic over that time period. Now, you guys are actually right on the border of the 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So you see how you have this big dark green, background and then the yellow background. So you have your 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow. And then, of course, the bright green is just general thunderstorms that'll move on through. But you guys aren't really anticipated to get a whole lot of activity here besides scattered showers and thunderstorms that could create strong damaging winds and maybe even some spotty hail. But yeah, big thing here is that if you're in the yellow, you really need to pay attention to the severe weather here today. Could potentially be something that'll move on through, so really need to watch out for that if you guys, haven't already done so. Is Buffalo safe because you're worried? There was some damage over in Buffalo, heard from strong damaging winds that have moved on through. But Buffalo, West Virginia, a storm just passed on through your area. You're in the clear from that cell, but you have more on the way, all right? You see, if we play the loop here, you can see these storms just fired off across the board. They really just, popped out of nowhere. And one cell passed on through. You have more cells down to the south near Wayne and Hamlin, Wayne and Lincoln counties. And that'll move off further towards the north and east into your general vicinity. So I would watch out. But you're in the clear from that cell that just went in front of you as of this moment.
Nathan, you might want to check the National Weather Service to give a mesoscale discussion issued for the first West.
Mesoscale?
Yeah, one.
Yeah, let me take a look.
What mesos?
I imagine they would have been.
New? I don't see one.
Yeah, not as of recently.
That kind of surprised me.
Yeah, here's another one. Still can't believe I'm on the big screen for you all. That's crazy. That's amazing. And then even if it's not on the computer, look at that. With chat going by. So that's amazing as well. Thank you guys.
Hey Nate, do you want a bit of real life news?
Sure.
Per sources, Brooklyn Nets star Kyrie Irving will be cleared to play home games as New York City will on Thursday change private sector vaccine mandate to allow exemption for athletes and entertainers. Unvaccinated Yankees and Mets are now eligible for home games.
So they just basically did it just for baseball.
Indeed they did.
Oh. Is what it is. What's the outlook for Chester, West Virginia? Yeah, give me a second here. Let me pull up Chester. I remember seeing Chester somewhere. It eludes me. Oh. It was over... Yeah, it was north. That's right. So, over here. You guys are gonna get some more activity here later on this evening, alright? So what's gonna happen here is a lot of these showers and thunderstorms that are off towards the south and west of you, over here. This is gonna move off in towards your area. Let's actually get, let's actually show you what's going on here with the models. Put that down, there you go. Once again, timing is above me. In Eastern. And you can see how these showers and thunderstorms continue to just move on through much of the area. It starts to clear out of Ohio probably at about 9 or 10. 9 or 10, that's when things really start to become open. There's still more showers and thunderstorms that's possible across extreme eastern Ohio, but that's when stuff really starts to kind of move on through and in towards the eastern portions of the United States and the Northeast as well. Are these storms heading towards Augusta, Georgia? Augusta, Georgia, as of right now, they don't have any showers and thunderstorms at this moment. But, you know, if we look back down, you can see that there is expected to be some showers and thunderstorms across that general area here overnight, right around midnight, but it doesn't seem to be anything too prevalent. So, you'll be fine. Tomorrow, you guys are probably going to see more of a risk into specifically tomorrow morning for strong damaging winds. So that's the one thing I'd watch out for. Yeah, Hammer, they're not exactly doing all too well. My jackets are kind of I think we've thrown in the towel this year. I think we might have thrown in the towel. At least we have Kent Johnson. Is Greensboro, North Carolina going to be fine? So there could be some scattered showers and thunderstorms that move off and towards your area here. I'd say within the next, what, 2 hours? Something like that. The reason why I'm asking about the Atlantic hurricane season 2022 is because traveling end of April and May 2020 in DC. So are you traveling up to DC during that time period? If so, you should be fine. It's a little bit later, you know, it's a little bit later when hurricane season really starts to move on through, so you should be fine. Let's take a look at Greer. Is this the closest to where some of these showers and thunderstorms are? Yeah. Yeah, so there's these thunderstorms over here in a pretty good environment along the border of South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia. So let's watch out for that here. About Wilmington, North Carolina, you guys are really going to start seeing your activity overnight into early tomorrow morning. A lot of strong damaging winds, and then maybe even the chance for a tornado possible. But yeah, I'm going to watch these cells relatively closely. Watch those cells relatively closely. Yeah, that's just crazy. Got your gaming set up on the left side. Kind of looks... Is that Truck Sim? Maybe? I haven't played, you know, a lot of those games. By the way, I gotta say, alright? Speaking of video games and stuff like that, whenever Outbreak comes out, okay, there's a storm chasing game coming out that's not named Storm Chasers. It's called Outbreak, alright? And it's super realistic. Its map is 3 times larger than Grand Theft Auto 5. So whenever that comes out, alright, you already know I'm going to set up a roleplay server. And we're just going to have fun the entire time. We're going to have cops. We're going to have chasers. All sorts of stuff. We're just going to mess around. It's going to be pretty cool.
It's going to be the reason we can't have nice things.
You're joining with me, Morgan.
I know.
But York, South Carolina, What about York, South Carolina? What's going on over there? They could get some scattered showers and thunderstorms. They could. But not really too much. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine for the rest of the evening, so it should be good. They almost done with it? I hope they are. They did a backers test. They're gonna hopefully do more tests with it, and then hopefully things are gonna be more, set, more sound. So that'll be pretty cool. And then here's another one here from Alex. Look at that. He said it was on the 55-inch too. So that's pretty cool.
Nathan, what's with all this trash action over in Central Ohio here?
So for you guys, up there, it's just because of there being so many showers and thunderstorms that are starting to form, there isn't really as much capping inversion. It's really just kind of taken over and just formed a bunch of cells. So I would have to say I would just have to say it's more crap vection than expected. There it is, Mark. There it is. Expected naders in the dark in western PA. I mean, there is a cell that I am watching out for that is near Waynesburg. That potentially could start rotating here, so that could be something tornadic a little bit later on towards the Monessen and the California areas near 79. So could. It's not exactly dark right now. Oh, it is raining a lot over here in southern Pennsylvania. It is raining a lot in southern Pennsylvania. So that's fun. Florence, South Carolina, be in the yellow for Thursday. Nope. Thursday, there's only a green. There's only a green. So you guys, there's only a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. You see that right there. 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Just switching phone next to each other on there. Have you in PlayStation 5 at the same time? Jeez. 2 is better than 1 screen. There it is. There it is. So on the TV and the computer. There it is. That's classic. Making a shirt that says, I'm a nader, not gonna lie. Yeah, that sounds about right. What's up, JT? Anything for Maryland? Not really. Not really. Unless if you're in, the Delmarva Peninsula, like say near Salisbury and Ocean City. And that's really the only areas that I'd watch out for. But anything in Tennessee? I would say now, not anymore. I think these storms have now moved across your area, so you guys should be fine. You guys should be fine. What do I think about next week? Yeah, there is a severe weather event that's probably going to happen next week. Probably is going to happen. In regards to how significant it'll be, I mean, it's too hard to say right now. Let me switch over to the Euro model. If I can figure out how to do this correctly still. That's not what I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. I want to go take a look at the 500 millibar wind shear because this is a good way of telling as to what our low pressure systems are doing. Big ridge here. As I said, we're going to have a good time period over here. If you're over in the Rockies and the Central Plains, you're going to have some comfortable weather between now all the way up until Saturday. And then Sunday starts to move on through. Big low pressure system. Look at that. Wednesday on the 30th. Could be some severe weather over there. Wednesday on the 30th. And then Thursday, the 31st. That could be something to watch as well. Could be some severe weather in that general area. And then immediately right after that, could be another wave of severe weather in April. But next week is pretty much set in stone for a severe weather event to happen. Whether it's an outbreak or not, it's, undetermined. It's undetermined. But the 30th, you can see here, 29th, 30th, and then 31st. Wind shear actually amplifies on the 31st. So potentially a severe weather event for somewhere in Dixie Alley as well. So we have Tornado Alley on the 30th. And then Dixie Alley on the 31st. I'll have more videos for you guys, all right? I'll upload videos, as I said. If you guys were on my channel before, you guys knew about the tornado event that was going to happen on Monday and Tuesday. And so I'll upload more videos if you want to stay up to date with all this stuff, all the severe weather. Eventually, when we get to hurricane season, winter weather, whenever we get back into that, which will be sometime next year. I will update you on this channel, so please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications if you haven't already. Speaking of subscribers, all right, look at this, guys. 27,293 subscribers. You guys have been killing it here today. Guys have been killing it. So we're so close to 27,300. Remember, all right, the goal here for the channel is to get to 71,008 subscribers. 71,008 subscribers. That's a specific number that means a lot to me. And if we can get to it. Oh, gosh. 70-inch TV. 70-inch. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy, Mark. Wow. And then there's security guard, one of our moderators here, watching and monitoring chat as well while being a security guard. Look at that. Is the storms gone? Yeah, for the most part, they are starting to kind of deteriorate a little. There's only 2 more severe thunderstorm warnings. But the one over here, new severe thunderstorm warning over here. Yeah, here's the cell that we were watching at. This is near Salem in South Carolina. So now these storms are starting to kind of fire off. And there's also a flash flood warning over there, too. Can I check Caldwell? Yes, I can. Caldwell, North Carolina. That is north of Charlotte. You guys are fine right now. You guys don't have any showers with thunderstorms, but there could be some stuff that could move on through. If it's not Caldwell, North Carolina, it's probably Caldwell, Ohio. And let's take a look and see if you get anything over there. It probably is more realistic that it's Caldwell, Ohio, so let's take a look. There you go. And Caldwell is all the way up here. So they have the cell that's starting to move on through. I would get into a structure and stay away from windows if you can already. Or if you haven't already, I should say. Please be sure to do that because This storm over here has had a history of producing large hail and a strong damaging winds. So, yeah, I would watch out for it very closely. You just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. So not as large a hail as it once was, but still. Caldwell, I would stay in a sturdy structure and ride it out and stay away from windows if you guys could. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning down here near Shade and Coolville. And in the upper portions of this storm, there actually is some rotation. So this thing might actually be tornadic a little bit later on. That is definitely something to watch out for. Watch while baking and working out in the kitchen. There it is. There it is. But how they can see how wrong your name is on the members list on that 70-inch TV. Yeah, I know. I know. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was really tired last night. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm in South Central Pennsylvania. I'm in South Central Pennsylvania. Along 81. Yeah, this cell near Shade really is something to watch out for. Cookville, Marietta, Watertown, Cutler, Stewart here in Ohio. These are storms to watch. If you guys know anyone who lives near Parkersburg or in the Ohio side of the Ohio River, I would highly recommend telling them to monitor this cell very closely. Very closely. Ugh, excuse me. I'm starting to get in that yawning phase again. No. No. I'm not tired yet. Stop. Yeah, like Chambersburg and stuff like that. Any storms in Tennessee for tonight? Not really. Will I be teaching weather classes? Eventually, I will start it back up again here on my Discord server. Now, since I'm not working at the ski resort anymore, I'm doing YouTube full-time for the majority of the severe weather season. So we'll be starting back up the weather classes on our Discord server. Otherwise, geez, Morgan. Sheesh.
Thank you.
Yes, bless you.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we're going to be uploading videos, or at least I'm going to be uploading videos of past tornadoes and talking about how the event came together and stuff like that. So that'll be a way of kind of like teaching what happened with the, and how to forecast weather and stuff like that. But yeah. About Gloucester, Ohio, you guys had a tornado warning earlier on, but now you guys are in a bit of a clear slot right now. It looks like the line of storms is actually almost past you.
Not the right term.
Well, clear slot of line. There you go. That's clearly what my thought process was. Clear slot of line.
My name is Nate, and I'm not doing this correctly.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you're in a little break of the storms right now. That's a better terminology for it. And you guys could get some more showers and thunderstorms near your area. You actually are getting some more rain, but like not heavy rain. If you were a bit further south near Athens, you guys, or we'll even say near Sharpsburg and Shade, you guys would probably be getting more activity. But now, since there aren't any thunderstorms behind the line, I don't foresee you guys getting more stuff, but you could potentially see a stray shower or thunderstorm here. If you want to, by the way, all right, if you want to take a part of those classes on Discord, okay, join the Discord server. You got to create an account, and then you got to verify yourself and stuff like that. I'll put a link in the chat here. So there's the link in the chat. Please join, all right? I socialize there. It's not just the weather classes. Not just the weather classes. I socialize. I talk about weather and stuff like that. You know, we talk about what could potentially be happening in the future. We talk about what we ate this morning or something like that. We talk about whatever goes along. You know, we mess around too. We do all sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. So feel free to join the Discord server. Remember, verify yourself and then accept the terms of service by accepting the rules in the rules channel. You got to go to the rules and then you got to hit that thumbs up button. Mark with the 4, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Sup, Ian? Lolo. Yeah, this cell near Stewart is definitely a storm to watch. It is starting to rotate more, too. This thing is starting to try and do it. Of course. I really need a new mouse. This thing is annoying. There we go. Security guard. He decided to relax. Kicking his feet up. He's relaxing. He's watching the stream on the side. Watching in 72p. There it is. There it is.
That is the quality of your stream when your computer starts to bottleneck.
I know, right? That's also my internet, too. My internet just decides to say, you know what? That's enough. Really interesting, actually. Wow. Really interesting, lowering here. It looks like a shelf cloud here in Ontario. Look at that. I think this is extreme southern Ontario, like, you know, Windsor and areas east of that. Also, if you guys are having any issues joining the Discord server, alright, if you're having any issues and stuff like that, this is my name on Discord, alright? So contact me, DM'd me, and stuff like that. My DMs are always open. Always open. So if you're having any issues on Discord, please be sure to contact me. Even if you just want to talk about something, feel free to do so. Yeah, that got retweeted. That was pretty cool. In Ontario. That's a rainbow. Look at that. Stop, Morgan.
What?
Somebody sent me something on Twitter. And here, you know what? I'll just at you. That's funny. How does that even happen? How does that even happen?
You don't speak about it. It was lethargic. We don't talk about it.
Yeah, sure it was.
Hey, at least we have a playoff spot. I don't know what you're going on about.
Yeah, how do you go from beating the Lightning to losing to the Devils.
Beating the Lightning and Canes in back-to-back nights.
Yeah.
And allowing 1 goal across the 2 games.
Yeah. Mark Miller, thank you so much for becoming a member. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. How many members do we have now? You guys have been really cranking it up with the memberships here today. Thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher. We have 123 members now. We have 123. My goodness. We have 123 members. You guys are insane. Thank you guys so much. If you want to become a member, it's that join button next to the subscribe button. It's the best way to fund my channel. Best way to fund my channel. Because it's $5 a month and stuff like that. And that $5 can stack up, so. It really does mean a lot to me, you guys. It really does. I'm glad you guys have been sharing the live stream. We have over 1,200 likes. 1,200 likes. What's my Twitter? Nate_Snyder. So we are probably going to end the stream here soon because it looks like things are starting to diminish. Probably. That's some rotation. Yeah, that's a mesocyclone. Actually, that's a cell to watch in the future. So, we'll watch what that cell does there in along the South Carolina North Carolina border. And if it doesn't do anything, we'll see. Let me do that. Let's see. Judith, thank you so much for the 50. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Everyone say thank you to Judith. Everyone say thank you to Judith. My goodness. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That really does mean a lot to my channel. Thank you so much. My goodness. Wow. Subscriber count has almost increased by 1,000 people in the last 3 days. Yeah, I know, right? That's the cool thing. You know, we've had so many people that have came out, subscribed and stuff like that. And it's amazing what you guys have been doing for me. And it really does mean a lot. It really does mean a lot to me. BBDD with the 20. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me as well. Thank you so much. Wow. Everyone say thank you to BBDD. That's like a tongue twister there. It's like a tongue twister. BBDD. Thank you two so much. Thank you two so much. How worried am I for Wilmington, North Carolina tonight? Not too worried. I think you guys are just going to get strong damaging winds. Maybe a chance for a tornado, but I think it'll be more of a strong damaging wind threat for you all. Let me turn off the counties. There we go. But yeah, thank you two so much. Thank you two so much for the support. Really does mean a lot. There it is, probably a cat. Yeah, Morgan, check DMs.
Mm.
Can't hear you, Alistair.
Yeah, that's nice.
You're in Caldwell, grabbing food and gas. That makes a lot of sense. That makes sense. Oh, wow. Here's another view of that funnel, or the wall cloud and or funnel that we were tracking with our tornado warning earlier. Look at that. Look at how low to the ground that was. And that's rapidly rotating too. Brick Ben, what's up? Shay House, what's up? Yeah, that's an insane looking cell right there. Wow. And we kind of knew there would probably be something there. Huh? What? When was this? Where was this? Dust Devil in Taunton. Is that Taunton, Massachusetts? Yeah, that's Taunton, Massachusetts. This is a Dust Devil in Taunton, Massachusetts, everyone. Look at that. Look at that Dust Devil right there. So tightly compact and condensed right there. That's crazy. That's a heck of a Dust Devil right there. That's a drill bit. I get that, Privateer. I get. Chasing with hills and trees and stuff. It's sus. It is indeed sus. You want to play in the Dust Devil? I saw a video of a dog running right into a Dust Devil and it broke it up. It broke up the Dust Devil. That's pretty interesting watching that. So this cell over here near Marietta and Beverly, kind of deteriorating a bit. This cell over here near Batesville, Barnesville, the severe cell, does still have a little bit of rotation, but not really doing too much. So let's go back down to the cell over here. These cells over here, I should say. In South Carolina and North Carolina. And man, this Salem cell right here. Yeah, this is something to watch. We'll hold on to this here. You live near Taunton? Jeez. Yeah, that thing is crazy. Eastly, South Carolina. Yes, I can. Check that. Yeah, we are probably going to end the stream here in a few. Let's say 7:45-ish. 7:50-ish. If not the top of the hour. Eastly, South Carolina is near Greenville. So you guys are expected to get more showers and thunderstorms across your area. I'd watch out for that, but... yeah, and they also could be severe, but other than that... not really too much. Not really too much right now. But yeah, these thunderstorms are approaching your area. They are. You're in North Carolina. How's it looking for you? Well, it depends upon where you are in North Carolina. For instance, if you're like, you know, in Asheville or west of Asheville, you know, like in the Appalachians or Appalachians. I was actually growing up, and they told me Appalachians, and then some other people said Appalachians. I was like, all right, what do you want from me? So, the mountains. If you're over there, then you're starting to get out of the risk. But if you're east of the line, all right, east of these line of showers and thunderstorms, you guys could potentially get some activity overnight tonight. And then if you're along the coastline, like the Outer Banks, Wilmington, Jacksonville, that general vicinity, you guys will get your activity tomorrow morning. Strong damaging winds and maybe a tornado or two possible. Yeah, it's a struggle, Michael. It really is. It would be so much easier for storm chasing if you had a partner, you know. Because then your partner would be looking for, you know, open spots and stuff like that.
That's why I'm going to exist in a few months.
Yeah, more than likely. Thanks, Frontline. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming out to my stream. Yep, it is getting dark. It's that time of night. That time of night, all right. This is from Scott. On the new 40-inch. The new 40-inch. Keyword new. Jeez. Actually, some pretty good quality there, too. Usually my face is pretty bad quality. That'll be fixed, though. Get a new webcam here with that, so that way I don't look like, you know... I don't like a band of pixels. Don't look like a band of pixels. Starting to get cold in Pittsburgh? Yeah, that might be the cold front starting to move on through and towards your area. Dude, I bet this cell over here in Salem, South Carolina, Roseman, North Carolina, the supercell over here, you know, with the mesocyclone, is so low precipitation. You might be able to see everything with no rain whatsoever. Like, that cell might be one of the coolest things to look at. Let's see if there's any... Is there any lightning? Oh, there is like a lightning strike or two. Interesting. Let's see. Bad in Ohio around you? Yeah, there's a lot of storms over there. There's only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here in Ohio. We have 1 severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe, Guernsey, Muskingum, Belmont, and Noble counties. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning for actually Athens County got canceled. This is for Washington, Morgan, and Wood counties. Those are your only severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. Everywhere else, just some strong damaging winds more than likely. So you should be fine as long as you hopefully stay away from windows. That's the best recommendation I can give to you all. But yeah, the line is starting to congeal more or less. That means the event up here in Ohio and West Virginia, as well as Pennsylvania, is starting to kind of deteriorate a little bit. So that's the good news there. Pittsburgh is definitely passionate about their sports over there. Pittsburgh is definitely passionate. One thing I gotta say, though, is that, you know, I will say, their teams are annoying to play against. Both football and hockey, their teams are annoying to play against. It's just one of those teams that always has a system. Always has a system. Yep, see ya, Shay. See you around. Is the densest forest you've ever seen? Really? Near Salem? Yeah, then I guess you wouldn't be able to see anything unless if you have a drone, right? If you had drone footage or whatnot. But yeah, I respect the teams from Pittsburgh. Although I will say, I'm pretty sure the city of Pittsburgh is ready to put the Pirates on a, pitchfork at this point. Especially with how terrible they've played. But I can't really say all too much because, my team is the Orioles. And we couldn't be any better. Yeah, Trubinsky. Trubinsky's going to be interesting. Yeah, I will say, here's the thing. People in the chat already know. All right, I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan. All right, but I respect the absolute crap out of the Steelers. I may not like them all too much, but I respect them. I respect them so much because they are competitive. They are hard fought. They're a team that I never really want to face if I ever go into the playoffs. Because it's just that team that I already know it's going to be a war, and it's going to be a lot closer than I actually want it to be. It just happens. It just happens. How's Kentucky looking? Kentucky is now starting to get out of the risk, so you guys should be fine. Yeah, you guys should be fine in Kentucky. Yep, see ya, Tony. Oh, wow. So this cell over here near Lenore in North Carolina, starting to go. Favorite hockey team? Not the Washington Capitals. I'm just kidding. It's the second favorite team. That's my second favorite team, but I like the Jackets. We've kind of, speaking of Pittsburgh teams, they kind of just put us in. Yep, nope, Alistair, we couldn't hear you. They kind of did us in the other night, so that's fun. What about Fort Worth? You guys should be fine. Fort Worth is out of the risk until next week. What about Florida? Depends upon where you live in Florida. You know, if you're like over here, south of I-10, from Lake City down to Ocala, or actually, I think is it Ocala or is it Osala?
New tornado warning.
It must be the cell in North Carolina. It is the cell in North Carolina. I knew it.
Tornado warning for northern Caldwell County in western
What's
North
in
Carolina.
North Carolina?
The cell that's the northernmost severe thunderstorm warning in Lenore. It's got pretty good rotation.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
Yadkin Valley.
No cutting off the stream. We're still going.
Yeah, this is why we can't have nice things, and there's probably going to be a second one right behind it, warned.
Yeah, there's other cells across the board. These storms are now kind of going out now. So yep, there is the new tornado warning. People are saying it's Ocala. Okay, so Ocala. I'll remember that. But yeah, new tornado warning for Caldwell County in western North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Are you serious?
This is a cell that does have pretty good rotation. Look at this. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. It's a bit broad. You see all those grays in between the two high values of green and red? That tells me that it is not fully consolidated quite yet. If it were to produce a tornado, it's not fully consolidated, so that's the good news. And you see on reflectivity, it's surrounding itself in rain as well. So this thing is starting to become rain-wrapped. That's probably the reason why it's not fully condensed, because this thing is kind of also weakening it at the same time. It's kind of going under a slippery slope, if you will, of intensification and non-intensification. So if you guys are over here near Collettsville, north of Lenore, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. All right, Yadkin Valley, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This thing does have a bit of a turbulence drop. Look at this. Spectrum width right here. Turbulence drop. I don't see debris signature at this time. I do not see debris signature. But there is definitely some rotation right within there. Yep, that's Storm Chaser Matt. Storm Chaser Matt created a video for us.
Tornado warning for
Matthew
Central
Chapman
County in western North Carolina.
Well, there's your second tornado warning.
North County in western North Carolina.
So that's the cell behind it. Another tornado warning has been issued.
I am Jesus.
You know, this is the reason why we decided not to go quite yet until these cells kind of, you know, did a little bit more stuff.
You decided not to.
Yeah, well,
the severe thunderstorm watch for Western Ohio just got canceled.
Yeah, so if you're in Indiana and central to Western Ohio, you guys are in the clear. Okay, you guys are no longer in a severe thunderstorm watch. You guys are fine. You guys are mainly in the clear. These cells down here in North Carolina, however, do now have tornadic rotation. And both of them look pretty good, actually. Both have decent spectrum width as well. The one north of Collettsville has a ball of spectrum width, indicating something tornadic right within there. And then the one near Woodlawn right here has a line of spectrum width. That is indicating some turbulence right along the line there too. So yeah, could potentially be something right there. Would not be surprised. But here's the rotation. You can see, oh wow, might have uptrended here. That actually might be the case. It might have actually indeed uptrended. The reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle, white, right where the bright greens are at, next to the reds, that's where the tornadic rotation would be. If I were trying to figure out as to where the actual, tornado could be at. Let's circle the area of rotation right here. Let's go back to reflectivity. Yeah, it's right in the inflow notch. Right in there, you can see the hook that comes around just like this. So it's trying to wrap its rain around and potentially consolidate. Which is telling me that if you're along areas of State Highway 126, State Route 126, State Route 181, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we have 2 new tornado warnings. We're not done quite yet. Not done quite yet. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, please share this live stream with them, all right? Copy the link to the live stream, share it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Or send a link to this live stream to them from text message. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, all right? So please be sure to spread this out with people you know, all right? This is in northwestern portions of North Carolina. Western and northwestern portions of North Carolina. Ethan with the 5, thank you so much, says, when will Tampa Bay area get hit with thunderstorms, if any? Just want to know. Love your channel. Yep. Let me show you here real quickly. I would say sometime around 7 or 8. 7 or 8 is when stuff really starts to approach near your area, and then it becomes a lot more sporadic. Around 9, 10, and then all the way throughout in the afternoon. So yeah, you can see how these lines of storms continue to spread all the way through into the afternoon, and it continues to linger on into Friday. So yeah, if it isn't late tonight, it's early tomorrow morning. How's Hertford, North Carolina looking? Let me take a look and see where that area is. Remember, this is just a reminder. If you're north of Morgantown, North Carolina, north of I-40, you need to tell people to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Hartford, North Carolina, they're going to get their activity tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning. So watch out for that. Strong damaging winds, maybe even the chance for a tornado. But yeah, there is definitely expected to be some activity for you all tomorrow morning specifically. Wow. That's some strong velocities right there. We got brighter reds now moving away from the radar. Still that bright green moving towards right in the middle.
The northern cell won't be the one to do it, I feel, if any of them are gonna.
It will
Not
or
right
won't?
now. Will not. The northern one will not.
No, the southern one is. Look, the southern one is.
Yeah, the southern one might be.
And then there's also a cell to the south and west of that near Marion. That one also is looking like it's trying to develop here soon. It's just popped up, just formed here, within the past 10, 15 minutes. And it's already starting to build rotation. So those are some cells to watch out for. And then there's the cell over there near Walhalla in South Carolina. That just formed and it's starting to create rotation. My goodness. What about Kannapolis? Kannapolis North and east of Charlotte. Yeah, you guys can get your activity. It'll be a little bit later on tonight. A little bit later on tonight when some of these showers and thunderstorms can move on through. So I'd watch out for that.
What? Excuse me?
Yeah, these cells are really firing off across the board.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that cell.
No, not even that. Do me a favor. Look in South Carolina. Look at Walhalla.
Oh yeah, I
It's
know.
on the western side. Look in the upper portions of that.
I know.
That looks freaking bonkers.
Well, go back to the cell, the tornado warning cell near Woodlawn in Morgantown.
I know that.
Well, look at the latest scan.
I'm surprised that's not dead. There's no real clear indication of spectrum width, though, so it may just be a giant wall cloud.
Yeah, could be. That's the one thing about it. Could be a giant wall
Either
cloud.
way, areas to the south and west of Colettsville should be still taking their proper precautions.
Yeah, if they haven't already, they need to. It looks like the northernmost tornado warning kind of turned into more of a strong damaging wind risk. A lot of gusty winds surging in behind. A lot of the rain has been wrapped around. Starting to wrap around the rear flank downdraft and the outflow boundary kind of just overtaking the area.
It's raining here. I need to cope.
It's raining where I'm at, too.
I don't... There's a big blob of something to your northwest. If you look at your radar, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, neither do I, and I don't think I want to know, so...
Yeah, speaking of coping, Alistair, you seem to be.
Yeah, my goodness. That is, that's a heck of a rotation right there. Heck of a rotation. Once again, this is north and west of Morgantown, North Carolina. North and west of Morgantown. We have two tornado warnings. One near Caldwell County in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We have another one over here in McDowell and Burke counties, and that'll also be in effect until 8:30. These storms are moving slow, by the way. These are moving slow as molasses, 25 miles per hour. And this is a heck of a supercell here. Look at that. Big time rotation, inflow notch. Inflow coming in unimpeded. This is a heck of a storm, a heck of a supercell. We're going to have to continue to watch out for this very closely. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Nate, never mind. I just ate my words. There's a giant spectrum width drop now on the cell that's just to the northwestern Morgantown.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a huge spectrum width drop.
Nothing to confirm via ZDR or CC if that's on the ground yet, but that's certainly close. I'm going to take a 3D of this, actually, because I can, among other reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I suppose I can't because GR2 is being a pain. That's actually not bad. Yeah, we'll go with not bad. It's not even at 30,000 feet, so I'm not going to say good. We'll go with not bad.
Jeez. The cell, by the way, has 840 joules per kilogram of CAPE.
That's nice.
Yeah, it does have a spectrum width drop, indicating that there is a bit of turbulence there now. Turbulence is the big thing to watch.
A bit?
Yeah, there's a lot of turbulence.
I'm pretty sure
lot of turbulence.
Like 28 knots or whatever that is a little bit more than a bit.
Yeah, 28 knots of turbulence is actually more than a bit, but it's not super, consolidated. So that's why I'm like, Is that representing the tornado or is that representing the inflow? I mean,
Yes.
regardless, all right, if you're along State Highway 126, State Route 181, need to get into your sturdy structure right now because that's where the storm is at. It's north and west of Morganton. And it's heading towards the Colettsville. All right, Colettsville in North Carolina. If you know anyone who lives over there, need to tell them to get into their proper, safe spaces, sturdy structures. Because this storm is definitely moving about.
Hey, can you hear me, dude?
Yeah, we can.
Hey, he's alive.
Oh my goodness, it's been so long. Hey, I got some food, gas, back on I-70 heading east. The cell is just passing over forest town right now, but getting a little bit. I'll keep an eye on.
I mean, I think honestly, if you pull a every storm chaser ever and go at 100 miles an hour down I-60, you could get to the South Carolina storms.
To the South Carolina storms.
Sorry, North Carolina storms.
I don't think that's possible. That's not possible.
Why? Is your car weak? Also, Nate, check your mentions.
Have you done the map? You gotta do the map, bro. 100 miles an hour is real slow to get down there before they die off.
Math's overrated. Just go for it. The cell behind it might start... Dude, what is this?
I told you, the Salem Marion's going crazy too.
Did you check your mentions?
Oh, wow.
I wish I got pictures down. All I had was the live stuff.
This was the cell that was on I-70. Just west of Wheeling, West Virginia. This is in Morristown, Ohio. And that's a heck of a supercell there. This person's on the southern side of the supercell, though. On the southern side of the supercell. A lot of the rain that's came around, and then the wall cloud would be on the opposite side of the rain. But yeah, definitely a heck of a shot. Heck of a shot from that. My goodness. Wow, oh wow.
Hey, send that to me.
Speaking of wow,
Hey,
wow, wow.
Send that to me.
Sorry?
You want to send that to me?
Yeah. It's in the group chat.
Look at it.
In the group chat right there.
Dude, the Salem cell needs to consider the following if it can.
Yeah, that cell is pretty, although the upper level rotation's not as strong as it once was. That's the interesting thing.
It's still good.
It's not bad. Not bad at all.
And the Marion cell also needs to consider the following if it can.
Yeah, what the heck is that?
Water.
That thing might produce. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
It's that cell, that small cell that might produce something in the storm. It has some spectrum width.
The little bird fart that could.
It's the little... this thing's probably producing a funnel cloud.
That's cute.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if you're in Marion, you probably need to get into a sturdy structure yourself. Yeah, my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Hmm?
Nate. I didn't see this in this perspective. Look in your DMs. Oh my gosh.
They got no excuses this year.
Oh yeah. Glad we played them last year and still lost like 20-9. Which, ironically enough, was still lower than the score of the Rangers Guardians game, because that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep. Just got pinged. Someone just said there's rotation in West Marion. Yep. Yep. That's evident here from radar. This is quite the cell. My goodness. But yeah, we have 2 tornado warnings over here. Yeah, I know, Aria. You check your storm in North Carolina. It looks severe. There's a couple of storms in North Carolina that are severe. These are the storms that are severe and tornadic. All right, we have 2 tornado warnings here indicated in these red boxes. One near Lenore, one near, or at least near the I-40 area, near Marion. North of Morgantown, or not Morgantown, Morganton. Jeez.
Nice.
Then we have some severe storms near, the Flat Rock and the Hendersonville area, south of Asheville. And then, of course, we have another cell over here that's near Marion, like right on top of Marion. That's actually, looking to be tornadic here. Actually does have some really good velocities. Yeah, the next trough injection is really interesting. 30th and 31st is the days to watch for certain. Is Ohio clear? Depends upon where in Ohio. If you're like... If you're west of 77, all right? If you are west of 77 in Ohio, you are in the clear. If you are on 77, or if you are east of 77, not quite yet. It's a heck of a cell there that's no Malvern. So that could even be tornadic a little bit later on as well. Could be a little tornadic storm that's heading towards Minerva, Malvern, Homeworth, Salem in Ohio, Winona. So something to watch out for that. Could potentially be tornadic later on. It's happening near Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, there's just some general showers and thunderstorms that are approaching your general area. So not really too much. But yeah, there is a couple of storms over here. Something to watch. Definitely something to watch. Let's go back to the cells over in North Carolina. And it looks like the cell near Marion has weakened a little bit. That's the good news. Looks like it did weaken. What about these other cells? Did they do anything? It doesn't look like it. Although, my goodness, that Colliettsville cell has a lot of turbulence. Big time spectrum withdrawal. Big time spectrum width drop. And tornadoes create turbulence.
New tornado warning.
Probably an extension.
It's for the Marion cell. There's 3 of them.
No, it's not. It's the
Tornado
it's
warning
the
for
extension.
West Central Caldwell County in western North Carolina.
Oh, the
North
Marion
Central
cell's
Burke
about to
County
go
in
into the
western
other
North Carolina.
warning box thing. That's
Yeah.
funny.
I was about to say. No, it's
Okay,
the extension for
the following if I can.
Colettsville. The main reason they did that is because of the spectrum width. Main reason they did that is because of the big turbulence drop. Or turbulence spike, I should say.
Drop.
Yeah, not a drop. Spike.
My name is Nate, and I don't know what I'm doing. Yo! What is the Salem cell doing? Look at it again. What is this?
What
is this? This is probably beautiful low precip cell. I mean, jeez. But
excuse me?
You see what I mean?
What is this?
Dude,
What?
this is pretty.
Dude, if I were chasing
I don't even
out
need
this,
to see.
If someone was chasing this, they probably would automatically have picture of the year.
Oh, 100%.
No doubt.
There's nothing around. It's all condensation.
Look at CDR.
There's no rain on it.
Look at CDR.
Oh.
Going higher levels.
Look at KDP. It's non-existent.
Dude, this cell right here. Oh.
Folks, low-key, the cell isn't being picked up by the radar because it has no precip, but it might be close right now to producing a tornado along the State Route 70, State Route 11 vicinity. I'm not even joking.
This is in Salem, South Carolina, all right? So if you're in Salem, this is actually a little bit further towards your east, so you should be fine. But
sheesh.
You're in Salem right now? If you can, all right, you're in the clear, go outside and take a picture. All right? Because
please.
It's not going to produce anything, or at least I don't think it will. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we have a supercell. We have a supercell that's not producing any rain. We have a supercell that's not producing any rain that looks like it could try and be tornadic later on.
Look at the spectrum width further up in the atmosphere.
Oh my, yeah. Yeah, go outside, take a picture. This thing...
If you're even in Pickens, okay, you're not going to be impacted by this because it's moving to your north and east. Go look.
What is this cell doing?
Oh my god, it got better.
What do you mean it got better?
Dude, look at the new reflectivity scan. I think there was a new reflectivity scan that just
738?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking at that.
Do you see the air of hook that's like 15 dBcs?
Look at the correlation coefficient.
That's a lot of inflow.
That is a lot of info. Oh my...
Info?
No, inflow.
You said info.
No, not on my screen.
Chat. Nate said info. Right?
Sure did not.
He said info.
Someone said, what's the link to the Discord? There's the link to the Discord. There it is. This cell is not legit, alright? This is a fake. This is a fake.
Logan says you said info. It is done.
You guys are not my friends anymore. I'm just kidding.
I can, Nate, you wanna know what's funny? I can just imagine the warning for this. A cloud capable of producing a tornado was located northeast of Salem.
A cloud.
A cloud. You know how they have those special marine warnings for those showers where it's like a weak shower capable of producing water stuff? It's just a cloud.
This doesn't make any sense. People are asking me to check Christiansburg. Christiansburg is off to the north. Correct?
Dude, it's 76 on top of 7 at 4,100 feet. Probably has a wall cloud. I'm not even kidding. Probably does.
Is Christiansburg. Christiansburg, Ohio, as I'm assuming that is where you are talking about. Oh, that's north of Dayton. Yeah, you should be fine. You'll be okay. You'll be fine. I was about to say, is that a, did you run off the road there? Is our chaser all right? Morgan, there is a mezzo signature on our cell.
Not on my screen, but I don't have a new frame.
There is a mezzo signature on the cell. It's got a threshold of 11.8. At 2.4 tilt, it's got a delta velocity of 95 miles per hour.
I see 115 on 17 or so. I just got a new frame.
Yeah, there's the mezzo signature. That thing is stupid. This is a fake. This is a fake.
Someone fart? No.
No,
that was me considering the following.
It's got an It's got an elf. It's got an elf. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. That's it.
I see that on the lowest tilt too.
Yeah, I'm done. That's it. This storm. I've seen it all. I have seen it all tonight, everyone. All right, this thing has a left flank velocity enhancement, which is normal for supercells to produce tornadoes. This is stupid. This cell right here does not make any sense. And might be one of the weirdest cells I think I have ever seen in my entire life. I'm praying it doesn't produce a tornado, but if it does, this would be the weirdest tornado I have ever seen in my entire life. That's all I gotta say. Looks like the hail core is now starting to uptrend, so it's now starting to produce a lot of rain. This cell might be actually starting to become normal again.
Now it would be a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado.
Yeah, it really will.
That hook is still basically invisible, though.
It has a singular lightning strike.
That's nice.
Yeah, there's only one tornado warning, I should say. A couple other severe tornado warning. There it is. There's 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 tornado warning at this time. Yeah, that cell near Lenore is still rotating a bit.
Yes, I hit the rumble strip on the left side of the highway. Good job.
I was about to say, you all right? Dangerous cloud capable of producing a tornado. There it is. Christiansburg, Virginia. That's what people are explaining? Or want me to explain? Yeah, let me take a look. Christiansburg, Virginia is near Blacksburg. Yeah, they're going to be fine for the most part. So, for the people who don't know why this cell is so weird, okay? First off, we have to understand as to what makes supercells, supercells. what makes them produce tornadoes, what makes tornadoes produce tornadoes, and stuff like that. So far, we've had a couple storms that have looked normal, but this one doesn't. So let me show you a good example of a normal supercell. All right, now they don't all exactly have to look the same. But here's.
Field.
I was gonna show Winterset.
Oh. You should just have a stock photo of, or stock radar image of Mayfield on hand whenever you need.
That's true, but
Could honestly be a benefit. Anyway.
Here's one of the supercells. All right, this is from the EF4 in Winterset, Iowa, and we'll zoom in here in a second. All right, so here's a normal supercell. Notice how much rain is around this, all the reds and pinks and stuff like that, and how it flows around into a normal hook like this, you see? Now, this was also producing a tornado at this moment. You can see the big debris ball at the bottom of the hook. Actually, if I circle this ball right here, if I circle it right here for you all, it'll be blue. When I change it over, there it is, it's blue. And then all these other areas, it's red. And that's because that is all rain. So if I switch that back over, you can see, yep, there you go. Everything else is rain, but that area is blue. Now, not all supercells produce tornadoes, but you notice how much precipitation is present in the cell here, not only in the hail core, which is in some of these areas over here, and in the hook. So when we switch over, when we go back over to this cell, you notice not only does it have a lack of rain in the hail core, it also has a very small hook. A very small hook that practically has no precipitation. All right, you only see a little bit of precipitation here because that's what the supercell has done. So this is what we like to call a low precipitation type supercell. That
low precipitation, almost no precipitation.
Yeah, almost no precipitation. But an LP type supercell that does have rotation on it. Does have rotation. Not as strong as it once was, albeit, but does have rotation here.
Yeah, so that's kind of the reason that Nate and I are like geeking out over this, because something like this is rarely ever seen, even in the primest environment. So something weird is happening with the moisture content that it's just not producing rain in the air in the vicinity of the hooking vicinity. So you can see on radar actually where the hook would be. It's just almost translucent. It's like 20 dBz's, which is very light rain. So this is probably a very photogenic thunderstorm for whoever can actually see it in the Pickens vicinity. And I'm jealous, must say.
Yeah. That's a heck of a cell. That is a heck of a cell right there. I mean, my goodness. I wonder if the Discord server is freaking out about that. I wonder if it is. They're kind of doing their own thing. They haven't really talked about it a whole lot.
Nate, the storm split. It just got severe warned. The storm split.
What?
60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail.
Quarter-sized hail?
Consider the following if you can. I mean, there actually is a fair amount of frozen content in the storm if you look up, but it doesn't seem to be translating to the ground. I'm taking a 3D. I am honestly curious.
Yeah, I gotta take a 3D here too.
The hook is invisible. What?
Yeah, no dip. By the way, if you want to join the Discord server, talk about weather and stuff like that, because there's actually, quite a few people that are talking about the weather that is active over here. Please be sure to do so. The link is in the chat. I also talk on the Discord server a lot. I talk on Discord a lot. I talk in the voice chats a lot. So if you want to hang out with me, geek out over weather, or enhanced your weather knowledge. What? No. It's starting to translate.
Did it not split?
Kind of. I'm going to take a 3D of the cell myself. I gotta see this.
I did already.
I gotta see this.
The hook is translucent, and it's actually a fairly deep storm in of itself.
I gotta see this.
So go see it then.
What?
It's Nate Snyder.
Am I not doing this correctly?
No, ignore the white box in the middle of my screen. That's the 1.4 tilt that I just sent you in our DMs. Consider the following.
Oh, that's the Inflow Notch. I just did it on 3D with IsoSurf. Hold up. Oh. Oh my goodness. Look at
This
that.
Bonkers.
What is... Look at that. All right, so basically what's happening here, chat. All right, this is how a supercell works. So you have all the rain that's back here. It falls down to the ground, right? That's the reason why you have all the rain and the orange in the background. Then that rain then gets carried around the backside of the cell, gets wrapped around to where the hook is, which is the reason why we're freaking out, because we can't believe it's not wrapping so much rain around it. All right? So it's wrapping around it over there, and then it gets shot up the updraft here, okay? That's why the reason why we look for ZDR columns. The ZDR, it tells us where the updraft is. If we have all the reds in there, it'll tell us where the updraft mainly is. So the ZDR, the updraft takes it up, it gets pushed out because of the wind shear, and then it falls back down again right here. And then it's just a constant cycle of how a supercell works. All right? And this supercell is looking pretty crazy. You should take a look at the lower levels, Morgan.
What about the lower levels?
Take a look at 0.2 tilt on the same 2-star.
Lower level tilt.
Go to 0.2.
Oh my god, it's 2 supercells.
It's
Why?
2 cells. There's a mini supercell, and then there's a mini supercell.
A mini minis.
mini supercell, and a mini supercell.
Would you like to look at the velocities on 1.4 tilt for me really quickly?
Oh no. No. That's not okay. Yeah, this is...
Dude, yo, at 3.2 tilt, which is like 10,000 feet, this thing is 104 on top
come
of 2.
on.
This is
Oh,
organized.
come on. Stop.
This is an actual thing.
Yeah, I know it's an actual thing. If this thing... It's starting to wrap rain around the other... The old one. It's starting to wrap rain around.
If that old cell clears, it will go tornado orange. I'm pretty confident.
It is not going west. It is not going west.
It's going east, actually.
It's going east. Northeast. Yeah, at this point, chat, this is just us messing around with this storm, because this is unbelievable, to be completely honest with you. This cell right here. Oh my goodness, someone just sent a picture in Salem 15 minutes ago.
No.
It has a good updraft. Bro, that updraft does not make sense. What is this? Look at that.
Oh, come on, dude. There's... Are you kidding me?
That is insane. What we're looking at right here, guys, you see all these fluffy clouds right here? See all this fluffiness and then fluffiness up here too? All the bumps and stuff? That's the updraft right here. That's bringing all that rain up.
Can I go back to what I said of a cloud capable of producing a tornado?
A cloud.
North of chickens. Because the rain is so incredibly light that it could pass.
This storm's fake. This storm's fake. That's not how it works.
Hey guys.
Yes, sir.
Hey guys. Morgan.
Yeah.
You guys enjoy your fluffy cumulus tornado. I'm gonna head off tonight.
Alrighty.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you much.
Never stop chasing.
Yep, never stop chasing. Yeah, that is one heck of a shot. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I just retweeted that on Twitter.
I'm gonna do the same.
Bro, this thing is starting to rotate more. What is this? It's translating to the ground. It's translating to the ground.
It's not like it wasn't rotating more already.
It's starting to do it. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'll talk to the people on Discord who got into my DMs more and more later on, alright? I'm live streaming right now, so I can't, exactly
So
say...
please leave a message after the beep.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the most LP supercells on radar I have ever seen. Oh my goodness, are you serious? This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't. Yeah, sure it is, OKT, sure it is. Ohio is for the most part in the clear. If it does that, Norbert, I'm sorry, I'm done with weather. That's it. I need to just hang up the boots.
If it does what?
If it produces.
Well, here's the thing. The Echo Tops are now 31,000 feet, and the rotation looks to be consolidating more and more at the surface while continuing to sustain in the upper levels. So, realistically, if the storm remains in the environment that it's in, which is over 1,000 Cape and over 200 Holistic, it could do it.
Wait, what? Is that true? Is that true? Did they seriously just do that? Did they seriously just do that?
What?
Where is this for? Where is this for?
Tornado Watch 69.
Where is this for?
Wait.
Where is this for? It better not pop up on GR Earth. It better not, I swear.
North Carolina.
I don't understand this. Will this be a long tracking cloud? Yeah, I think so. I do think it will be. There it
goes
is.
On GR Earth.
What's the probs? 3010.
Nice.
It doesn't even include the LP cell. This doesn't make any sense. What radar do I use? GR2 analyst. North Carolina tornado watch my foot. North Carolina tornado watch my foot. That doesn't make any sense. It also includes areas south of Roanoke as well. Just casual.
Nate, look at the cell. Look at the cell. It's going to do it.
It better not. It better not. I swear. If it does.
Are you looking?
Excuse me.
It's 31 on 38.
It's gonna produce a tornado. Dude, this is why? Cedar Mountain in Cleveland. All right, if you live over there, I'm sorry. You need to get into a sturdy structure right now on the real
I dare
note.
say you guys are. I dare say you guys are currently in the bookmark, and that you need to consider the following because I don't even know what this is.
The bookmark. Yeah, dude. If you're in Cedar Mountain or in Cleveland along the border of North Carolina and South Carolina, all right, you might actually need to take shelter from this. I know it's the middle of the night, but people might be able to actually see this coming.
And if not, this low-key could be producing some pretty gusty winds too. So even as this pushes off, even if it doesn't produce a tornado, should be considering the following. But a tornado warning for Lenoir got canceled.
Yeah, so now it's just only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah,
Mass Dog replied on my thing saying, talk about low precip. There's the new tornado watch.
Yeah, Ohio, for the most part, is in the clear.
Unless you're on the very eastern side, like bordering Pennsylvania, in which you could see some strong winds or here and there.
Yeah, yeah, like Youngstown, Alliance, Carlton, areas near East Liverpool, all the way down towards Cadiz, or Cadiz, probably how it's pronounced. My apologies. St. Clairsville, all the way down to Bealsville, Woodsfield, down towards St. Mary's. If you live around those areas, you guys are probably going to experience some more gusty winds, strong gusty winds. But if you are, like, you know, near I-77, or if you are west of 77, you guys are in the clear for the rest of the night. You guys are in the clear for the rest of the night. So you guys are good. Here, and I'll even pull up the radar for you guys here. You can see a lot of these showers and thunderstorms move on through here. So here's Youngstown, Canton, Pittsburgh. You can see the line of storms that have moved on through here now. No.
Okay, its lower levels looked like they weakened off a bit.
Oh,
but
Morganton.
Its upper levels.
Morganton.
Its upper levels
what?
are still very good.
Oh, that's the cell further north. So that's the cell from the tornado warning earlier. That went near Morganton. They're saying, so apparently someone said there was reports of damage north of Morganton with the cell that was off north of the mini Marion cell. So it was the second tornado warning, and it was the southern tornado warning.
Excuse me. Nathan Snyder, there is a Boeing segment east of Charleston.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at that earlier, and I was like, my goodness, that thing is huge. A lot of strong damaging winds with that.
And hail.
And hail, yeah, look at that. Maximum expected hail size, and upwards of almost 2 inches. 2-inch size hail almost.
72 dBZs at 17,500 feet.
Yeah, this thing is cranking. A lot of strong damaging winds.
We might get a tornado warning in West Virginia. Grantsville.
Oh yeah, I just saw it. Yeah, that's possible. It could potentially be a tornado warning there. I wouldn't be all too surprised. Yeah, it could have definitely been straight line damaging winds with that. But yeah, this severe thunderstorm warning, the only one up here in the tornado watch, up in West Virginia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. The severe thunderstorm warning is due east of Charleston, West Virginia for Kanawha, Rowan, actually, I think it's, yeah, Rowan and Clay counties. And that'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So Clay, Clendenning, Ivydale, as well as areas along I-79, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Because this cell is creating some strong damaging winds. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail in your general area. So please get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. A lot of mountains out there, so you won't be able to see it either. Yeah. All right, Sapphire. Thanks for coming out. Really do appreciate it. Be safe out there. Be safe. Virginia has a rotating cell on the local radar? Really? I gotta move a radar, down there. What radar should I put down? KDMX. That'll load here in a bit, so we'll be able to see something from that here in a second. Is Tennessee fine? Yeah, Tennessee's fine. Is Glendale, West Virginia, still looking okay? Glendale, West Virginia is... Oh, yeah, that's right. That's near the Moundsville area. So now thunderstorms are now starting to approach your general vicinity. And yeah, you're gonna probably get some spotty hail here, but this thing doesn't look like it could be tornadic. It does not. Does not look like it could be tornadic. So I think you should be all right, but just stay in a sturdy structure, all right? Get indoors. Do not, stand out in front of this thing. Matt just pinged everyone. Yeah, it's about his video. That's something I would do too, so not mad. Go do it. What other stuff do I think can't, Greensboro, North Carolina can get? A lot of strong damaging winds possible. That's what I would say. Can't believe they issued a tornado watch out here, bruh. A couple tornadoes possible and isolated damaging wind gusts and upwards of 70 miles per hour? What? Yep, there is a tornado watch. It's not exactly for Charlotte. It's the county next to Charlotte. It's like to the west of Charlotte, near Gastonia. There's your tornado watch. Let's go to Blacksburg's radar. See if there's anything. There's a little bit of rotation along this line here. Along this line from Woolwine down to Vesta. So that is something to watch. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation.
Nate.
Yeah.
The storm south of Cedar, the storm south of Salem is doing it too. It's doing the same thing. It's... And it has good upper level. I need to reconsider my profession.
I don't know. I don't know anymore. I really don't. I don't have an answer. I wish I did, but I kind of don't. Uh
Getting scared with this scary cloud outbreak. Should I go yeast or no?
Yeah, this Boiling Springs, South Carolina, what's up with them? Let me see. Boiling Springs, South Carolina. That is near the Spartanburg areas. Yeah, you guys can see some showers and thunderstorms here. I'd say within the next 2 hours. You're in Lenore, and you're getting a lot of wind changes all across the board. Yeah. You guys were in a couple of tornado warnings, too. But now you guys are a little bit fine here. Another band of storms here moving across your area within the next, I'd say, 30 minutes. So watch out for that. But that'll change more wind all across.
Hey, I'll be back in a bit. I just hope nothing happens when I'm gone.
Yeah, well, can't guarantee it.
Yeah, give me a few minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, the southeastern circle makes me want to consider the following more. This doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. For people who don't know what radar we're looking at right now, we're looking at Greer's radar, KGSP. So if people want to track this, they can. I just these cells are stupid. These cells are stupid. This is fake. What about Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? You guys are expected to get some showers and thunderstorms here relatively soon. I'd say within the next 45 minutes, honestly. Within the next 45 minutes is when you guys can get some stuff. So, we're really curious to know if that is one of those low top, high shear cells. Yeah, it is. It is. It is those low top, high shear cells. They barely have any cape, too. Actually, no, I'm sorry. They do have cape. They have 1,442 joules per kilogram of cape. Just so happens to just be rotating rather decently. This, yeah, what? It looks like the original cell near Cedar Mountain is starting to congeal, alright? So this thing is starting to become more rain-wrapped. Or, no, a cell just formed right out in front of it, so that's killing it. That's the good news, I guess, but my... Yeah, just been trolled by a cloud, for real. I have been trolled by a cloud. This doesn't make any sense. What's the consider the following thing? Yeah, basically, it's us telling people that, you know, you need to consider this thing. Consider what just happened. So the following is a representation on that. In this episode of We Are Talking Trash About These Cloudy Supercells, yeah, for real, these cells do not make any sense. They don't. This looks a lot better than the supercell that was before. At least this thing's wrapping rain around. But then again, that also could mean that things could potentially produce, so we're just gonna have to watch out for this very closely. But yeah, this... My goodness. West of Rutherford, North Carolina. Rutherford. That's South Carolina. Rutherford. Can't see it on GR2. Rutherfordton. Rutherfordton. That is... Oh. Oh, it's that. Yeah, there's one near Marion and West Marion. That one could be one to watch. That might also be one to watch, too. This cell over here near, Moravian Falls. This could potentially be something to watch. This just appeared out of nowhere. Actually, not even that. It's the same cell that went near Lenore. It's heading towards North Wilkesboro. So that's something to watch. That's a really interesting signature. Is there any cams near these clouds? Unfortunately, no. If so, you know, like the Greenville, Spartanburg area, I would 100% love to watch these. I would watch these till my heart's content. If I was chasing right now, I would just be on these cells. I don't care about the cells that are up in North Carolina, right? Those things suck. These ones down here, this is a chaser's dream. You see a teeny tiny cloud in Los Angeles, rain imminent? There it is. Walt Disney clouds. That's the photograph in South Central Virginia. Yeah, that's stupid. The thing about these cells, though, all right, the thing about these cells is that these are low precipitation based, okay? All your wall clouds that you typically see for the most part have rain around them. These ones don't. These ones don't. They all have no rain around them. They are as low precipitation based as you can get. And you probably can see the updraft with them, too. Probably can see the updraft with them. And wow, this thing is hooking. Wow. This thing is hooking. Storm near Wilkesboro has a significant spectrum width drop, does it? Yeah, it does. Only issue is we're looking up 6,800 feet. So it's pretty high up in the sky that we're looking for. But is this cell bad? The cell that's over here, I mean, it's not looking to be, you know... I'll tell you guys if this thing is going to end up producing a tornado, all right? But this thing is taking its time. And it's not... Are you kidding me? This doesn't make it... It has a TVS signature. This... I... No! 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 Oh, what? What? This thing might actually... This thing might actually produce a tornado. This doesn't... If you're in Pickens, South Carolina, I can't believe I'm saying this, but you might actually have to take proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure. Just... This is a literal cloud. And this thing is actually... could actually produce a tornado. I mean, if you look at the velocities right there, that thing is intense. You can't say anything else. Intense velocities. Higher up. But lower. Oh my god. If this thing produces a tornado, I can't. This doesn't make any sense. The inflow is literally getting sliced. Look at this. Literal air right here. And it has a skinny... There's the inflow right there. And it has a skinny RFD right there. This is as low precipitation based as you can get. Alright, some people are telling me to look at Martinsville. Let me take a look. See what's happening over there. Martinsville, Virginia. That's over here. Looks like there's going to be some scattered showers and thunderstorms. So something to watch out for with that. They are under a tornado watch right now, so that would be something to watch out for. But yeah, I think for the most part they should be fine. But if they are ever under a tornado warning, you know, I would tell them, I say, hey, you know, you're under a tornado watch. You should probably watch out. Just on the off chance that stuff happens. By the way, the Storm Prediction Center has updated its convective outlook. You can see the yellow is gone over here in Ohio. So the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale is gone over there. Now there's just a yellow over here, and that's for tornadoes, by the way. That's your 5% chance for tornadoes located in this area. Everywhere else is in the 2% chance. So this is the area to watch for the most part. I honestly can't believe. Let's go back to that cell. This thing is fake. This thing is fake. I'm done. Color table am I using? I'm using something similar to Radar Scope. That way, if people are tracking this on Radar Scope too, you know, those Radar Scope and Radar Omega are the apps, the radar apps that I would highly recommend. They both cost $10 each, okay? One is easier to use, that's Radar Scope. One has a lot more things, that's Radar Omega, okay? Radar Scope is a good product. Radar Omega is a good product. If you want to track this with me, I highly recommend getting one of those two radars, all right, on your mobile device. All right. So Radar Scope and Radar Omega. And if you want to track this with me, please be sure to do so with that. But this thing is still going. Now, it looks like the cell off to the south of it that just formed, excuse me, is starting to clog its inflow, so this thing might be dying a little bit, but man, oh man. Dude, I would have loved to chase this thing. I would have loved to chase this thing. Look at Clendenin. Let me take a look. How's Pittsburgh doing? I'll take a look at Pittsburgh here in a second as well. Clendenin, West Virginia, is near the Charleston cell. Clendenin should be in the clear right now. They should be fine. They are out of the risk for severe activity for the most part. There's a couple extra showers and thunderstorms that could move through your area, though, so I'd watch out for that. But yeah, there's also a cell near Clay. Has some rotation in the upper levels of this cell. So that's something to watch out for. Really low top, though. Really low top. Pittsburgh. All right. Well, what about these cells over here in Pittsburgh? What are they doing? These cells are still on track to get to Pittsburgh in about, I'd say, let's take a storm motion for morning. Place a marker right there. In about 30 to 45 minutes, give or take. 30 to 45 minutes. That's when you guys can probably see your activity, so I'd watch out for that. Strong damaging winds more than likely is going to be the case. I don't anticipate anything tornadic. Maybe some spotty hail, but otherwise, the strong damaging winds is going to be your main threat. That's selling Pickens. That's selling Pickens. What? No. No. It produced a tornado, more than likely. What is this? What just happened? Why? 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 It just produced a tornado. 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 It did it. It produced a tornado. It produced a tornado. This does not make any sense. Weather just threw us all for a bang. This does not make any sense. It just... It just produced a tornado. If you're in Pickens and you're along US Highway 178, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. It just produced a tornado. Oh boy. Well, the one thing I will say is at least, well, two things I should say. Never mind. I'm not going to say that anymore. That's a big debris ball. That is a big debris ball. Time out. Time out. Time out. This is a big debris ball. This is a tornado in progress. It's heading towards US Highway 178. Oh my God. Help them, please. This is a tornado in progress. Oh boy. Tornado in progress. Tornado in progress, big debris ball. It's heading straight to Pickens. If you're near Pickens, if you're north of Pickens in South Carolina, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet. Oh my God, that's a huge debris ball for a cell like this. That's a tornado. That's a big debris signature. That's a tornado. Look at the velocities on that. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh. Okay. This supercell just produced a tornado near the Pickens area. If you live near Pickens, if you live near US Highway 178. Oh boy. Oh boy. This thing produced a tornado. Oh boy. Big spectrum width drop. Big spectrum width drop. It's on the ground. It's in progress. No warning yet. If you're in Pickens, South Carolina, you need to tell people to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now. Yeah, that's on the ground. Ow. Basically what's happening here, why this is so crazy. This storm is barely producing any rain. Whenever you get tornadoes, usually you have rain that comes with it. Usually. The fact that this isn't producing as much rain and it's producing a tornado of this caliber right here, I'm stunned. It still has a debris ball. It's still going. It's still producing a tornado. It's still producing a tornado. It's still going. ZDR verification is true. ZDR verification is true. All the verification methods that I have used to determine as to whether or not this right here is a tornado tells me that it is a tornado. Oh my goodness, it's going straight for the US Highway 178. If you know anyone that lives near Pickens, South Carolina, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure now. Alright, sturdy structure right now. Lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Oh my goodness. If it may seem like I'm happy, I just smile when bad stuff happens. That's just my way of coping. It's not how I truly feel. Oh boy. Big spectrum width ball right here too. Big. Go to the tower cam. Where's the tower cam? What tower cam? If there's a tower cam, give it to me. So I can show. I don't have a tower cam. Yeah, this is a tornado in progress. And this is north of Pickens, South Carolina, all right? If you know anyone who lives near Pickens, South Carolina. Is there any cameras over here? WSPA. Greenville. Spartanburg. Hendersonville. Don't see anything over there. Yeah, my goodness. All right, this is in let's put on the status here. There we go. This is in northern South Carolina. We have a tornado in progress. Still big debris signature there. There's the tornado. Go to the correlation coefficient. It is still in progress. It is still going. We still have a tornado right now ongoing. Wow. Guys, we gotta get this information out to as many people as possible. Once again, if you hit that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We got a tornado in progress over here near Pickens. Tornado in progress. We indeed have a tornado right there, and it's been in progress for quite some time. Big spectrum width drop. ZDR verification is true. And there's the debris ball right in the middle of it. My goodness. This is a low precipitation type supercell. I'm so surprised they have not issued a tornado warning. I'm so surprised. I am very surprised. A lot of other people on weather Twitter are catching on. They're saying that the tornado is on the ground too. It's not just me that sees it. Bunch of other people are seeing it now. This does not make any sense. Big debris signature, my goodness. Huge debris signature. Yeah, look at that ball that's starting to show up on reflectivity. It's near the high school? Hold up. If that's the case, where's Pickens? Oh, it is. Oh, it is. There's the high school. There's the debris signature right there. So it actually is north of the high school. It just went north of the high school by about a mile. Went north of the high school by about a mile. Let's pull up Google Maps here, all right? So here is where the tornado crossed over, right about there, I believe. If not, a little bit further north, right over here, near the Pickens County recycling area. And this appears to be the Pickens Independent Baptist Church, the Hagood Mill Historic Site. But it did go north of the Pickens High School. It just crossed over the Moorfield Memorial Highway. Just crossed over the Moorfield Memorial Highway. Spectrum width is diminishing. Spectrum width, I repeat, is diminishing. And more than likely, so is the rotation in the tornado. Yep. Yep. This has been a storm we've been watching for quite some time. For quite some time. Yep, this is in South Carolina here. Had quite the rotation earlier. Look at that. Let's take a look at the gate to gate. 55 on top of 54. Wow. Almost a 100 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds were within the storm. Big deep debris signature too. Big deep debris signature. And it still looks like it's lingering with debris. Yeah, there it is. Still has debris in the atmosphere. Right there, you can still see the debris signature lagging on the rear end of the low precipitation base supercell. Still going. Not quite done yet. My goodness. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you're just tuning in, we just had a tornado that could have potentially still be in progress right now. That has just moved on through in the northern portions of North Carolina. If you know anyone who lives near Pickens, check with them to see if they're all right. Because we may have just had pretty strong tornado that moved on through. There's also another storm back behind this one near Walhalla. That one's also rotating. That one is also rotating. And then the cell north of Pickens, it looks like it was recycled. Looks like it is indeed recycled. Could potentially have something that could head off towards the Cleveland areas. This does not make any sense. Even if there's no tornado warning, all right, I'm telling you right now, this thing has produced a tornado. It has produced a tornado. We've seen all the evidence we need from the radar, besides literally seeing the actual tornado. All right, we're seeing the same stuff that the National Weather Service is seeing. Everyone else on Twitter is seeing that too. And then there's more storms. More storms that are down to the south and west of this that are coming up this way. Walhalla, Seneca, that general area right there, there's more rotation developing near there. Not super strong at the moment, but it is getting there. My goodness. Yeah, this cell definitely just produced a tornado. 100%. If the National Weather Service isn't going to issue a tornado warning, we're going to try and issue ideas of what could potentially happen. We're going to try and get the information out. So it's up to you guys to help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. All right. I respect the National Weather Service here, but if I see something, I'm going to call it out here. Just like I've been doing so far. So if you guys would help me continue to keep spreading this information with more and more people on YouTube. Copy the link of the live stream and share it with friends and family on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You guys can help me get this information out to more and more people so that we can try and warn people. Yeah, that cell near Walhalla is definitely starting to amplify a little bit more. Notice how the reds are getting brighter. Reds are getting brighter. Whenever you see the reds get brighter on that instance, yeah, something is starting to kind of fuel up a little bit. If you're just tuning in, this was a tornado that just went on through, was not tornado warned, but it just went on through, did damage north of Pickens, north of the high school. And this storm still has a bit of rotation as it approaches the Cleveland areas, as well as the areas along the border of North Carolina and South Carolina here. But right now, this is Pickens, South Carolina. And it did damage there earlier. Let's see, can I wonder. This is Pickens County. I wonder if I can get a police scanner. It sure did, Akuma. It sure did. I'm gonna pull out a police scanner here. Go to Pickens County. We're gonna listen to the scanner here.
Every day, hundreds of thousands of motorists count on the Pennsylvania.
And we'll see if damage has been reported in some of those areas.
Too bad our weather can't be quite as dependable. So before you
People, is that an actual damage report? It said multiple people are trapped.
make sure your headlights are also on, because we love to see you on the PA Turnpike.
People are trapped in Pickens, north of Pickens.
To safety.
Admin, that way you can clear out the county fire channel so you can get people toned out. Have everybody on storm detail go to Ops 3. Ops 3.
10-4-3900. 32 on scene. Related activity. You would switch over to Ops 3 admin. All units responding to weather-related activity. Switch over to Ops 3 for 3900.
Nathan, please tell me nothing did the funny when I was away.
It produced a tornado.
Are you kidding me?
And it probably was a strong one.
Multiple subjects have been trapped at
It was
When did it?
about 15 minutes ago. Maybe 20 minutes ago. I'm listening to the police scanner.
Where?
North of Pickens. Went unwarned too. Big debris signature too. Big debris signature.
Which storm?
The cell that's currently in Cleveland.
10-4.
If you go back, it was in Pickens, South Carolina, north of Pickens.
If you would, have the rescue trailer headed our way. We got a mobile home flipped up with 2 in traffic.
Yep, I just heard it. People are trapped north of Pickens.
Are you kidding? Oh my god.
People are trapped north of Pickens. Just heard that on the report.
Delta 51, Delta 58, we're headed up that way.
Just heard the report. people are trapped in the area north of Pickens, near the high school, north of the high school, I would say.
Fairly resemblant to the Brunswick situation, question mark, you think?
Was Brunswick warned?
Way back when? It was warned, it was not confirmed, it was not PDS.
It doesn't matter, at least it had a tornado warning.
I suppose. And now there might be another cell that does it again. It's just, there's, so 1, 2, 3, 4 of these things. Do you want to send the police scanner over or share your screen? Or share your audio or whatever the hell?
Yeah.
What was the cross street?
Here, just have that. You can hear it, right?
10-4. Confirming you said across the bridge, across from the creek.
Did you hear it?
Yes.
All right. Cell near Salem and 6 miles starting to rotate now. Look at that. That's the one near Walhalla. And, does have a bit of rotation with that now.
All of these do.
Yeah, don't get mad at the National Weather Service. Trust me, everyone makes mistakes. But if they just pay a little bit more attention to these cells now. All right, that's the big thing here.
They will. And truth be told, with a cell like that, it's very hard to tell. There was developing rain around these cells. So they might have thought initially that it could have just been that.
Cell near Salem has a big spectrum with drop.
No.
Big spectrum with drop.
6 miles. Does emergency management even know?
What?
This is going right over the same area.
No, I don't think they do.
That could be an issue very quickly, because it's heading up right back towards their general vicinity.
So this is another tornadic storm that can potentially produce a tornado that's heading right for the area of Pickens.
If you are in 6 Mile north of State Route 183 or in Pickens northwest of the vicinity and west of United States Route 178, you need to be in your tornado shelters. Underground or lowest airmost part of your building.
Yeah. This is a,
How high did debris carry by chance?
I don't know. Let me take a look.
Got up to like 6,000 feet. Sheesh.
No, it went higher. Did it go higher than that?
Hold up. I'm going to take a 3D and go back.
6,000. 7,700 feet. Trees down reported north of Pickens. Houses down reported according to the scanner.
Houses down. I'm sorry.
I don't think that's as reliable. I wouldn't say houses down if I was him, but he did say, quote, houses down. Though I'm not there. It could be, but if you're just tuning in, we've had a report of a tornado.
Wrong product.
Report of a tornado, or at least tornadic damage, north of Pickens, South Carolina. We saw that on the radar, was not tornado warned. And we also have storms that are heading right near where that cell produced a tornado, near Pickens. So if you know anyone who lives near Pickens, you gotta tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even potential tornado as possible. So guys, you gotta copy the link to the live stream and share it with friends and family and on social media. All right, we gotta get information out, guys. If they're not gonna issue warnings, we gotta try and get warnings out to people. We gotta warn people about this stuff that's coming.
Nate, cross-section says it might have hit 10,000.
10,000 feet? That's like EF2 if it's based off of the data.
It might have. It just a little bit, too. It might have fanned that high.
Spectrum width still indicating big turbulence drop, but not like super significant, as bad as it once was. Ian with the 2,000 yen super chat. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we got to continue to spread this information. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. You actually help me.
The upper level rotation isn't quite as good, but that won't matter. These are surface-based storms.
Yeah, for certain.
Oh, that had a 110 mile an hour delta. Are you kidding me?
1503, 1501.
Yeah, that was probably a brief SIG tour going on right there.
This cell over here near Salem and 6 Mile. Don't see a debris signature at this time, but still something to watch out for.
Someone's got to tell emergency management that there's something going up right their way again.
Yeah.
All storm related to Op 3.
New tornado warning.
Is that a new... Did they just issue a tornado warning?
They just issued them for Pickens and east of Salem. Pickens and east of Salem.
They finally issued the tornado warning.
Folks, this is a tornado warning for Oconee and Pickens counties. This will be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for a severe thunderstorm in this warning. But frankly, there are multiple down by Walhalla and now southeast of Salem. So if you guys are in the Pickens vicinity, happen to be near 9 times in Sunset, you need to take your precautions.
Two new tornado warnings.
Warning for southwestern Bedford County in south central Virginia.
I'm sorry?
Northeastern Franklin County in west central.
It's on the north side? What?
Rocky Mount. Yeah, that thing could potentially try. It's not fully consolidated quite yet, but if you're near Rocky Mount, Westlake Corner, North Shore, Monetta in Virginia. This is in Virginia, not South Carolina. This is in Virginia. All right, Rocky Mount, Westlake Corner, North Shore, Union Hall, Monetta, State Highway 122 here in Virginia. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
I could go more imminent, the more imminent threat for when the tornado would be produced from this might be Westlake Corner. So if you guys are in the North Shore vicinity, Westlake Corner, you need to be in your safe spaces. Absolutely need to be taking this seriously.
Yep.
There's also another thing that if it consolidates down by Fancy Gap and if it really wraps up a little bit more, could see that too.
Yeah.
It ran all the way down Crystal Lane, North Valley.
Let's go back to the cell down in northern South Carolina. Once again, this is
consolidating a little bit more.
Yeah, Spectrum with this saying that there's a lot more turbulence here indicated. You can see right there the reds and the oranges indicating some turbulence, and tornadoes do create turbulence, so this is something to watch out for. Once again, gotta continue to spread this information to as many people as possible. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Copy the link to the live stream, spread it on there. Could potentially be having a tornado. Potentially.
Hey, Nate, can I make a point?
Go for it.
This should be a day that we should be looking at for a long amount of time after today.
Yeah.
Because initially it started with the remark of, this is a transparent supercell.
Yeah.
And now now there's several of them producing tornadoes. So we should go into it, among other things.
Echo 6, go ahead.
On that Medic 5, get them to move down to Easley, please. And then Medic 3 is going to be in pins in the area staging until we need something else.
10-4.
I'm going to refresh the page here.
Get a little bit more precise areas that this is going to go through.
Medic 5, if you should stage down in Easley. Medic 5, 1017 to Easley to stage.
Oh, they're moving EMS out of Pickens. They're moving them to Easley.
Down Medic 5.
Do you think it's because of the
Yes.
tornadic activity or because
Yes.
of...
I do.
Folks, for what it's worth, there are not many areas impacted by this new tornado warning, but they do include the areas of 9 times in about 10 minutes, Sunset in about 20 minutes. In addition, you have the area of Midway and Crow Creek that could also be impacted, and then again, of course, State Route 176 between Rocky Bottom and Pickens. So it's absolutely quintessential that you guys are taking your proper precautions right now, because we've seen the damage that these storms can produce
And
in a
what
short
he
period of time.
and what he means by that is he doesn't mean he means that this tornado won't hit like a center population, like an actual town per se. But the thing of it is, I just pulled it up here on the National Weather Service tornado graphic up here on Twitter. Show you guys here. This thing has a population. This tornado warning has a population of almost 15,000 people in this, in this warning. Okay, and this is moving right over the area that just got hit by a tornado. Just got hit by a tornado. So
Nate, the Rocky Mount cell died. So bleh.
Did it really?
Yeah, it just collapsed in all levels.
Yeah, Rocky Mount cell did just dissipate.
Although the Fancy Gap cell, there is a discrete rotational couplet there. Very discrete rotational couplet.
Yeah, that
Looking
could
at
go
a delta
tornado
velocity,
warning.
93 on top of 11, rather under 11, so that's about an 80 mile an hour delta velocity, has some spectrum with as well.
Yeah, this is here.
So folks, absolutely essential that you guys have a proper way to get warnings if you reside in the western areas in North Carolina, northern South Carolina, or rather northwestern South Carolina, and then southern Virginia. All of these storms are going to have the possibility to produce some tornadoes over the next several, I'm not going to say the next several hours, but the next couple hours at least.
Yeah, for sure. And just for reference as to where the storm is at, okay? Because this one isn't tornado warned either. Here is Roanoke at the top part of your screen. Roanoke, Virginia. Here's the border of Virginia and North Carolina. And there's the storm in question.
Special Ops, need you to respond to the area of 209 Crystal Lane, 209 Crystal Lane. For
Hold up.
multiple injuries, trees down, need manpower.
Where's 409?
Power.
Yeah, 409.
209.
209 Crystal.
209 Crystal Lane.
Pickens, South Carolina. Yeah, that's right over the area.
Ops. They're also holding operations, I think is what I just heard.
Yep, that's right over the area of where the tornado went. So yeah, injuries and trees down. Just heard that over the scanner. Just heard that over the scanner.
These all look a little discombobulated for the moment, but I would not be surprised if that storm up on the border of North Carolina and Virginia went soon.
And just for reference here as to where this is at, it's right there. So this is where the call came from. Okay, I'll circle it again. I'll zoom out. This is where the call came from. Right. I just lost my place. Jeez. Yeah, right here. Right here. Okay. This is where the call came from. And when we were covering it, when there was not a tornado warning, all right, we'll show you where the storm actually went through. The rotation went right through that area. You can see the blue ball there, the blue debris ball right here. So you see this blue ball. That is the tornado debris signature, okay? That was the actual tornado that went through, and it went right over that area. So that's the verification that you guys needed. We're now getting reports of that same cell that we said there was a tornado on the ground when there was no tornado warning, and now we're getting reports that there's damage. Now there's getting reports in that there's damage.
Not to make things worse, but the Cleveland cell may try again. Soon. Not now, but soon.
Yeah, it does look like it, but it's on the struggle bus right now.
Indeed.
It is on the struggle bus.
You know, I would say the good news is it doesn't look like there's any other cells behind Walhalla, but these have just kind of been going boom. So,
if you
and folks, reminder that this is in the 2 tour. So.
Yeah, 2% chance for... Well, no, actually, no. I think this is the 5% chance. No, it is in the 2%. It is in the 2% chance for
in the 2.
That's crazy. So people are asking, what is this? All right, this is radar. I highly recommend purchasing Radar Scope or Radar Omega to view this. It's only $10 each, okay? I would get only one of them. The easier one to use is Radar Scope, but the one that has more stuff and more roads is Radar Omega, okay? Radar Omega is really good to try and see with roads where the stuff are at and stuff like that. So Radar Scope or Radar Omega, and if you want, you know, a lower, you know, if you want something that's free, it's lower resolution, but My Radar is an app that you guys can try and find there. And the radar is from KGSP. KGSP. We were looking up 2,500 feet up in the sky. My goodness.
Pickens County, Crystal Lane, Command. Crystal, Command, go ahead. All units have been removed. We're going to be searching for other houses.
Oh no.
All right, so now they're looking at other houses and stuff like that. There's a cell near Walhalla. There's a cell near Walhalla back behind the original tornado warn cell that also is starting to kind of spin too. Maybe a little bit of a spectrum width drop over there. When did this happen? This happened
40 minutes ago.
35
minutes ago.
40 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago. At 9 Eastern, around 9 Eastern. So if you look at the bottom left-hand part of your screen, there's a time there, right when it was almost at 2100 hours.
Calls in Pickens County. Use caution per 3900. There is another cell headed up 183 toward Pickens.
Okay, they know. That's good.
Caution. All units. Use caution. There is another storm cell headed up 183 toward Pickens per 3900.
Yep. So they just warned.
Know. That's
yeah,
good.
they just warned the other units.
That's the important thing. If you're on foot,
We're signal 10 on Crystal Lane at the moment with his LA.
Okay, so they're fine. Signal 10 means they're 10-8, so that means they're out and they're fine.
The good thing is the cell immediately west of Pickens doesn't look organized enough to produce, but the one to the south and east of it might.
Yeah, Walhalla. I think that's the reason why they said along 183 that storm is heading up there, because they see the rotation on that. Or at least the National Weather Service who told them, I'm assuming that's the National Weather Service that told them, I'm assuming they told them that the rotation is heading up towards them. If you're just tuning in, we just had a tornado that was confirmed, or not confirmed by the National Weather Service, but confirmed by the emergency management.
Because we said so.
The emergency management is saying that there is damage north of Pickens from a tornado that was not tornado warned. And now there's a tornado warning here. There's actually 2 tornado warnings, one in Virginia, one in South Carolina. We got to continue to try and get this information out as many as possible, to as many people as possible.
I really hope this is not another Brunswick situation. That's my fear right now, frankly. I know Brunswick was warned, but still.
Yeah, if you guys know anyone in these areas here of northern North Carolina, north of Greenville, north of Spartanburg, you need to tell them that this stuff is happening. Even share this live stream with them. Share this live stream with them so that we can continue to get this information out. Copy the link to the live stream. Spread it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Share it with as many people as possible so that we can continue to get the word out to more and more people. By also hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do that as well. And if you see more new people come in, tell them to do that as well. That way I can continue to focus more on this.
Would like to note the southern one may be handing off to an invisible Echo Hook region again.
They're reporting trees down everywhere.
Yeah, I think the southernmost cell is handing off to a invisible hook again, which is not what you want to hear.
Yeah.
A lot of inflow going into the storm as well.
Go on, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. You may have advised already, but units on scene at Lost Valley in that area, you need to keep a heads up. Got another cell heading this way, potentially for a radar. Just be mindful, be aware. Seek shelter is needed.
10-4.
You think their equipment is enough to shelter in?
I don't know.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
I think if they're in fire trucks, they should be fine.
Nate, look up in the higher tilts. Look at 0.9 tilt on the southern storm. It's probably handing off at this current moment. Is...
Nah, that velocity just, yeah, it just kind of...
No, I'm looking at ZDR. There's a little hole around where the couplet is, but I can't...
And you're talking about the one near 6 Mile, right?
I am talking about the one directly west of 6 Mile, correct.
I don't know what they just said. Wish I could rewind that.
10-4 Medic 3, be advised. Coming from the Willis Springs side of Duncan Road, Willis Springs side.
Chris with the 5 says, thank you, Nate, for all you do to help. God bless the people and your friend. Yep, that's Morgan in the background, by the way. That's Morgan, our helper.
10-4 and 36.
But thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate the support.
Crap, that was what I was going to do tonight. Oh, well, I guess I'm not doing that. I was going to record a video tonight.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not doing that now.
Talking about next week?
Probably. No, I haven't, actually.
Lisbeth with a 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thank you, Nate, for all you do, staying in this and warning those who need it. Yeah, thank you so much. And I couldn't do it without you guys helping me spread the information and stuff like that. So thank you guys so much for this financial support, supporting the channel. Really does mean a lot to me. This storm right now, the storm in question that has some tornadic rotation is currently in northern South Carolina. This is near 6 Mile and Salem, near the area of where a tornado went through just 45 minutes ago near Pickens. And this is due west of Greenville, South Carolina, due west. And this is heading off towards the north and east, eventually towards
this is going to go
Highway
right
78.
over the same area, and it's forming the hook.
Yeah, this thing is definitely recycling. So if you're over in Pickens, once again, very, very familiar to what we were just in 45 minutes ago, and I'm going to say it again. If you are in these areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Charlie 3, Charlie 9, we make contact. They're 10-4.
Because this cell could potentially produce a tornado. All right. If you guys have anything, any damage pictures or whatnot, please send them to me on Twitter so that I may be able to share it with you all and the new viewers. to try and continue to get information out.
Truck will stand by easily as well if we run out of trucks again easily.
10-4.
The link to my Twitter is in the chat. The link to my Twitter is in the chat. Is this going towards Eastleigh? You're under tornado warning right now. Looked up your area on the Weather Channel. So no, it is not going to Eastleigh. Eastleigh is to the south and east of this tornado warning. But if you know anyone who's in Pickens, all right, Pickens or north of Pickens near the high school. This is near going towards the general area of the high school. If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, and even share this live stream if you need to try and tell them that this stuff is going to be heading off towards their area. Because that's where the storm is at. We just had, you know, before this tornado warning, we had a tornado that went on through. That was not tornado warned by the National Weather Service. It did damage. We're hearing reports of damage and people trapped in the houses. Reed Timmer is in South Carolina. Reed Timmer is trying to head towards the Pickens cell, apparently. He's in Greensville. He's in Greenville. Hold up.
That's probably
Hold
a
up.
mistake.
Use caution. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning
Oh.
Yeah.
indicating severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado. Northwest Pickens County, East Central Oconee County. At 9:26, a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado located 10 miles northeast of Walhalla or near Lake Keeley, heading northeast at 30 miles per hour. Affected areas could be Lake Keeley, Toxway State Park around 9:40 and town of Pickens around 9:50. All units need to use caution and take cover.
So they've told the units to take cover now. People are telling me that... Oh, wow.
It might actually be coming together at the moment.
On a separate note, Fancy Gap, the Fancy Gap cell is starting to go now.
It's going.
It's starting to go now. If you're along U.S. Highway 58 in Virginia. Oh, wait, hold up.
All units use caution. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning.
They just said the tornado warning again.
Severe thunderstorm capable of producing
U.S. Highway 58 in Virginia. If you guys live over there, if you live near Woolwine, Vesta, Floyd, you guys could potentially be under a tornado warning here soon. This thing could potentially produce a tornado. You can see the velocities here on storm relative velocity. Bright greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be.
It's a very discreet couplet there, just west of Vesta.
Yeah, this is just west of Vesta, north and east of Fancy Gap here in Virginia. If you know anyone who lives in this area, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. The good news here is it looks like it's really rural in this area. Really rural.
When Park Ranger originally called, he just
What?
had the one patient. He's checking for further patients at this time. He was advised to give us a call back if he found any more.
Okay.
Tornado warning has been updated. Cancels for Auconie County continues until 10:15 for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 5 miles northwest of Pickens.
Yeah, this might be the last cell here because other cells are not really developing here along the line. I think Reed might be too late.
Well, evidently. I don't think this is struggling to materialize. Regardless of this, folks.
Oh, look at the upper levels.
You're in. Oh, what about the upper levels?
1.4 tilt.
Oi. Well, it looks like it's having a difficult time material.
You're talking about the one near Pickens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there. It's better than it was a couple of scans ago.
Yeah, it's still struggling to materialize at the surface.
Oh yeah, at the surface it's going to. That's going to be the case here. I mean, this is as small of a supercell as you can get. This is as many of a supercell as you can get.
Regardless, folks, west of Pickens, if you are along United States 178 going up north, basically to the border of North and South Carolina, y'all need to be in your safe space imminently. There is a significant thunderstorm that is moving up through your area. There are a series of thunderstorms that have been like this that have had histories of producing tornadoes, particularly along this way. So for you folks who have already been impacted by once, you may not be done. This might come through again, so you need to be taking your proper precautions as safe to do so in that general vicinity.
Back up to the north here towards the Fancy Gap cell. Once again, if you're just tuning in, there is a tornado possible here with the cell north and east of Fancy Gap in Virginia. If you know anyone, oh, that's a debris signature. That's a debris signature. That's a debris signature. That is a tornado.
That is a debris signature. That is a tornado on the ground.
That's a tornado on the ground here, north and east of Fancy Gap in Virginia. That's a tornado on the ground.
May have been a brief spin up, but no less. Just to the north of 58.
Yeah, it actually just crossed over US Highway 58 too. Just crossed over 58. Just crossed over the road here. Just crossed over the road.
There's like 3 houses that are off of 58, just to the north of the just to the north of where the thing passed. So that's probably what it hit, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, it probably.
Regardless of this, folks, if you are in Floyd, south of 221, west of Woolwine, west of State Route 8, you need to be in your safe spaces now, underground or lowest most part of your building.
Yeah, I mean, this is approaching the US Highway 221 areas near Floyd, as well as areas near Blue Ridge Parkway. All right, the Blue Ridge Parkway, this is a little west of that, due west of that by about a mile or two, and this is just crossed over the US Highway 58 area. Just crossed over the US Highway 58 area. This is another tornado here. Another tornado that just went through. Just got confirmed from radar. Not from the National Weather Service, but from radar here. They'll probably issue a tornado warning. Or more than likely will. Although, with what's happened tonight, who knows at this point?
Maybe not.
We got to continue to try and get the information out to as many people as possible, right? Copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, we're trying to get the information out. You know, we had a tornado earlier. That was not tornado warned. We listened to the scanner. Emergency management reported damage with people trapped in houses. This is another cell that is not tornado warned with a tornado that just occurred. Another cell that produced a tornado with no tornado warning. And once again, we may be the only ones. We may be the only ones getting information out.
Difficult with that cell to identify. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning
with it. Tornado possible tag on it at least, but just
yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
That's.
Thank you very much, Blacksburg.
That doesn't really help all too much.
Be interesting to see if that debris signature sustained.
Or even fans out. If it fans out, that was 100%.
If it fans out, then we have issues.
Yeah.
Because that was a significant tornado, probably.
Yeah. As I said, we may be the only ones giving out warnings here, guys. So, please get this information out to people. Especially if you know anyone who lives in these areas of Southern Virginia, North Carolina, as well as Northern South Carolina. Still looks like there's a little bit of spectrum width with it, too. Still looks like there's a little teeny bit.
Yeah, probably. Because regardless of whether or not it's still on the ground, it's probably still lifting, and that's probably going to read on spectrum width.
Yeah. Let's go back down to the cell.
On a side, yeah, I was going to say on a side, that's probably... It's either going to go briefly soon, or it's going to fall flat on its face and die.
It's going to try. It is definitely going to try.
And there may be another cell forming to the south of it. One forming south of Salem. And one forming down by the border of Georgia and South Carolina.
Yeah, and this is another one of those type of cells, guys. It's another one of those type of cells that's producing limited amounts of precipitation, but is still potentially rotating here and could even produce a tornado. That's the type of, you know, it's weird to say, because usually you need a lot of this precipitation to really fire off, but it's not the case. You have these storms that are not producing a lot of rain, but are yet still producing tornadoes.
You know what, Nate? I'm gonna do both of us a solid here. I'm gonna look at the photograph from Greenville.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. Yeah, Nate, here you go. Look at how tight and compact that is.
Oh yeah, there was remnant debris that got scattered. Yeah, there was remnant. It wasn't like a significant amount, but you can still see it.
Yeah, there's still some.
That was a brief tornado.
Look in DMs. I sent you the profile. That'll get the job done.
That's super weird, though.
It is, but it will get the job done. Low precip. Probably not very visible tornadoes either.
Go back to just 1Z. You're at 151Z right now. Go back to 1Z.
Because I'm at right now.
Well, yeah.
I don't think I can go back to 151Z.
Yeah, you can.
No, I can't.
Yeah,
I can go back to 114.
Go back to 114 then. It's close enough.
Very similar.
Send me a picture. I gotta see.
Give me a sec.
Basically, what we're looking at is we're looking at the environment, the wind shear with height that I'm looking at. That looks so much better. I'm sorry, that looks so much better than the first one you sent me. That's wow. And yeah, that's the reason why it's low precipitation. Look at it. From 3 to 6 kilometers, it's to the north of the right motion. Look at that.
Here you go. That's the gif of what it's been since the top of the hour, basically.
So it's been about the same, except for 3 to 4 being a little bit more centralized around right motion, which makes sense.
Yeah, for the most part.
So for this right here, guys, all right, if you're trying to figure out what this is, all right, this is basically a measurement of the wind with height, okay? So right here, if you can imagine, this is a radar, and this is looking north, northeast, south, southeast, south, okay? The wind right here, okay? This determines as to how fast the winds are blowing towards, okay? So you have these dots right here. This is 20 knots. This is 100 knots right here. 30 knots of wind shear. You can see the wind shear starts out from the south. It goes north. So you have northerly shear or a southerly shear going off to the north. Shear's going towards the north, and then it's shifting towards the north and east, and then it's curling back down towards a more east-northeast shear, and then it's curling out that way.
Go look back. I sent you Blacksburg right now. That'll get the job done if anything goes discreet in that general vicinity.
I'll look at that in a bit. But yeah, this looks very similar to what the supercells are doing right now. Look at this. So you have a hook right here. See that big hook? Now let's go to the radar, shall we? Doesn't that look hook look very similar, guys? Doesn't that hook look very similar? The photograph right there? That's what happened. And so that photograph is telling me that these cells could have definitely, you know, been potentially tornadic producers.
Go look at Blacksburg.
Yeah, I'm going to look at well, first off I'm going to look at the storm in Blacksburg. See, yeah, so that was indeed a debris signature briefly. Derude sandstorm. Yeah, that was a brief debris signature. You're a spotter for Blacksburg. Unfortunately, this is normal and common for these storms in this area. Speaking of the difficulty of calling a warning, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense then. And that is unfortunate. Willis, Virginia, are you all right over there? Let me take a look. Let me see what you guys
Did you look at the Blacksburg sounding?
I'll take a look at it here in a second. Someone in chat lives in an area that could be impacted. Willis, Virginia. You guys are out over there, I think it is. Hillsville. Where is Hillsville? There. Floyd. Oh yeah, so you guys need to stay indoors if you can a little bit. It looks like the storm is now starting to pass you. That's the good news. But there was a brief tornado that was just barely to your south. Near the U.S. Highway 58 area. So stay in your structure for right now. But as soon as it stops raining, you're good.
We've also had a report of 1070 transformer on the ground, Mile Creek and Mountain Church
Road.
Blue Ridges around. Left unit 10-1.
Higgins, Adam 10. You said it's Mile Creek around Mountain View Church Road.
That's affirmative.
Let's go back to the cell.
Transformer down. I believe it's negative on a transformer. I'm getting advised this time.
For 6 Mile, I'll be
New tornado warning. Oh, it's the Cleveland cell.
For Central Rutherford County in western North Carolina, Polk County in western North Carolina.
So now they finally issue a warning for the cell that produced the tornado. So new tornado warning here now for Columbus and Mill Spring, as well as areas south of Rutherfordton. If you know anyone...
It's so discombobulated. No, it's not actually.
Yeah, I'm looking in the upper levels. There's actually 2 areas of rotation.
There is.
So if you live near...
One is quite better than the other, though. But yeah, go.
If you live near Rutherfordton, areas near U.S. Route 64, State Route 9, State Route 108, U.S. Route 74 here in North Carolina, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Maybe a bookend vortex that's forming on the Vesta storm. I'm talking about on the southern end of the line and then in Mount Airy as well.
Yeah, this is now currently near the Columbus area, right along I-26. This is right along I-26 right now. All right, you can see the 2 cells, the 2 hooks. There's one right here, or actually, it's a little bit further north. There's one right here. Then you have another one right here. So inflow coming into these 2 storms. There is rotation. If you look in the upper portions of the atmosphere with these 2 cells, we'll go over here. And you can see there's one right over Mill Spring. There's one over Columbus. And this is going to continue to more than likely be possibly tornadic as this heads off towards Rutherfordton. So if you guys live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This is quite the cells. Quite the cells here.
If you would, clear us off of this call and put us on that Rolling Hills call with the lady spot out of OT.
Let's go back to the cell that's north of Pickens. It looks like it's starting to deteriorate. But I'm looking in the upper portions of the atmosphere, and it tells me no. So it isn't raining at the ground. It isn't raining. It still has rotation.
So that means it has a literally clear base. Then
there's only one area that has... Actually, there's only 2 areas that has over 50 dBz rain.
That's kind of absurd when you think about it. Also, I would watch out on the southern extent of everything for another batch of cells that actually could have the potential. Once they organize themselves. Yeah, Townsville, fair play.
That is something to watch out for a little bit later.
Those are already up to 20,000 feet, which is actually almost higher than the Pickens storm.
Wow. So we have...
Dude, the upper levels of the Pickens storm look really good, and I don't know why.
Must be some sort of strong... What's the lapses out here? Do
you want me to see if there's observed soundings?
Yeah, I think there might be one near Greenville, Spartanburg.
Sharpie.
Greenville, Spartanburg.
No, don't want the new version of Sharpie. Go look at the sounding they sent you from Blacksburg. It explains everything that's going on actually pretty well.
Jeez. That's the reason why everything's low precipitation based too.
Yeah.
Both of those.
Anything that can actually be discrete out in the Blacksburg vicinity will probably go.
What happened to Brunswick, Georgia? It did not form, luckily. That is, thankfully, it did not form a tornado over there. So that is the good news. I appreciate everyone who's helping me get the word out. Once again, got to continue to try and help me spread the information, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that people who may be in the path of this may be able to get the warning that they need. Also, to help me out with spreading information, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. Like the live stream so that we can continue to get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, that's what we're trying to do.
To not be one down there.
Ooh. Then
neither they or Blacksburg took one.
So then go to the HRRR and Pivotal. New tornado warning. Extension for the Pickens cell.
Yeah, extension Pickens. Yep.
Southeastern Transylvania County.
It's looking really, really good.
Now they're warning every single little thing. Now they're warning everything.
Because they can't take a chance.
No. And that's good.
Environment's too good.
Northeastern Pickens County in upstate South Carolina.
All right. RR 1Z.
And I think there might actually be only one person over here in Greenville, Spartanburg, because all 3 of these tornado warnings are warned by the same person.
7 at the surface. Lapse rates.
7?
Here, you want to look?
Yeah, gimme.
Little East Towie Road in that area. 782 Little East Towie Road.
Jeez.
That's some wicked veering at the surface too, like right at the surface.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm gonna take a box just to pique my curiosity.
Yeah.
And it averaged 7 across that little tip of northwest South Carolina. The low level lapse rates averaged at 7 degrees.
That's gotta be the main reason why everything's so LP. Because with such small photographs.
Could you see if Bowers will be able to handle that call and slow it down, please?
10-4.
Down trees in the area.
My goodness. What happened earlier that they missed? They missed a tornado that did damage north of Pickens. And it possibly could have been a strong tornado as well. But right now, there's a couple of tornado warnings here. There's this one over here near Columbus looks really interesting. This one probably could produce. Yep, go.
Really, really good CC on the storm near Pickens in terms of inflow, not in terms of like actual, just in terms of inflow. There's a lot going into the storm.
Oh wow!
So regardless of whether or not it's showing at the surface, there's a lot going into this thing. New tornado warning, Morganton.
Yeah. Dude, there's so many tornado warnings firing off now. It's all over the place.
They're warning every
Tornado
little
warning
thing.
for
You got
'Cause
to.
that's barely a thing.
County
You
in
need to
western North
warn
Carolina,
every little thing now.
Southern
You don't
Caldwell
know
County in
anymore.
western North
You
Carolina,
really don't know if
Central
you're the
Burke
National
County
Weather
in
Service.
western North Carolina.
You really don't know if you're the National Weather Service. Because these storms produced a strong tornado with such a small cell. With, you know, velocities that it did. Oh, that is a spectrum width drop on the Pickens cell. It's consolidated ball.
Probably a wall cloud, if I had to guess.
Maybe.
Because it's not exactly on the rotation itself.
No,
it's on
it is.
the southern flank.
No, it is.
It's on the southern flank. It's on the southern flank of it, so it may be a wall cloud.
Could be.
So regardless, the area of Cleveland needs to be on very high alert. Very high alert. Marietta, Slater.
Yeah.
That area along 276. And then farther up to the east along 11, intersecting with 25, north of Travelers Rest, south of Tuxedo. Cedar Mountain along the border of South and North Carolina. Y'all need to be on high alert.
Right now I got Medic 2 headed towards Station 3 to stand by, and I talked to Randy on the phone. He's got his truck headed to the dam. I am going 10-8, but I'm not
The Columbus tornado warning may be rendering itself unimportant.
Copy 1027.
Reed Timmer is right next to the cell now.
Oh my god.
104-811.
That's still got the structure. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, he could
he
get
might
something.
also do well to watch that batch of cells down by Clemson.
Yeah.
They already seem like they're kind of trying to gain those mini supercellular characteristics.
Laurel Fork, Virginia, fire reporting damage.
Jeez. How?
That's-
Lightning?
If Laurel Fork is where I think it is, I think it's this. Where is Laurel Fork? Virginia.
Laurel.
I have no clue where that is.
Laurel Fork. Should I look Omega?
Laurel Fork, Virginia. Oh, Laurel Fork, Virginia is the, that's where the tornado went through.
Laurel, that's along 58 now.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, wait. Oh my gosh. That's that little area of houses.
Yeah, that's the little
That's that-
area
that's
of
that
houses.
tiny area. Oh my god.
That's another tornado. If that's the case, that's another tornado that was not warned. That was another one.
That was another. Forget another tornado that wasn't warned. That was another tornado that wasn't warned that caused significant life impact.
Yeah. Danville, Virginia. You guys should be in the clear. You guys are a bit too east of my liking. Although you guys are in the 5% chance for a tornado, so I can't say that you guys are completely going to be out of the clear. I think you guys can get some stuff overnight tonight, but no, Jacob. I think this is because of the actual supercells.
I have to say, good on the National Weather Service for the SBC for issuing a watch for this.
Yeah.
Seems quite warranted now when we didn't think so initially.
3010 probs is
very low, but that's basically the equivalent of like a 5 wind or a 2 torn, non-zero. That's basically what they're trying to convey with this.
Yeah.
Okay, the upper levels with this thing look excellent. Why is Cleveland having such difficulty translating to the ground? I don't get it.
My goodness.
301 Yankee Foxtrot uniform. Gonna be 1028 on that RV.
Yeah, Nate, in the next few days, we should look back through this extensively.
Yep.
Be another video for you here. with this in your series.
Yeah, could be. It's another weird tornado. Where was the tornado in Virginia? This was off near the general vicinity of Laurel Fork. Laurel Fork. That is north and east of Fancy Gap, south and east, or actually almost due east of Hillsville. Looks like the southern cell near Columbus has kind of deteriorated a little bit. That's the good news. It's been a little bit more linear. But there's a cell up near, just due west of Rutherfordton. That could potentially be tornadic as well. You see the rotation here. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation be. I would say probably right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be specifically. And there is a spectrum width drop there. There is indeed some turbulence right in that area that I just circled. It's about to cross right over the US Highway 64 areas. Hold up.
Show it displayed on a white and color Chrysler 300 out here with this RV.
Okay.
I don't know what that had to do with anything.
Yeah, I thought it was a report coming in, but never mind. Yeah, there could be a cell that just, or a tornadic rotation right here, maybe a potential tornado that's heading off near the US Highway 64 areas, north and west of Rutherfordton, due east of Lake Lure. If you know anyone who lives over here in North Carolina, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Looking at the cell that's over near Morgantown, or Morganton, I should say, Morganton, there is a little bit of rotation with this cell here. Not as strong as it once was, but there definitely was some pretty strong rotation here. Red's moving away, greens and grays moving towards. Right in the middle of that counterclockwise spin is where the rotation would have been. Now it's paralleling the US Highway 64 area near Salem and Morganton. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Definitely a cell that could potentially produce a tornado, especially near a populous area like Morganton. So if you know anyone who lives over here in North Carolina, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions right now. So once again, share the link of this live stream, copy it, and put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Try and continue to spread the information to as many people as possible so that we can try and get the word out here that there are multiple tornado warnings that have been issued for portions of North Carolina and South Carolina. So this is near Morganton in North Carolina here. This is the storm we're talking about specifically. And this is going to be heading off into the general vicinity of the Morganton populace. So please share this information by hitting that like button down below. You actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. And before all this, we were looking at tornadoes that weren't warned by the tornado warnings. So we're going to have to continue to really watch out for this.
Oh my, you have got to be kidding me. Hey, for the record, Clemson, not initially showing tornadic activity. ZDR indicates a good updraft. Echo tops indicate the storm's already above 20,000 feet. That may, if one of those cells detaches, it basically has an open environment. We got to watch those cells. Can't believe we're saying that, but we have to watch those cells. Okay. That's not what I thought it was. The preceding tornado warning for Pickens has been canceled, rather expired, or C, none of the above.
My goodness. Is there a rule on how long I can be on? No. Actually, yes. 11 hours and 55 minutes, I believe, is what it is for YouTube before a stream can no longer be watched. Something like that. So.
We'd really have to be pushing to hit that mark, though.
Mm-hmm. I do think it's going to end before then, which is the good news.
I'm probably heading to bed in a few minutes regardless, but I will stick through probably through about 10:30, 10:35, maybe 10:40.
Possibly a problem, like, complainant stated it occurred within 5 minutes ago. He does wish to 10.5.
Because, folks, unironically, because I've been told I don't sound like this from other people, I am in high school, so...
Yeah, he's helping me out, but he's on the relatively young side, so...
Oh my god, I can't spell. Holy goodness. Yeah, I don't know how, but people have told me I sound like an adult. I don't understand. Probably because I talk like I'm from the Midwest and I'm a seasoned Midwestern person, but I'm not. I'm from the Northeast, so yeah, I don't get it, but here we are.
What was this plane's name?
This is really interesting. New tornado warning. Extension for the Forest City cell in Rutherfordton.
Southeastern McDowell County in western North Carolina. Northeastern Rutherford County in western North Carolina.
Yeah, I saw that, Morgan. I saw that quote tweet.
Which quote tweet? Quote tweet.
One that you put up 3 minutes ago.
Oh, from
yeah, Mr. Wonderful.
Quoting, yeah. I mean, hey, if no one else is gonna do it,
I mean,
we gotta.
We found it way before.
Can't let the people that complain about the Bachelorette running over the Bachelorette being run over by tornado warnings rule the world. It's not how that works.
Yeah.
Check on a Betty Lynn says that she cannot come to the door and it's locked.
Yep, this cell is definitely this is intensifying over here near Rutherfordton. Look at that. Look at that, Morgan. It's that same cell.
Mm-hmm.
We did say that could potentially intensify a little bit later, and yeah, look at that. There is a bit of turbulence with this cell. It's now heading off towards the northern side of Rutherfordton. If you know anyone that lives near Rutherfordton, all right, in North Carolina. This is in North Carolina. You need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if you haven't already.
Lot of spectrum width on the newest frame. Lot of spectrum width.
Yeah, it's all consolidated right there along the line. That
29 knots.
Which cell? Or oh yeah. I'm looking at a higher scan.
Now it's 31 knots. Jeez. It's
Yeah.
a very consolidated
29
spot.
Oh yeah.
Folks, if you live along United States Route 221 north of Rutherfordton, you guys need to be in your safe spaces yesterday.
Yeah.
This is coming right down on y'all immediately.
Yeah. For sure. Could potentially be something tornadic that's moving right through near Rutherfordton. Yeah. That is something to watch out for. I can't say that's a debris signature. This might be inflow. Might be inflow right there. And it looks like it's offset from where the massive spectrum width drop is. It's offset from where the massive spectrum width drop is.
Waft.
Waft.
Oh my goodness gracious, Nathan Snyder.
What?
I'm going to ask you to consider the following if you can and check your DMs.
What? That's some heavy speed shear. That's some heavy speed shear. Heavy speed shear.
Yeah, it's really picked up from the last few scans. Really has changed. I wonder if a boundary lifted past it or something like that.
Maybe. Yeah, still tornadic cells here. 4 tornado warnings. Let's go to the northern cell here near Morganton. And there is some tornadic rotation over here still right over the city of Morganton. If you know anyone who lives over there or north of that, near the Gamewell, Hudson, and Sawmills area, that's where this is now heading towards. All right, that is where it's heading towards. So if you know anyone who lives over there, even south of Lenore, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Scan just updated. Oh, what is that? Alright, that's not debris. That scared the crap out of me, though. I'm not gonna lie. That scared... Rutherfordton. Yeah, that's not debris. That scared the crap out of me, though. That scared the crap out of me. That's not debris.
Morganton is, Morganton's getting better, which is not good.
Yeah.
Lenoir, Whitnell, Hudson, Sawmills, really anywhere along 321A, you guys need to be watching right now.
What about the cell back near Cleveland?
Safe space.
Cell near Cleveland looks like it's deteriorated significantly. It still has a little bit of rotation, but it's not as strong as it once was. So
not even in the upper levels now. Yeah,
no.
That's probably it for that cell.
Yeah. Yeah, there is still pretty good.
Nate, south of Pickens.
South of Pickens?
Liberty. That broke off. That broke off, and that thing's gonna race. And if it goes into the same environment, we could be looking at a similar situation if we can actually manage to.
1000 Cape, 247 M2S2. Yeah, it's not bad at all.
It's good enough. That's good enough. Honestly, if it has the structure, it'll do it. So I can't believe I'm saying this, but folks, South Pickens, Travelers Rest, Slater, Cleveland, you guys are not out of the woods.
Yeah.
Which I guess, like I said, can't believe I'm saying, but here we are.
Yeah, there is a cell that's also south of Fancy Gap near Wilkesboro. That thing is also rotating too. There's that cell. There's a cell near Stewart that's also rotating.
Stewart might actually have a...
Yeah.
It's got a spectrum width drop.
It does have a spectrum width drop. That one's really interesting. That one could potentially produce a tornado. If you're near Stewart, if you're near State Highway 57 over in Virginia, near Woolwine and Vesta, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already and get into your safe space.
Intersection of United States Route 58 and State Route 7, State Route 8, excuse me, north of Stewart. That's the main area that's going to be targeted in the short term. Just north of that area, south of Woolwine. That's also along 8, and then possibly areas north of 57 as well. Need to be on high alert.
Yep.
I like how the cells that were, that got the severe thunderstorm warning have gone north of the warm sector and, committed oof.
Oh?
Yeah, that might not be good. North Wilkesboro, Hayes.
Yeah, saw that.
If that thing remains discreet, maybe.
It's in a lesser amount of Cape environment.
Less thermodynamic. down there, but it has more helicity.
Timmer said he had a wall cloud and an inflow band on the cell that he was at, which makes sense.
Doesn't shock me.
There it is. I don't know. This picture is really weird, though. Look at this. This is not exactly the most ideal picture to have. Yeah, the Rutherfordton cell has pretty high spectrum width in their area. It also looks like it also could be trying to gust out. Maybe a little bit, so that would be good news.
Oh, gosh.
June with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that latest...
Covering your gas money all stream.
Look at that. Look at that. The velocities for the Rutherfordton cell.
Rutherfordton? Oh, yeah, it's got a threshold.
Yeah. TVS. Spectrum width drop. 31 knots.
Yeah, I'd watch.
This is...
Yeah, folks, if you're, like I said earlier, along 64 north of Rutherfordton, east of Glenwood, rather, excuse me, not east of Greenwood, east of Glenwood, east of 221, it's either going to be between 221 and 64, it's going to be over 64 entirely. Downstream, not imminently, downstream, Salem and Morganton, you might need to watch out for another tornadic cell that moves through your general area. But right now, in the immediate future, areas north of Rutherfordton need to watch, and I need to find more specific town names for that. So, like, north of Rutherfordton, you're talking about Gilkey, you're talking about Thermal City, east of Vale Mountain, Westminster, Logan, the regional airport that's right to the north of that area. We zoom in even further here. This is probably going to be going, if I'm looking right up here, State Route 64. Sorry, that is... Yeah, that's what I meant. I talked about 64 already. Bunch of smaller roads that are up through this area. So it's already gone over Rock Road. It's already gone over Oak Springs Road, Boy Scout Road, pushing up towards Frog Creek Road, County Road 1513. That's going to be in the threat area in the next few minutes, and then it's eventually going to go over Piney Mountain itself.
Yeah.
So, that might hinder the storm, or that might just provide area for the storm to like rebound and continue to gain inflow and stuff like that. So that could be the best. That could be the worst of both worlds in that instance. So, like I said, south of Interstate 40, we're talking about right now, between probably 221 and 64, pushing off towards the north and east. You guys need to be in your safe spaces yesterday. Yesterday.
Yep, exactly what Morgan said. Exactly what Morgan said.
Road 1025 with a Michael Grissinger reference to receiving threat.
What?
Yeah, that might be unrelated.
I'm sorry.
that might be unrelated.
Slightly.
E13, E15, anything?
25, direction. 10-4. I've got an open front door on this start location.
Let's see. Let's go back over to Blacksburg. Pilot Mountain. Pilot Mountain's kind of out in front of the cell here. It's kind of out in front of the cell over there. But this cell over here near State Road, Hayes, and Rhonda, all the way up to the north and east, heading off towards Interstate 77, there is still a cell that is quite the activity over there.
I would say the Cleveland cell is withered away, but it still has echo tops of like 24,000 feet, so I don't understand. It's got 57 dBZs at 12,000 feet. It's just not raining. I don't get that. Folks, this could possibly be on the list. This could possibly be a candidate for one of the strangest cells that Nate and I have seen all year.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He didn't tweet about me. He tweeted around me towards the other people on Twitter. So basically, he ignored and gave credit to the other guys, which is they found it too. It's not that big of a deal. All right, we're trying to get information out. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what he thinks. Doesn't matter what I think. Well, I mean, it matters what I think, I should say, about the tornado warnings. That's the big thing there. All right. So it doesn't matter what Ryan says here at this point. He's not on right now. All right, he is not on. I'm on right now, and I'm trying to cover this.
New tornado warning.
Is that an extension? No,
It is an
that's
extension for Lenoir.
Yeah, that's the Lenoir. Oh, yeah. We'll get an update here in a second. You'll hear the ping. There it is.
Tornado warning for northwestern Alexander County in the Piedmont of North Carolina, Caldwell County in western North Carolina, Central Burke County in western North Carolina.
Yeah, look at that. Sheesh. Yeah, Lenore. So there's the new tornado warning for the cell. And it is for Lenore here in North Carolina. There's where the rotation is. There you go. There's the red moving away from the radar. Green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. There it is. There is definitely a cell. Definitely quite the cell that's heading off further towards the north. It doesn't seem to be too consolidated at the moment. I'm looking at spectrum width, and it's not well balanced with medium to high velocities, or high values, I should say, but yeah, there is definitely some rotation off to the north. And then this cell down here north of Rutherfordton. Look at that. This heading towards Pilot Mountain. One cell is heading off just to the west of Pilot Mountain. There's a cell, or these cells, I should say, could possibly be heading off towards Pilot Mountain later on tonight. Probably in about an hour and a half or 2 hours from now. It's definitely something that I would say you need to watch out for. Man, that spectrum width is starting to drop now. Man, that spectrum width is starting to, well, not drop, it's starting to increase now. Starting to spike. I'm going to watch this very closely for a debris signature. That's interesting to watch out for. If that pixel expands, we could have had a tornado right along the US Highway 64 area. Can't say that's a debris signature right now. Someone sent me a possible funnel? What? Oh, that was Alistair. That was our chaser earlier.
I have the contact information, but I believe it's just a business number, not a actual key order information.
Did you literally just get a picture sent from your own storm chaser?
That was no, that was from his stuff earlier.
That's what I meant. Did someone literally send you a picture from him? From his...
Yeah, maybe a little, Patrick. Maybe a little. There's more important stuff.
10-4, turning up in the driveway beside the tobacco shop, Charu Drive, I believe.
There is more important stuff to be talking about.
What?
Than if a certain person tweeted at me. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Let's go back up to the cell that's up further north.
You're probably on Dodge. That's where it turns up at.
Oh, that cell near Stewart. Oh, that cell near Stewart. Small mini supercell. Little mini supercell. So that could potentially be something to watch out for. Maybe a potential tornado off near the US Highway 58 area. Going off towards State Highway 40.
Nate, watch Hudson.
Yeah, I know.
Lenoir. That just...
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, big time velocity spike. Big time velocity spike.
Where? If you're talking
That's-
Hudson Sawmills.
Yeah. 77 on top of 52.
56, we're on Dodge Drive.
77 on top of 52.
Did you copy Dodge Drive?
I don't quite have that.
Affirmative.
I do. I'm at 0.2 tilt on 241. Yeah, my goodness. This is this is quite the storm right here. You can see bright pinks moving away from the radar. Greens and a blue pixel right in the middle is moving towards tornadic rotation right there, counterclockwise spin. So we do still have a tornado warning. This does seem to be quite tornadic, quite tornadic. Look at that. Quite the cell.
Did you want that?
Quite the cell that's moving on through. Jeez. Now we just gotta hope that this isn't a debris signature. Now we just gotta hope that this isn't a debris signature eventually. Oh yeah, that spectrum width, that's gone. Wow. I just looked at this. I looked at the spectrum width. 31 knots of spectrum width. Wow. Guys, we gotta continue to try and spread information to as many people as possible. Once again, you know, this event is not done and over with. All right, we've seen tornadoes before. We've warned people about all sorts of storms here that have produced tornadoes with or without tornado warnings. There's been 2 cells that didn't have tornado warnings that had tornadoes, and there were reports of damage. All right. We're trying to get the information out here, regardless if this is warned or not. So we got to continue to try and spread information to as many people as possible. Once again, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Copy the link to the live stream. Spread it with as many people as possible. Yeah, it isn't supposed to be a competition. We're trying to spread as much information to as many people as possible, whether it is me or other people too. All right. That's kind of not how I took it, Cody, but it is what it is. I don't care. At this point, we're on it. We're trying to spread the information here. Yeah, that velocity signature, man. That's a lot of spectrum width here. 31 knots of spectrum width still. 30, 31, 29 knots. Big time ball here. Big time ball here.
Jeffrey Clasby, 81882, 81882. Should be 2 in half, so go ahead and get them in hand.
Yeah, it's about saving lives at the end of the day. If we get more and more people that do this, you know, then we can continue to reach more and more people. That's the thing. If we continue to spread, that's the reason why I'm saying, you know, if you copy the link to the live stream, you put it onto all sorts of social media sites, we can continue to try and, you know, get this out to more and more people. Try and spread it out to more people. You know, and by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So it's all about spreading the information. You know, whether it comes from me, whether it comes from someone else, yada yada.
10-4,
you know, trying to spread as much information. Trying to spread as much information.
Adam 33, X control, there's recent activity, 10-8-603.
10-4, Adam 33.
Latest scan just came in. No debris signature at this time. Although those pixels right there are a little concerning to me. If that does expand, that could potentially mean something. But I don't see anything as of right now. I think that should be good. Yeah, it looks like the velocities aren't as compact as it once was, but it just went right near the area of Hudson and Sawmills. So once again, tornado warning here. This is in North Carolina here near the towns of Hudson and Sawmills. This actually is now north and east of that near US Highway 64.
Okay, I think that thing that was by Slater is officially oofed. I'm calling it.
Slater?
Just even looking up. Columbus now, actually.
Columbus? Where? Oh.
Columbus.
Oh, yeah,
where?
yeah, the
Good
Cleveland cell. Yeah, that thing is definitely kind of deteriorated finally. I think these are the last storms. I think these are the last batches of storms. Let's go back to Blacksburg. Anything happen over here? What was that? Don't see anything over there.
Nate, check DMs.
Unit 5-1.
Go ahead.
En route, picking with the drone.
Dallas 51, both signal 14's in hand.
10-4, 56, you can copy that traffic. Affirmative.
But my goodness. But my goodness.
Picking, we're 1067 on me.
Yep, appreciate it, Cody Cat. Thank you much. Update on Yadkin County? Let me look it up here. Yadkin County, North Carolina. That is off along I-77. Let me look a bit further south. So there's a cell that's moving through your area. Probably some strong damaging winds for the most part, from what I can tell. There is a little cell that has a little bit of rotation, so I'd watch out for it, but I don't think it's doing too much. I'll continue to monitor it relatively closely, though, as this continues to move about. But I think this is going to head off to the north of you all. I think this is going to head off to the north of you all towards State Road and Dobson, White Plains. But there could be some other thunderstorms that head off towards your area, so I'd watch out for that as well. I responded, Morgan, if you didn't see already.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, there's still a big spectrum width drop right there. Don't see debris signature there, so probably a really low wall cloud, wall cloud. Maybe even a funnel. Maybe even a funnel.
Charlie 6, I got in contact with the key holder. Is it 10-4 to Patrick 3?
That's also I saw the thing. It was subtext if he did.
Yeah. Soul, sup, welcome to stream. Skylark with the 5, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the support to the channel. Really does mean a lot to me. And Marilyn with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys. It looks like... All right, so let me take a look here at this cell. It looks like the areas here in South Carolina, it looks like these cells have now diminished. All right, it looks like these cells have diminished officially. So everyone in South Carolina should be in the clear now. Everyone in South Carolina should be in the clear, in my opinion. I think.
Until the stuff that has the broadest rotation I've ever seen in my entire life in Pickens finds a way.
Yeah,
But,
if it does, then that's, you know, similar to what happened earlier on today. I'll lose my mind again. But if you're in North Carolina, all right, if you're along the Morganton areas, along I-40 near Hickory and Valdez, if you're also along near the Moravian Falls area near North Wilkesboro, you also need to watch out for this very closely, all right? Once again, still 2 tornado warnings in progress at this time. One has some really good rotation. The other actually has some pretty good rotation too. I don't see a debris signature on either one. I don't see it at this time. So that's the good news here.
Go ahead.
104-509925. 104-509925.
Jeez. Yeah, once again, if you're just tuning in here, we have seen multiple tornado warnings. We have had 2 tornadoes that have not been tornado warned, that actually produced tornadoes. One was near Pickens. We were listening. That's actually the scanner in the background right now. We're hearing the scanners trying to see if there's any extra damage, potentially. But there was reports of trees down, people trapped in houses. Hopefully, more people will be fine. But it looks like the areas in South Carolina, the areas where the tornado impacted is in the clear, all right? South Carolina is in the clear officially, okay? South Carolina is in the clear. Now it's North Carolina. Now it's these storms over here that's near Morganton, as well as Lenore. Mark with the 50, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good night, Mark. God bless you, my friend. Thank you so much, Mark, for coming out to the stream. Really does mean a lot to me. I've been watching your content as well every now and then. You're doing a fantastic job over there. Watch out for that system mid-part of next week. All right? That system in the mid-part of next week. Definitely something to watch out for. But thank you, Mark. That really does mean a lot to me. God bless you, my friend. God bless you.
I think I am going to get out of here because stuff looks like it's going towards the end of the risk and I need sleep.
Yeah, go do it. I'll cover
Alright.
this.
Alrighty. We'll talk more tomorrow about future endeavors and whatever.
Right.
Alright. Good night, Nate. Good night, chat. Take care, all.
Yep, bye, Morgan. Reports of possible injuries in Hudson. So, sheesh. Dawson with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Rose with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, order you guys a pizza. Everyone say thank you to Rose. Everyone say thank you to Rose. Rose has been helping out with the channel for quite some time. Yeah, these two areas of rotation now are starting to deteriorate a little bit. So it seems we probably should have needed Morgan to leave sooner so that these storms could have deteriorated. Because whenever Morgan leaves, it seems the storms have died, or at least are starting to die a little bit. Yeah, thank you everyone for supporting the channel. That really does mean a lot to me. You know, I know there's still 2 tornado warnings, but I just want to show you here. We're at 27,487 subscribers, all right? We've gained so many people from this one stream alone. And we've gained over 1,000 subscribers from the past 3 days. That's just absolutely amazing. Remember, our goal eventually is 71,008 subscribers. That is our goal. That's a number that means a lot to me. I'll talk about it when we hit it. Hopefully. Hopefully. Keyword hopefully. Okay. But that is our goal at the end of the day. And we're getting up there, guys. It really does mean a lot to me that so many people have subscribed. So thank you guys so much. And then we also have gained a lot of members here on the channel. A lot of members. As I pull the statistics up for that, what you get by subscribing is more live streams like this that cover the severe weather and stuff like that. And you also get videos. You get forecast videos. All right. If you guys were here on the stream or here on the channel before Monday, you guys knew that on Monday and Tuesday there were significant tornado events that were going to happen in portions of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and even portions of Florida. You guys already knew that. So what you get by subscribing is you get to watch those videos and you know when the next severe weather event could happen and where, as well as how significant they could be. All right. So please be sure to do that. And then in the future, there's also going to be videos of past tornadoes and stuff like that. And it'll teach you guys some stuff and also be a good, interesting storytelling of how those tornadoes formed, what they did, and where it happened, as well as what the environment was. So we have 123 members. We have a new tornado warning here. 123 members, guys. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you guys so much.
Alexander County in the Piedmont of North Carolina, East Central Caldwell County in western North Carolina.
So that is up here near the Taylorsville area, which there is still rotation. There is still rotation there. All right? It's not completely dead. Not completely dead. You can see reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation will be, due west of Taylorsville. Due west of Taylorsville. So if you guys live over there near the intersection of US Highway 64 and State Route 127 here in North Carolina, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This also will be eventually heading off towards the Moravian Falls area near the North Wilkesboro area. So if you guys live over there, or if you know anyone who lives over there, please be sure to tell them ahead of time that this stuff will be happening to them. A tornadic storm with the potential of producing a tornado is possible across some of their areas. Moving off to the south once again, towards the south of Morganton, south of Salem, near the Caesar areas. We do have a tornado warning over here, a little bit of rotation with this cell, but it is not as strong as the one cell off towards the north, towards Taylorsville. So that is the good news. And that is my phone telling me that it is 11 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, 11 Eastern. Jeez, we've been live for that long. That's crazy. But yeah, we do have some rotation over here indicating there could potentially be a tornado heading off towards the Valdez area, as well as the Salem areas. And then eventually towards the I-40 corridor, as well as the US Highway 70 corridor, I should say, not I-70 corridor. But my goodness, quite a lot of stuff. Ian with the 20 yen super chat. Thank you, my friend. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Ian for the 20 yen super chat. Really does mean a lot. And then Tubeweller with the 5. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me as well. So this is in North Carolina once again, all right? The new tornado warning was for Alexander and Caldwell counties in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And this is a storm moving off to the north and east at 45 miles per hour. Here's the rotation in itself. Not as strong as the previous scan, which is the good thing here. You can see reds moving away and greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if you guys were to watch out for that, please be sure to do so as this continues to move off towards the Moravian Falls and North Wilkesboro area. Let's go over to the cell over in Blacksburg. There we go. Pull that up here. Let's go up to the radar up here in Blacksburg. Take a look at some of these other storms. And yeah, there's a couple storms that could create some strong damaging winds. But I don't see anything. I don't see anything that tells me that it's rather significant. So that's the good news here. Let's take a look back at the cell that's over here near White Plains and Dobson. And it's approaching the intersection of I-77 and 74, so something to watch out for with that. Little bit of a hook there now. We're getting close enough to the radar to tell as to what's going on here in this general vicinity. And so little teeny supercell here could be trying to develop something, but it is kind of discombobulated at the moment, so that is the good news. That Taylorsville cell actually, it's about 8,000 feet up in the sky. New tornado warning that has been issued out in front of this.
Tornado warning for southeastern Wilkes County in northwestern North Carolina.
Yep, so there is the new tornado warning here, once again, for Wilkes County in northwestern North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 11:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah, exactly, Tracy. A lot of these are surface-based, low precipitation-based, as well as high shear-oriented. And that's just basically been the case here over and over again. Yep, L will. Mark and I actually have a really good relationship together. So we talk to each other.
We're coming back that way.
Yeah, Mark and I have a good relationship together. But yeah, this cell right here is a little tornadic. Let's see if I can get some storm motion from this. Yeah, it does have a little rotation right over here to the north and west of Taylorsville. Is the cell over near Greer a better... It's about the same. It's about the same. Thank you, Sharon. Yeah, hopefully as soon as these storms deteriorate, then our coverage will cease and everyone will be able to go to sleep. So, that'll be the good news there. Kay with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Everyone say thank you to Kay. Really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much, Kay. Let's see. Yeah, someone said possible tornado damage northwest of Pickens, of course. That was the cell that we were covering. Of course, we heard the damage over the thing. Over the over the scanner. That's insensitive. New tornado warning, another one. It's an extension.
Tornado warning for northwestern Catawba County in the Piedmont of North Carolina.
Wow.
Southeastern Caldwell County in western North Carolina. Southeastern Burke County in western North Carolina.
My goodness. So yeah, there is a new tornado warning now for the city of Hickory. The city of Hickory now is under a tornado warning. If you are in Hickory, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And if you're north of Hickory, towards the Lenore areas, you also need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already as well. So we gotta really watch out for this very closely. I should probably sleep soon. Brain's starting to lag. My brain's always been lagging. That's just how my brain is. But my goodness. Does this constitute as a tornado outbreak? How many tornadoes have been reported today? Or any tornadic damage? Could be a severe weather outbreak. 0 tornado reports officially, but there's damage reports from the wind. So there it is. Probably could see those reports change. This is more than likely a severe weather outbreak then. More than likely a severe weather outbreak. But yeah, quite a few cells. And yeah, as I said, tornado warning for Hickory. Yeah, weather cam. That cell was crazy. And we knew that thing was probably going to produce, or possibly going to produce. We didn't exactly know. We hoped it wouldn't. We hoped it wouldn't. We hoped it wouldn't. We all said, if we always said, you know, if this produced, I swear. Well, I didn't swear per se, so I didn't fulfill that end of the bargain. But it's just you know, one of those things where we kind of had in the back of our minds, hey, this thing could potentially do it. This thing could potentially do it. Yeah, the cell near Taylorsville still looks like it's continuing to rotate, but it is a not as organized as it once was. Not as organized as it once was. But yeah, Moravian Falls in North Wilkesboro, you still have a tornado warning for you all. You can clearly see the rotation approaching your area. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle, right there is where the tornadic rotation would be. And yeah, this cell definitely is knocking on your door still. So if you know anyone who lives over there, gotta copy the link and share this live stream with them. All right? That's the best way to get the information out. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by liking the live stream, you'll actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to help me do that. We got to continue to get information out to as many people out in front of these tornadic storms. Even if it doesn't look like it's imminently going to produce a tornado. We don't know that it's going to produce a tornado later on. That's the reason why we're going to continue to live stream until we feel like these storms are dying. But it does look like these storms continue to look as if they can potentially, you know, continue to sustain themselves. Let's go to this radar up here near Blacksburg. We're looking a little bit lower down towards the ground. And a little bit lower down towards the ground. And there is a little bit of rotation. Green's moving towards, grays and reds moving away. So it is still there. It is still there. Can't exactly say for certain, though, as to whether or not it's doing anything. It doesn't look like it is. I'm looking at spectrum width. The turbulence values are relatively low for the most part. It is some of the blues, so it is slight turbulence. But it does not look like it is, you know, doing too much. Does not look like it's doing too much. Update on East Bend. Let me pull that up. East Bend, North Carolina. Yeah, you guys are still good for right now. East Bend, just for reference. Okay, East Bend is right here. There's a tornadic storm that's right here. Let me take a timing. It looks like it's going to head off towards your west, and you should be able to see it towards your due west in 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, that's when it's going to start moving through your area, and then it's going to be due north of you in an hour. Due north of you in an hour. So that's good. That's some good news there. Someone just sent me a video here. This is in Lenore 15 minutes ago. So that was it during the tornado warning. You can see a lot of rain, and then some winds. You can see the rain being pushed from what would be behind the camera forward. You can see that rain. But yeah, a lot of hazardous conditions over there, especially with it being so dark. Quite a lot of activity over there. Once again, if you have anything that you want to send to me, send it to me on Twitter, @Nate_Snyder, so that we can continue to try and get perspectives out and try and show people what's going on. We had our chaser earlier on that was showing a bunch of stuff too. All right. So there's my Twitter account in the chat. I'm retweeting all the stuff that I'm seeing here on Twitter too. So please be sure to look at that if you are interested at what I'm looking at a little bit closer. Let's take a look back at the cells that are down south. Take a peek up near north central Virginia between Charlottesville and DC. What? Don't tell me. Oh, I gotta go all the way up there. Well, let me put a radar up in Sterling. Pretty familiar with anywhere in between 64 and 70, and even areas into 76. Excuse me? Can I chase it in time? No, I cannot, but it's time to go. That is a supercell. What? What? Excuse me? What is this? This is an actual supercell that is south of Washington, D.C. What risk is this in? This isn't even in a... This is in a general thunderstorm risk, and this thing is a supercell. Gimme on Sterling. What? This thing has a little bit of rotation, just a little bit. This thing has a little bit of rotation. You can see the hook. Look at that hook, guys. Look at that hook. What? What is this? What is this? Like, honestly. What are we doing here? For people who are wondering why I am freaking out like this, we have a storm. We have something called a supercell, which is a strong thunderstorm that is in an area where it shouldn't be, and it just so happens to be south of Washington, D.C. And it's in a very good environment for wind shear, by the way, for wind shear. The helicity is mental over here.
396, Robert P. Jeans Road, 614.
10-4.
That does not make any sense to me.
Scanning unit 56.
It's producing hail. It's gonna cross I-95. It's crossing I-95. It's crossing the Potomac River. It looks like it's heading towards the southern portion of DC, No, it's heading straight for DC. It's heading straight for DC. Yeah, this thing has rotation with it. That's, ladies and gentlemen, this is a surprise to me. This is a big surprise. Was not anticipating this. But we have a storm. We have a storm that seems to be a supercell that is rotating. It is paralleling I-95 here in Virginia, heading towards Washington, D.C. Now, I do not believe, all right, here's the thing, okay, with this cell, there is no way, at least in my opinion, it doesn't look like it could probably produce a tornado, all right? I don't think it could. I don't think it will. I don't think it will, but if it does, then, you know, sue me, because that defies all logic for me. All right, I've been studying radar professionally on YouTube for 2.5 years. It'll be 3 years when we get to July. And then I've been studying radar before even then for a good probably 7-8 years. Took it real seriously within this past 3 years. This is a cell that I'm, you know, it has 3 lightning strikes per minute. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Let's go back down south. Let's go back down south. I'm not sure, Miami. I'm not sure. I can't remember that. There could have been. I know there was a tornado in 2020 that I chased that was near DC. It was like actually more near Annapolis, actually. Did I say the same about the first one? I'm not too sure. I can't remember if I did. I think we did say something that there could be the chance for it to produce because it's in the right environment. No, if it gets a tornado warning, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I really am done after that. You know, I've seen it all. I thought I said I've seen it all. No, I see it all now. I've seen it all. Mount Airy? Are you talking about Mount Airy, Maryland? If you're in Mount Airy, Maryland, you're in the clear for right now. Actually, you're in the clear all the way up until tomorrow when you get more scattered showers and thunderstorms and move on through overnight.
10.7 comes back to Toledo, Badwell, 120, treetop lane out of Easley, Class B, 1 prior.
You just subbed. You're in South Carolina. Yeah, we covered a tornado over near Pickens, South Carolina. Didn't go tornado warn, but there is reports of damage across the area now. I jinxed the Pickens cell. Did I actually do that? That sounds like something I would do with my luck. But yeah, all of South Carolina is in the clear for the most part. Looks like the cell near Hickory is not done. This thing is now started to amplify. This thing is starting to tighten up a little bit more. There is a little bit of rotation here. Little bit of spectrum width, but not too much. Not too much.
Charlie 1, Liberty. Charlie 1.
Hmm.
Can you 10 for north?
Yeah, Sawmills, Granite Falls. This is very close to where the other tornadic rotation went right next to, because Hudson, oh boy. Yeah, prediction for DC is thunderstorms here soon. How many tornadoes have dropped? I believe it's 2 that I have no, 3. 4. There's 2 in Georgia, 2 in southern Georgia, 2 in no, 1 in Virginia, and then 1 in South Carolina that I've seen from radar. So 4 so far. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Jacob with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Do I think Tuesday will look good for the central U.S.? It's hard to say. You know, I think, to be completely honest with you, and I have to take a look at the calendar here, I think Wednesday is going to look more impressive for the central U.S. But we'll go into that more in my videos in the future, which, by the way, if you're subscribed, you guys knew that there was supposed to be tornadic events on Monday and Tuesday. We uploaded videos before then saying there probably was going to be a tornado warning or a tornado outbreak possible, and that did happen. A lot of tornadoes formed across the board over there. So if you want to stay tuned, this is the place to subscribe. We upload videos that are about forecasts. We try to tell people that when the next significant weather event's going to happen, whether it's hurricanes, whether it's tornadoes, whether it's winter weather, all of it. All of it, we talk about it here on this channel. Yeah, definitely a 3-day outbreak. At minimum, a severe weather outbreak. At maximum, a tornado outbreak. Because there could have been some tornadoes there too as well. You're hearing of this event in early April? Yeah, the 30th and 31st of March could potentially be something around there in the Central Plains, as well as Dixie Alley in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. So that is something to watch there. Yes, Sapphire. Let's see. We're at 1,700 likes. 1,700 likes. Thank you guys so much for liking the live stream so far. We're still going on strong with 1,000 viewers. I really do appreciate all the people who's been helping me out. Spread the information with as many people as possible. Yeah, this cell is still going over Granite Falls. Still has some pretty good rotation. And spectrum width shows that it actually is a lot more consolidated with more turbulence as well. So there is more turbulence near the Granite Falls area. This will be heading off towards the US Highway 64 general vicinity. So we really got to watch out for that.
Adam 34, picking up checking status. 10-4, Adam 34.
Let's see. I want to pull something up here real quickly. Or at least I want to try and search for something here real quickly.
10-4, Adam 34.
Alright, that was nothing of interest right there. Yep, appreciate it, Mr. Trauma Boy. Your friends in the DC area, what do you think of the chances are of a tornado? Let's go back to that cell. Looks like a giant outflow boundary flowed on through that area. Big line. Big outflow boundary. Whew. This is actually a really big outflow boundary. So that's pretty interesting. That's probably the reason why this storm is doing as much as it is. Yeah, that's probably the main reason why it's doing as much as it is. DMR Creations, thank you so much for the 2. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, this cell is definitely... It's going to produce some spotty hail over here in the Alexandria areas. I want to see... Hold up. This is looking where I think it is. This is in DC. This is not in North Carolina. Not in North Carolina. Let me just turn this off for the rest of the night. It is not tornado warned at this moment. We'll go in between that and this here in a bit. This is tornado warned, however. The cell near Sawmills, Hudson, is still tornado warned. Still has some pretty good rotation on it. Reflectivity shows a bit of a hook right in here. Inflow coming in unimpeded once again. So this is a bona fide cell. Velocities still show reds moving away, greens moving towards. So counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere right there. And it shows some spectrum width in that area, indicating turbulence. Quite a bit of turbulence in that area too. So that's something to watch out for. But let's put up our... see. Does this storm even have lightning? Not sure if it does. Oh yeah, there's a lot of lightning apparently on the southern side. So we might be able to see it as it approaches. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Surrey County in northwestern North Carolina, southeastern Carroll County in southwestern Virginia, southwestern Patrick County in southwestern Virginia.
Oh! Interesting. Pull up that. Mount Airy. Oh yeah, there is some rotation right there approaching the Mount Airy area. Yeah, there is definitely some rotation over there near the Mount Airy area. Bit of turbulence there too. Spectrum width right there. You can see potentially something lowering here. Tornadoes do create turbulence, and there is a bit of turbulence in that area. So something we're going to have to watch out for, especially as this moves off. Mount Airy, if you are in the immediate area of Mount Airy, North Carolina, heading towards Ararat. Probably Ararat. Here in Virginia. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is going to be going over the areas that have gotten hit by the tornado earlier. There was a tornado that was over near US Highway 58 up here. A little bit to the south of that is a tornado-warned storm. And once again, if you're near Mount Airy and Ararat, as well as, I'd say even areas near Vesta and Stewart, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure as well. Yeah, once again, I don't see the debris signature, but we do see the velocities. Greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. The radar is off towards the north. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This counterclockwise flow is indicative of something tornadic. And we're just going to have to continue to monitor that very closely. Let's go down to the south here. The cell over here near Bethlehem is now starting to continue to move on through. There is a tornado warning over here that's about to cross over the intersection of State Route 127 and US Route 64. That's where it's going to be going over. I hear someone's over in Taylorsville. It looks like this cell might be going just a bit to the west of Taylorsville. There's Taylorsville. There's the rotation right there. You can see the reds moving away from the radar. Radar's to the south. Greens moving towards the counterclockwise flow right within there. There is a bit of turbulence there. There is indeed a bit of turbulence. So something over there. So if you know anyone who lives near the intersection of 127 and 64, all right, if you know anyone who's over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions if you haven't already near the Ellendale areas. The Ellendale Elementary School. If you know anyone who lives near the Ellendale Elementary School, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So once again, guys, continue to share this live stream with as many people as possible. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so we can continue to try and share this with more and more people who may not have power or cable. They'll look to social media and they'll find our live stream. We'll be able to provide the coverage for them. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So new scan came in. Let's take a look and see what this says here with the new velocity scans. From the reflectivity standpoint, we can still see the area of rotation in question right within there. A little bit of a hooking characteristic from the forward flank downdraft back over here. You can see how it wraps around the rain right where the rotation would be. So this thing would be a little bit more high precipitation based. You won't be able to see the storm even if it was in the middle of the day. So adding to the chaos, if you were trying to look for it at night, it would be rain wrapped. So you would not be able to see this thing coming. The spectrum width has decreased. That's the good news. We don't see a whole lot of oranges now. You can see how it's kind of dispersed more into a lot of reds and blues. So that is the good news here. But still, this thing does have a little bit of general rotation. Once again, you can still see the general flow of the counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere with the storm. So something to watch out for with that. Let's move off to the north once again towards the cell. The other storm with tornadic rotation that just went over the area of Mount Airy still has some spectrum width over here indicating a potential turbulence. And still some rotation over there as well. Potentially something tornadic over there too. So something to really monitor as this continues to move about. And we're just going to have to continue to see what happens here. No debris signature. That's the good news here. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be a debris signature, but there is a consolidation in velocities right here. This could tell me that there could be potentially something tornadic right within this storm. Would not be surprised if that was the case. So yeah, definitely something to watch out for. Yeah, it looks like the warning got updated now. Warning did indeed get updated. Yeah, I'm going to be waiting for the next scan here in a bit. Let's go back down to the south. Go back to the cell that's near Taylorsville and Bethlehem. Once again, this is crossing over the intersection of 127 and 64 right now. Watch out for that very closely. But yeah, luckily that does seem to not be in progress right now, the Taylorsville, North Carolina cell. But there is still a tornado warning here. Once again, this is for Alexander and Caldwell counties in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 11:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
307.
Let's go back up to the cell. It's over in Washington, D.C. Doesn't seem to be anything too significant besides some sporadic hail. Hail in upwards of pea-sized near the Arlington and Alexandria area. We do have a live camera over there. Let's see if they are seeing anything. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, I do remember it, Will. And I don't see a whole lot of lightning over here. Let's actually, let's actually do something here. Woo!
Usually 13, my apologies. 11 was able to crawl on top of the vehicle.
We need to spin this counterclockwise. There we go. So that's in DC. Top right-hand corner is what's happening in DC right now. That's from the Washington Monument. That's from the Washington Monument. We'll continue to watch these cells, but yeah, there's the cell that went into Washington, D.C. If you know anyone who lives in Washington, D.C., just tell them to get indoors. Just tell them to get indoors and wait for these storms to pass through. There's a lot of lightning, too, as well, so watch out for that. Looks like the cell in Taylorsville did lose more of its spectrum width, so not really as much turbulence now. Still consolidated a little bit, so that is something to be mindful. We'll come back to that cell in a bit. The cell near Mount Airy does seem like it's still rotating. No debris signature at this time, but there is some consolidation once again with our spectrum width here. There is some consolidation right over where the rotation would be. Once again, green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So this is a tornado warning. This is for Surrey and Carroll, as well as Patrick counties here along the border of North Carolina and Virginia. That'll be in effect until midnight tonight. So another 20 minutes until this tornado warning expires. If you guys live over near Ararat, as well as areas off near the Blue Ridge Parkway general vicinity, south of Route 58, south of US Route 58, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That's another shot of lightning right there. Dallas Tester with the 20. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Dallas if you haven't already. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. So yeah, Dallas with the 20. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's helped supported the channel. Once again, thank you guys so much. We are definitely expanding our community. See the cell near Taylorsville is coming into view. No, we're still looking up 8,700 feet. This one's looking up 5,000, of course, so. Yep, looks like the cell near Taylorsville is starting to diminish a bit. This is a tornado warning for Alexander and Caldwell County. That'll be in effect for another 4 minutes. So it's expected to expire in 4 minutes from now. And it probably will be allowed to expire, more than likely. Probably will be allowed to expire here soon. There's another shot of lightning right there. That is something to watch out for. Also, this cell near Jonesville could potentially be something tornadic as well. That is something to watch out for. Rain wrap tornado near Granite Falls. Yeah, I would not be surprised. That area near Hudson Sawmills, Granite Falls. Would not be surprised. Really wouldn't. Looks like the area of rotation is now starting to pass to the west of Taylorsville. Looks like it is. There is the rotation right there. Taylorsville's right there. So right where this seems to be the intersection of 90 and 64 is, it is due west of that by about a mile. And they're expected to continue to move off towards the north, towards the Moravian Falls area. So I would watch out for that. There is no more stuff up here in Cleveland or in Charleston, I don't believe. Ooh, that's heading off towards Webster Springs. Addison, there's another name for Addison. It's called Webster Springs. Part of my family actually grew up from over there.
Good.
After they lived in Florida. But yeah, areas near Webster Springs, definitely need to watch out for that. Actually, I think if you... yeah, there it is. It says Webster Springs right there. Addison, Webster Springs. Yeah, there's a couple cells over there heading off over there. Definitely some really interesting storms to watch in that mountain range. Because there's a lot of mountains over there. Like you can see here in Addison, it's covered in mountains. You have a mountain over here, mountain over here. You also have the river that flows through. You also got a mountain over here. You got a mountain over here. So this would be the best place to be covered in a nuclear fallout area. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. I've actually been there before. I've been there twice. Pretty cool. But yeah, this radar doesn't seem to be a whole lot. Anything else? This radar, yeah, not too much either. Be fine. Yeah, Christiana. I get that too. I get that too. I understand. Antoine with the 20. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Antoine. That really does help out the channel. Thank you so much. Counties along North Carolina, South Carolina border. Watched your channel for about 2 years now. Really appreciate the excellent live coverages. Real lifesaver. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words as well. The tornado warning in Taylorsville has been allowed to expire. So I believe the people in Taylorsville are in the clear. Looks like the rotation is now starting to deteriorate too. So is the structure of the storm as well. So yeah, I think the Taylorsville area is now in the clear. That is the good news. Let's move off to the cell a little bit further off towards the north, near Jonesville. Jonesville and Ararat.
CBD6, sure, 1027 comes up to Flores, subject to Wahala. Class DM clear, 10 round clear.
Yeah. Good news about this cell right here is that right now where it's heading off towards is, relatively rural, but there are still some areas that, have farmland, have some houses. It's about to hit a mountain too, so we'll see what it does interacting with the mountain. Maybe some rising motion created off of the mountain. That'll be interesting. But then of course, the other cell that's near Jonesville, that still has rotation as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if that actually went tornado warned. It actually was tornado warned. That's the funny thing. Latest scan came in. Don't see... yeah, I don't see any debris signatures on either one. Once again, we only have one tornado warning at the moment. That's along the border of Virginia and North Carolina. It's on the Virginia side, on the eastern side of I-77, north of Mount Airy. So that is the good news. I don't know, Shenanigan. I don't know where specifically Pilot is. If it's up near the DC area. Well, DC is above me on my screen. Speaking of DC, let's take a look at that cell. And yeah, that storm has now started to move on through the general vicinity of DC now. So we're probably going to see more lightning here in a sec. Is it pronounced Aurora?
Okay, it comes Adam 30. Adam 30. Where I call on Shallow Creek.
If that's Aurora.
36 is en route.
Aurora.
10-4. We're getting rescue en route as well.
Aurora. Thank you, Winter Knight. Once again, thank you guys for helping support the channel. You guys really do mean a lot to me. East Bend is still a little bit too far to the east of the main cells. East Bend might be able to get out of this one without really getting hit by storms, but there's one more storm down here near Taylorsville that's heading off towards your general vicinity. Let's see what the timings for this one is. Yeah, that one, it looks like it's going to be coming a little bit closer. Ararat. Yeah, I would say Ararat. Scusa. Right off of Mount Airy, North Carolina. Well, there is a couple, like this band of rain right here could also produce some lightning and stuff like that. Ooh, so it looks like they might be trying to cover it up. That's interesting. Looking off to the side here. And that tornado warning is now diminished as well. So now we have no more tornado warnings. That's the good news. And now there's just one more cell. I know it's not tornado warned. I know it's not tornado warned, but I'm watching this very closely. Geez, a lot of rain is now starting to hit DC above us. You can see the camera above us. Night, OKT. Night. I will say, we are getting close to the end of the stream. We are getting close, but there's just one more cell that we gotta watch out for. Fingers crossed, one more cell. And when this thing deteriorates fully, then it'll be it. We've been live streaming for 9 hours and 20 minutes. 9 hours and 20 minutes. That's consolidated. That right there is a spectrum width drop. Yep. That is a consolidated storm. They are watching the cell around Jonesville closely. They should be, yeah. They should be. Because I'm watching it very closely. This thing, you know, I wouldn't be surprised within the next few scans if we saw something on correlation coefficient here. Because this is consolidation of the velocities here. At 4,400 feet, usually when that happens, could potentially be talking about a potential tornado. So that is something to watch out for.
Taking Zap 36 on 1088.
4 Adam 36.
There's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Surrey County in northwestern North Carolina, northwestern Yadkin County in northwestern North Carolina.
Well, that's the reason why we watch. That's the reason why we watch out for this storm. There's one last storm. Oh, wow. I don't see a debris signature, but the velocities are pretty significant. 36 on top of 51. So that is an 87 mile per hour delta velocity for this cell. Spectrum width is pretty high, man. 27 knots. That's pretty close to being the top. Yeah, there is definitely some turbulence around that area, 100%. So there is the new tornado warning. This includes areas north and east of Jonesville, areas near Dobson and Rockford, as well as State Highway 268 and US Highway 601. If you guys know anyone who lives over here, guys gotta go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We're watching this cell. We did. And this is definitely a cell to watch out for. This is definitely the cell to watch. New scan just came in. Oh. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'm not sure if that's a tornado on the ground. I am not sure if that is a tornado on the ground. It doesn't look like it to me. It doesn't look like it. I think the correlation coefficient's too far to the north and east. I think it is too far. So I don't think this is on the, this is representative of a debris signature on the correlation coefficient. There is indeed some rotation with this storm. You can still see the green moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And spectrum width still indicates that there is some turbulence in this area, which is where a potential tornado could potentially reside. Because tornadoes do indeed create turbulence. They do indeed do that. Big lightning strike that just occurred on our DC feed. Yeah, the storm in DC is now starting to move on through. Spotty hail possible with that one. Strong damaging winds. This also, funnily enough, says there's a 1% chance for a tornado. There's also a cell over near Rockville, along the I-20 corridor, and then eventually off towards the I-370 corridor near Shady Grove. Shady Grove could potentially have some strong damaging winds over that area, so I'd watch out for that. But yeah, this does seem to be the one cell to watch right now. The other cell near Taylorsville looks like it's kind of not in the right shape to do so. Could definitely later on, but yeah, this is right there. Pretty big updraft too. Look at that. See, quite the updraft indicated from differential reflectivity, ZDR. Quite a lot of activity there with that storm, for sure. For certain. New scan just came in. Don't see debris signature. That's the good news. Velocities, once again, as I said, they're progressively... Well, they're about the same. It's kind of fluctuating. It's like it's pulsating. So it's strengthening a little, then it's weakening a little. Then it's strengthening, then it's weakening a little. Baltimore skies look white, other side dark. That makes sense. It's because all the lights from the buildings. All of the lights. Yeah, there's a couple showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through or about to move on through your area. They're near Laurel right now. They're near Laurel. South of, along the I-95 corridor, along the Washington Beltway. They're near Laurel. They're heading off towards Baltimore now. Give it about 15 minutes, and it'll be there. Yeah, there is quite the updraft with this cell. This is something to watch. Trying to continue to cycle through Twitter, trying to see if there's anything here. Any sort of new information. Don't see anything. There we go. Still quite a bit of spectrum width on it. Still a bit of turbulence. But the turbulence has started to kind of, consolidate a little bit more from the looks of it. Looks like it's starting to consolidate right there. Velocities are still a little bit split. It's a bit disorganized at the moment. Next scan should tell us exactly what's happening here on, honestly. Once again, this is a tornado warning here for extreme northern portions of North Carolina. For Surrey and Yadkin counties. That'll be in effect until 12:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So another 14 minutes. Will these storms reach Greensboro? Probably not. I think these will probably be out of your hair by the time that line is, projected to move on through. So you should be fine. Velocity's still there. Still quite a lot of turbulence ongoing. Once again, this is near State Highway 268 and US Highway 601, south of the Mount Airy area. If you live near Dobson, north of Rockford, White Plains, south of White Plains, due west of Pilot Mountain, you guys need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. All right, we do have a tornado warning here indicated in this red box. And yeah, velocities, you can see it has kind of upticked a little bit in the inbound velocities, which would be the velocities moving towards the radar. So you have a lot of stronger greens moving towards the radar now. And then, of course, a little bit of the reds. And it is a little bit more confined. Once again, pixel to pixel on top of each other. That's the reason why the spectrum width is as high as it is. As high as it is. How many confirmed tornadoes so far today? 4 from, if my memory serves correctly. Could be more, though. Could be more. New scan. Don't see debris signature. Velocity's still there. Turbulence is still there. Yep, this thing is still going. Once again, State Route 268. That's where this is crossing over right now. If you live near State Route 268, need to tell them to go ahead and take your proper precautions, especially if you live south of Dobson, south of White Plains. And west of Pilot Mountain. West of Pilot Mountain, there's a tornadic storm moving on through. It looks like the velocities have actually really weakened. That's the good news, but the turbulence is still there. Turbulence is definitely still there. Did they just update the VCP 212? Oh no, so they just haven't had the latest scan in. At least I think that's what the case is. More lightning in the DC cam above us. More lightning. Looks to be cloud to cloud lightning though. Looks to be cloud to cloud. Yep, almost done here, guys. As soon as the storm fully deteriorates, we're heading off. Latest scan just came in. Well, I wouldn't say fully deteriorates. Deteriorates. Jeez. Losing my mind. 9.5 hours in, we're losing our mind. We're losing our mind. We also live streamed for 11 hours on Monday, 11.5 hours on Tuesday, and now 9.5 hours here today on Wednesday. Ouch. Ouch. That right there is an ouch. My goodness. The good thing about this here, guys, good thing about this, alright, we've reached over 41,000 people so far in this stream. Alright, I know that may seem like a small number compared to, you know, some other channels, some other YouTubers, alright? This solidifies us as a a valuable source of information. You know, with all the people that have been coming to our channel. 41,700 people have come to view the stream. We have over 1,800 likes. We have specifically 1,811 likes. So that's pretty crazy too. Yeah, it's technically Thursday now. To be fair, it is Thursday. After this, I probably will go to my Discord server and hang out over there. I probably will. So if you want to go hang out with me on the Discord server, please be sure to do so. I've copied a link. I'm going to put it in the chat. All right, I'm going to put it in the chat. There you go. So we are almost done here. Almost. Nope, we're not almost done anymore. Storm's consolidated again. Jeez. But yeah, after all this is said and done, we'll be on there. We'll be probably talking with other members and stuff like that. So if you want to socialize with me, feel free to do so. I'll continue to socialize, talk about weather and stuff like that. This is still a really interesting mini supercell. Look at this, guys. Still hooking around. Outflow boundary right there. Forward flank velocity. Or not forward flank velocity. Forward flank downdraft. This thing is spewing all sorts of stuff into the storm. Just like that. %70 chance of a tornado. Sheesh. And make sure you guys verify your account, and then you guys be sure to accept the rules and the terms of service. You go to the rules tab. So on the top left-hand side, and it expands. Go to the rules. Hit the arrow button. Should be good. Yeah, I am surprisingly still on 950. I'm trying to go to college, Benjamin. Taking a gap year. Go for my pilot's license, actually. Going for my pilot's license. It really doesn't want me to leave, Brittany. It really doesn't. I don't think we need to have this on anymore. I think we're fine. They just issued another tornado warning for the cell, didn't they?
Tornado warning for
extension.
Northeastern Surrey County in northwestern North Carolina.
Yep.
Northwestern Stokes County in north central North Carolina.
Yep. Alright, turn that off. Yeah, there is a an extension here. Mount Airy, Pilot Mountain, White Plains, you all are under a tornado warning. Interstate 74, alright? If you live anywhere near Interstate 74, that is where the tornadic rotation is currently heading over. Could potentially be a tornado, too. Could definitely be a tornado right along these areas. Take a look at spectrum width. Yeah, there is still turbulence right here. Let's see where this is heading over towards. This is near the Blackwater area. The Blackwater area. The Ron's used cars. Alright, Ron's used cars near Pine Hill. Near the Quaker Church Road area. Quaker Church Road, as well as the Salem Road areas. Near Hogan Creek. If you know anyone who lives over there near Southern Used Cars, Ron's Used Cars, Level Cross. that general vicinity over there. Here, let's take a look. Here's where the tornadic rotation would be right now, right near the Level Cross and Pine Hill areas. Right over there. It's heading off to the north and east. So Long Hill, R&R Garage, the recycling center over there. And then Ararat, near the postal service right there. There's a postal service here. And the Ararat Fire Department. There's a fire department over here. So if you know anyone who lives over here, near Ararat, North Carolina, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into your safe space anymore. Yeah, that's fine. I understand it, Kate. I understand it, Kay. So, night. To all the people who need to leave, I get it. It's 12:13 at night. At night. So get some rest. I'll get some rest when this thing's almost done. It's almost done there, actually, but I'll get rest when it's like pretty much close to being done. Check on Pennsylvania before we leave us. Jay would be nice as well. Know what you expect. Strong damaging winds for the most part tomorrow. Other than that, not really all too much. Let's actually take a look here. Mid-Atlantic. And here's tomorrow. You can see just these scattered showers and thunderstorms that start to move on through. Right around the afternoon hours. Afternoon hours for you guys tomorrow could potentially see something. Scattered showers and thunderstorms with damaging winds is more than likely possible. I even get showers and thunderstorms. So that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. But yeah, that'll head off towards the New Jersey, New York general vicinity. And then after that, probably some colder air starts to come on through even in behind that. Let's take a look at the temperatures. Yeah, look at that. Colder temperatures. 55 is a high on Friday. So yeah, the cooler air starts to come in behind this. Tomorrow for the Mid-Atlantic and portions of South Central PA into Central PA, 60s. So it'll be really interesting. Warm sector continues to move over there. Which way is this headed? The tornado warning as of right now is headed off towards the north and east. Velocities have weakened significantly. Thank goodness for that. Don't see a debris signature at this time, so that's the good news. Don't see a debris signature at this time, so that is the good news. Yep, so once again, I appreciate everyone. Over 42,000 people have watched the live stream here today. Over 1,800 people have liked the live stream. 27,556 subscribers. $27,556 subscribers. It's pronounced Arat? Is that how it's pronounced? I thought there was an A in between that. Yeah, 27,556 subscribers. That's amazing, guys. Remember, all right? Remember, we want 71,008 subscribers. 71,008 subscribers. That is the goal. That is the goal. That means it's personal value. That's for myself, and when we get there, I'll explain why. But that is the goal, and we're slowly getting there, slowly getting there. We'll continue to hit milestones as we continue to climb. And we'll get there. Trust me. Who knows? We might even get there by the end of the year. It's pronounced Ararat. Okay, so Ararat. Definitely something over there. Watch out for that. Also, we have 123 channel members. 123 channel members. All right, I really do appreciate every single one of you. If you want to become a channel member, basically what that is it's like a $5 a month sponsorship. $5 a month sponsorship where you get exclusive perks and you get your name shout out down below. You can see people's names and stuff like that. I'll fix that up tomorrow. But if you want to become a member, all right, it's that join button right here next to the subscribe button, okay? If you're on iOS, you have to go through Google Chrome or Safari and do it that way if you really want to support. But otherwise, if you want to, do it over there. You guys get sneak peeks and stuff like that to future videos. I'm making a new a video about a historical tornado. Be pretty interesting. So you guys will get a sneak peek to that. And then, of course, that video will be released to the public here on this channel as well. But a lot of stuff to be excited about for this channel and the direction we're taking. Because there's a lot of stuff. We're expected a lot of stuff, a lot of content for you all. Because we want you guys to continue to stay and continue to be informed. We want you guys to continue to have an idea as to what could potentially be happening, as well as how the weather works sometimes. You know, I like to kind of show my work to get people an idea as to how this stuff actually works. And people can kind of see where I'm coming from. You know. Make it a little bit more comfortable for people to kind of understand. Yep, the rotation's kind of died. The turbulence has died too. It's a tornado warning that will be in effect until when? 12:45. I'm probably not going to stay up until that long. I'm probably going to end the stream here within the next few minutes. Is this live or restarted? This is live. This is live. It is 12:20 here on March 24th, 2022. And we've been going on for 9 hours and 50 minutes. 9 hours and 50 minutes, almost 10 hours. And we'll be heading off here in a second, for sure. We had a lot of activity over these past 3 days. Multi-day severe weather outbreak. 2 tornado outbreaks. It's crazy. This was a heck of a day. A heck of a day. Heck of a couple days. Feeling pretty good, Alistair. Feeling pretty good. I'm going to edit a couple things before I head off. then we should be good. So thank you guys so much for watching. Once again, if you guys did enjoy the video, the live stream, please be sure to leave a like. Hit that thumbs up button down below. Subscribe if you're new, and turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. And, yeah. Yep, it does look like it's kind of dead for the most part. So I have a feeling this tornado warning gets, canceled here relatively soon. So we're going to end it here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. I'll look at them for a little bit. Of course, if it's about, if it's questions like, how is this area or whatnot, I'm going offline, so, you know. What I mean by that is your area should probably be safe until tomorrow morning, if you're along the coastline, but. Timeline for the storms in Florida. Yep. Speaking of which, tornado warning just got canceled, so there you go. Let's go down to the south and east. Take a look at the timings for the cells down there. Let's actually do it for Florida specifically. Florida! Yeah, more showers and thunderstorms are expected to form near the Ocala areas and further down south towards Tampa, as well as stretching all the way up towards Jacksonville. If you're from the Big Bend of Florida all the way through, you're expected to get showers and thunderstorms that will continue to exist throughout much of these areas. So I would watch out for that. Yeah, once again, here it is, morning, afternoon, evening. You can see how these thunderstorms continue to just practically linger throughout much of these areas. They won't start to get towards the Miami general area, though, in the overnight hours of Thursday into Friday. So definitely something there to watch out for. So I don't think I'll be live streaming tomorrow unless if they issue some crazy outlook. Don't think I'll be live streaming tomorrow unless if they issue some crazy outlook, like a 5% chance for tornadoes. So I'll probably upload a video tomorrow night, talking about the event next week and some other stuff as well. So stay tuned for that. Have notifications on. And, yeah. Hopefully that answers all sorts of questions for you all. And, yeah, stay tuned for the video tomorrow night. Make sure you have those notifications on. Make sure you have those notifications on. All right, that's going to be it. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. Peace out.